Good morning, everybody. Welcome to the August 20th Governance and Priorities meeting and the small agenda that we have today, which I believe will take no more than 20 minutes or 8 hours. But looking forward to having some very good conversations here this morning as we start to move a lot of our work forward here. I'd like to start with our land acknowledgement, and that in the spirit of respect, reciprocity, and truth, we honor and acknowledge the Melchizedek and the traditional Treaty 7 territory and the oral practices of the Blackfoot Confederacy, Siksika, Kainai, Piikani, Ithka, Nakota Nations, Shikini Bearspaw, Goodstoney, and Tsuut'ina Nation. We acknowledge that this territory is home to the Opsika Métis government and the Métis Nation with Alberta District 4. Finally, we acknowledge all nations, Indigenous and non, who live, work, and play on this land and who honor and celebrate this territory. This sacred gathering place provides us with an opportunity to engage in and demonstrate leadership on reconciliation, and we are honored to have you join us on Treaty 7 territory. With that, I would like to move to item 3, which is updates and approval of the agenda. And before we do that, I believe we are going to be adding our first, actually, in-camera item as a council. And this is in relation to items 5.2 and 5.3, and we'll be doing this under section 21, disclosure harmful to intergovernment relations, section 27, privileged information, and section 29, information that is public or will become public. Other than that, is there anything else, council or administration, for adding or taking away from the agenda this morning? Councilor Warzanowski.
Thank you, Mayor Dean, and through the chair to the CAO. Just a question. Is it normal to get a governance and priorities package that's nearly 400 pages long?
Mayor Dean, members of council, no, it's not. This council is going through a lot of information in a very short period of time, and ensure that council has all of the background documentations that they need to consider on the subject matter. It's unusual. I can guarantee future Governance and Priorities Committee agendas will be a lot smaller.
Great, thank you. Any other things to add to the agenda? Great. With that, we'll bring a motion to approve the agenda as amended. Just for a point of order, do we need to list the 3 sections on the motion here or no? Okay. Thank you. Council, can I have a motion, Deputy Mayor Grant?
I move that the committee approve the August 20, 2024 Governance and Priority Committee meeting agenda as amended.
Thank you. Comments, questions? Call for the vote. That was unanimous. Thank you. Sorry, yeah, it's just not showing up on the TV that's in front of me here. Thank you. So we're going to go to our first reports for information, and underneath that we have the MDP Information Session 1 presented by Jack Shipton, Planner 1.
Good morning, everyone.
Morning.
My name is Jack Shipton, planner with Community Growth and Infrastructure. Today, administration is bringing forward a very exciting project to the Governance and Priorities Committee, this being the Municipal Development Plan. Administration is recommending that the committee accept the MDP Information Session number 1, included along with this report as attachment 1 as information. An MDP is a high-level plan that establishes a vision for the city. It serves as a long-range guide and policy direction towards future growth and development. An MDP is a statutory plan under the Municipal Government Act and must align with higher order statutory legislation and plans. All lower level plans must align with the city's MDP. For today's meeting, our team of external consultants from V3 Solutions is joining us. They have prepared a presentation for MDP information session number 1 of 2. This will be an interactive presentation involving some polling. So if you have your cell phones at the ready, that would be excellent. Today's session is aimed at introducing the project to council, providing a project update and time frame, to discuss the plan's direction, and to gather council's input and answer any questions you may have. Our consultants are an experienced team of planners and engagement professionals that we have been working with closely since April to bring this project online. They have included a detailed introduction of key personnel as part of their presentation, so I'll leave that in their court. But rest assured, we are in good hands with this team. V3 has been extremely professional and responsive. They have generated high-quality deliverables and are invested in bringing a high-quality plan forward for approval. So without further ado, I'll hand it off to Project Manager Nick Price.
Thank you.
Good morning, Your Worship, Council. My name's Nick Price. I'm the project manager on this specific project. I'm also one of the VP, one of the owners at V3. With me today, and actually you'll hear Jonathan's going to be the main presenter today. So he's leading as our senior planner in terms of development on the policy side. And also we have Tamil, she's leading our engagement, so she has an extensive background on doing engagement. So we'll be talking about part of the process and the steps moving forward. It is interactive today, so we'll be handing out some things, just to get some initial feedback from you so that you're not too bored after having 400 pages to read through. We thought we'd change it up a little bit for you. But it is a very important document. I worked on these. Pick up an accent from me. It's not Australian, so we'll just clear that up. It's New Zealand originally. Yeah, there we go. But I've worked on these types of documents right across Canada. You know, planning has a similar structure in most countries, just a little bit of nuances to them. So bringing some different perspectives on it and try and make an effective document that you will buy into once it gets adopted. So without further ado, I'm going to pass over to Jonathan, who's going to start the presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mayor and Council, and congratulations on your recent election. And we've heard lots of good things about your energy and ideas, and so I think it's a real kind of turn-the-page moment for the city. So this is a brief overview of our agenda. We'll go through a lot of information rather quickly today, as we do understand you have an extensive agenda. So bear with me and us as we fly through some of this information. There is further reading if you would like to pick up your existing municipal development plan or the CMRB growth plan as additional bedtime reading. It might help you fall asleep, or it might not, depending on your passion and your interests. But there is future homework if you choose to do it. So as Nick mentioned, we do have an extensive team led by V3. Myself, I'm Jonathan Schmidt there, senior planner and assistant project manager. I'm based in Okotoks. Tamil is based in Cochrane, so we understand similar community dynamics outside of the Calgary metro area. Nick is based in Edmonton as well. He has a V3 office in Calgary now. We also have Daryl Howery, who is a renowned economics and growth forecasting expert on the team, and his team produced an analysis of population and employment projections with the city staff, if you would like some additional reading as well. And we have a full suite of engineers at V3 with Deb leading that team. So this is the interactive polling. We'll see if it works. Hopefully it does. And so you can get out your cell phones, and there is a web link that if you want to pull up a web browser, that's sometimes the easiest way to do it. And then we just have a icebreaker question. So if everyone pulls that up, you got it? Perfect.
But it's not working.
It's not working. Well, this is the first question, so maybe that will trigger it. Oh. So put up your hand if you don't have this question on your cell phone.
Do I have to do it on the mobile, or can I do it on here?
Use the one on the screen, not in the back.
Oh, we'll just.
I do. I can just do it that way. I thought I could do it on here. Oh, okay. Sorry, I was cheating.
So if you have your phones out and you have, this is a word cloud, so describe what makes Chestermere unique. Really try to think about what makes it unique, and as you answer, they should come up on the screen here, if all the technology works. What's that? Oh, I thought you were. Are answers going in? Okay. Let's see, hopefully.
I'll enter a few more.
What's that? You got answers coming in? It's not showing up. It should come up. Might need a second.
Well, are you on the PDF or are you actually?
Yeah.
You're on the blank one? Okay. On the PowerPoint won't show it.
Usually it just comes up. We might need to move on, and I'll work on that in the background here.
The PowerPoint won't pop up with the responses. You have to be logged in HTML online. Are you logged in?
This should be logged in, yeah. Might need to just move forward. I'm used to running it off my own screen here.
Yeah, you don't have to run it off your own screen. This is just a PowerPoint. It's got no connection to the internet.
Oh, okay. Okay, we'll keep moving on then. Used to, running it off of this machine, so all good. So a bit about our team. We're quite excited to be planning for you and with you and with your community. I love this photo. It just generates so much excitement within the photo. And that's what our team wants to bring to this project, to your municipal development plan. And we really want to create positive change for the city. And I think that's why you all got elected, is that turn the page kind of moment for the city to create that positive change. And we want to inspire you through this process and your community to make Chestermere exceptional. And what does that mean? I think you guys will have to figure it out, and your community will. So a bit about our experience. As Nick mentioned, we've worked across the country. Nick's worked around the world as well. I've recently done quite a bit of work in British Columbia, where their official community plans, kind of the equivalent of your municipal development plan, is taken much more seriously by a lot of councils and cities and towns. And so I bring some of that experience. Nick and his team brings experience from around the province as well. We've worked north and south. And so we bring all of this to try to create a plan for you that is really practical, implementable, and visionary. So what is a municipal development plan? If you haven't read your existing one, I'd suggest you do, as mentioned. And the MDP sits kind of in the middle of the hierarchy of plans, from the very top legislation in the province all the way down to your subdivision and development regulations. And so you see here in this graphic that it sits below the Calgary Regional Plan, and we'll get into that because you need to comply with this document here. The MDP sits below it, and so there are elements within this that the MDP needs to align with. The MDP also talks down to your area structure plans, your master area structure plans in the case of Waterbridge, and your area redevelopment plans as you move forward with those, and outline plans. So it really sits within that middle in the grand scheme of things, but within your city, it's at the top of your statutory plans. And so you see here that all of these other plans, transportation master plans, economic development plans, utility master plans, are all below the MDP. The MDP needs to speak to them and give direction to the city as a whole. So it's a really key document and a really important one for you as a city. So what are some of the factors that go into the MDP? I think you can imagine what we would input into it: community input, council input. We're here today. Growth analysis, as mentioned, the work by Daryl and his team. Infrastructure, so your transportation master plans go into this, your infrastructure, utility master plans, and things like land analysis. So we take a look at what is the land capacity that you have that's unplanned, and we'll get into a bit of that. So I like to use this slide to present to councils where planning often is and where we want it to go. So putting Humpty Dumpty kind of back together again. This is actually a public art piece in the city of Castlegar, which I just finished an official community plan and zoning bylaw there. It's really clever, and ironically, it's the only one that's been vandalized. So on the left-hand side of the screen, you have the typical things that people think about planning. So you could say this about your MDP, that is boring, that the policies or rules within planning stop economic development, that there's too much red tape. You probably hear this door knocking, that plans contradict each other, and that rules are outdated perhaps, and policies are meaningless. So we want to flip that, put it back together, that at the end of the MDP project, we want to hear from people, from citizens, that say the MDP actually makes sense to them, that they see a vision for the future, that they're proud of their city. That's where we want to go, that there's actually is a plan for the city moving forward, and they can turn to that document and say, here's our plan. So, but here's the challenge, is that MDPs tend to be a bit lofty, especially in Alberta, where they're kind of these aspirational documents that people sometimes follow, sometimes don't, as cities and towns. And so we kind of sit here on the left with the comfy couch, and that's the policy in the MDP. We know the city can't afford that. We know the citizens want something different, and then eventually something very different gets built. So our job as our project team is to bridge that gap between what people want, these aspirational ideas of where the city should go, and actually realistic implementable policy. It's really easy to fill an MDP full of fluff and, aspiring policies. I had a client once change all of our policies from shall and should to aspire to. I don't even really know what that means. It means you have a lot of wiggle room not to do whatever the policy is saying. So how do we get the city onto a path that the policies are clear, concise, and implementable, and shall mean shall, and should mean should, and so on. So what can your role be as council through this MDP process? So number one, you can be an observer, a good listener during our public engagement events, and we'll go into a few of those. You'll see those on the website. You'll see those promoted in the coming weeks and months. So actively observe and listen. Stay tuned to all the project events, and please help us spread the news. One of the things that we really struggle with in public engagement is getting people out and getting the hard to reach folks out. That's often young people, young families. They're really busy, as a lot of you probably know. And those folks that don't feel they have a voice. So if you can help us get the word out and bring those folks out to our engagement events, then we get a much broader spectrum of comment and feedback. Also, as this process goes on, think about the city's key future challenges and how you're going to tackle them. How can you have your hand in the MDP? What do you think needs to be addressed? What policies do you think need to be in there that are at the highest level, that talk down to all those other plans and all those other policies and directions of the city? Read the background materials as mentioned, ask questions, and express your ideas. This is the forum. What Nick and I really loathe is we do engagement with councils and communities, and then the week after it gets adopted, a council member brings up a brand new issue that could have got brought up during the process and addressed. And so we want to hear from you. We want your ideas, you know, talk to staff appropriately through the right channels in order to express those ideas during this process, because it's going to be short and it's going to be tight, and I'll get into that. There we go. So why do you need to update the MDP? Let's slow. Let's go. Oh, point it that way. Oh, here we go. So 2 reasons to update the MDP. One is that you legally have to by August 2025. So the growth plan that was adopted by the region requires that within 3 years of adoption of that plan, every municipality within the region has to update their MDP to align with it. And there are a number of requirements around that I'll get into. And your current MDP is getting around a decade old, and so it's time, because you've seen a lot of development, seen a lot of change, to update it. So what are the legal requirements? There's a bunch in the MGA. They're pretty high level. We need to cover land use, growth patterns, infrastructure, transportation, all the things that you would expect. And then, as mentioned, the growth plan requirements, which I'll get into. So this is a very important slide. So basically, the growth plan here, this document, as a region, agreed that they want more types of development that are efficient and beneficial to cities and municipalities. And so those types of development that they want to see more of, they're called preferred place types. So it's new language for a lot of us, even in planning. It's kind of the brainchild of Peter Calthorpe, who helped with the regional plan. And so what the region wants to see more of is these 4 preferred place types. And that's infill and redevelopment, pretty basic, infilling areas that have already been developed. Master plan communities, which is a lot of what the city has. So the city here has a lot of master plan communities that is a mix of commercial and residential and a mix of densities and amenities. And then you have 2 other place types, mixed use centers, transit-oriented developments, and then employment areas. The city here has less of those, but those are the 4 preferred place types. New residential areas within the region need to be 75% those place types. So if you get a new area structure plan, it needs to show 75% of it to be a master plan community as defined by this plan, or considered infill and redevelopment, it's unlikely here, or mixed use and TOD. So that's one of the key requirements of this growth plan, is that it dictates how new communities look. And it's trying to get at increased density. It's trying to get at also the idea of the place types is not just density, it's mixing uses. It's having communities that have commercial areas, amenities, as well as residential densities that are efficient enough to use the land well and infrastructure well. So each place type, each residential place type has a minimum density that you need to build at. And it looks like a lot of your new communities are probably meeting these. So master plan communities, it's 20 dwelling units per hectare. Mixed use centers, TOD, it's 37. Infill and redevelopment, there is none because it doesn't, the nature of it. And then there's a place type that was created that's essentially your traditional sprawl residential, which is a single use residential community. You're still allowed to build some of those that don't have quite the same mix of uses or the same density, but that can't be more than 25% of your new residential areas. So that's the residential community place type at 12 dwelling units per hectare. So a little survey around the city, that residential community place type, you could see that density in Sea Green Link in the top left there, 20 dwelling units per hectare is about what we see in Lakeview Drive, and then 37 dwelling units per hectare, approximately that Rainbow Falls Manor area. Oh, question.
Councilor Wozzanowski.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Dean, and through you to the speaker. You said that the sprawl is 25%. Is that by law? Under the MGA or under the Calgary Regional Development Plan?
So-
Is that where the legalities are?
Yeah, through the chair. So you can't have more than 25% of new residential areas being that residential community place type. So within a new area, 25% of it maximum of that residential community place type at 12 dwelling units a hectare.
Yes, I understand the definition. Where is it legally? Where are we legally bound?
Oh, through the growth plan, which is put in legislation through the Calgary Metropolitan Region Board regulation.
Okay, thank you.
This is the calculation of residential density as per the growth plan. I won't go into it, but if you're the type to churn on this, it's not as simple as just the land area divided by the number of units. Certain things can be excluded, but the region is learning how to calculate things via this calculation. There is a number of other policies within the growth plan that speak to what has to be within a municipal development plan. And they're listed here, things like intermunicipal collaboration, promoting walking and cycling and transit, promoting putting people close to jobs, identifying regionally significant areas, and putting your future land use map as those place types. So you'll see within the draft MVP when it's brought forward to you in the community that the map will show land uses as well as place types in order to align with the regional growth plan. So I'll kind of just ask this outright because I think I'll try to get the technology working here, but it's not at the moment. So any first reactions on the regional growth plan?
If I can jump in, I think that we might have the IT ability to sort this out if we just take a 2-minute break. We have IT in the room and support here. If that's all right.
So do you want me to call for recess? Is that what you're asking?
I think so.
Okay. We'll take a quick recess and come back in 5 minutes? Yeah. Okay. Good morning again, everybody. Thank you. Sorry, apparently I wasn't. Good morning again, everybody. Thank you for your patience. Just coming back out of recess here and continuing with our presentation. I guess I'll take this moment just to ask from a procedural standpoint. Do you want us to get through the whole presentation and then we'll back up with questions, or do you want us to stop as we go? How would you like us?
I think on the regional plan, we can ask questions now if there's any.
On the regional plan?
Regional plan, because I just covered some of that. Yeah.
Okay.
So I think let's, ask questions now on the content that was just
On the content we've
covered.
done so far?
Yeah.
Okay, great. Thank
if
you.
there are any.
So then on content that we've seen so far, I would open up to council. Are there any questions that you have from content that we've seen so far in the presentation? Actually, I'll just go along. Deputy Mayor Grant, is there anything from so far?
Nope, just interested to hear all the information, and then I'll formulate a proper question at the end.
Okay, Councillor Ryan.
Thank you, through your worship. Yeah, I do have questions, but I think I'll wait till the end.
Okay. Okay, Council, do you want to ask questions now about content, or do you want to wait till the end? You want to wait till the end?
Yeah. Sounds
Okay.
good.
I wanted to ask now, but no, we're a team. I'll play with the team. So actually, why don't we? We'll keep going, and then I'll ask at the end as well.
Okay, we do have the polling technology, and here are some of your answers. If you want to add any at the moment, you're willing to do that now. So we have obviously the lake. Really, I think that's really speaks to Chestermere. And what we've been reminded too as the planning team is that Chestermere is more than the lake too. So we're exploring kind of what that means and what that might mean throughout this MDP and the policies that are within it and the direction and even the visuals. We've even been discussing with your staff, how do we balance the visuals between the lake and the other parts of your great city here? So kind of backing up, this was a bit of the question on homework. And feel free to answer it however you want, truthfully or otherwise. How familiar are you with the city's existing MDP? We're often now asking this question to communities too, just where is the education level at in communities before we engage them? What do they need to know in order to engage more effectively with us? So, pretty good spectrum. Anyone, as mentioned, want some bedtime reading, feel free. So I'm going to jump back to where we were on the presentation. This is just a quick initial thoughts on the growth plan. A, you understand it. It makes sense what the city needs to do. B, somewhat understand but want more information. C, it's confusing, or D, very confusing. Council should have more training on this. And in communication with the CMRB, they often do new council orientation on the growth plan and on the CMRB in general. So that may be taking place at some time in the future. I know they do have some staff changes there as well, so that may have delayed it. So it looks like more information is needed, and we'll take that to heart as well as your staff. So a little bit more on the project overview. So as Jack said, this project began in early spring. Technical studies have been completed, as mentioned, and so we're all gearing up for September engagement. We really want your assistance in getting the word out on those. We have scheduled partner meetings with key groups and organizations, as well as a number of pop-ups. So that's us as a team going out to your community where your people are at. It's not the traditional open house where we expect people to come to us. So we want to go to the grocery store, we want to go to the beach, we want to be in your community and have a presence there so that we reach people kind of in their everyday lives. And we'll have poster boards. We have these little feedback frames, which is kind of vote with a token on certain questions. And then we'll have handouts as well as point people to the website, which will have an extensive amount of information. This project is quick. In terms of municipal development plans, they can last 2 to 3 years. I was working on the Fort Saskatchewan MDP, and they had done about 2.5 years of just community engagement prior to even engaging planners. These were just engagement experts for 2 years. So this is a very compressed timeline. But that's not to say that the work ends when it gets adopted. We like to say these are living documents, that they can be amended. And so this is the first step in your new future. The first step would be establishing the MDP, getting it approved through the city council here, as well as there's an approval process at the CMRB to make sure that it's aligning. Now, I don't believe we've seen at the CMRB any MDPs that have gone through to align with it. So this is a whole new process for the region. And there's going to be a lot of MDPs. I know Cochrane's working on theirs. And so these MDPs will start to hit the CMRB and we'll start to understand how best to make them fit that growth plan. And if you're a project management junkie like Nick, Nick has an extensive Gantt chart that he updates as we work through. So we're really on the ball on making sure that we hit these timelines because they're non-negotiable. So Tamil and team, she led the creation of this communications and engagement plan that guides how we engage your community, how we communicate with them. And the city staff has been great in helping frame that to make sure that it aligns with all the city requirements as well as your communication channels, such as social media and web, as well as hard copies around the community. I think we have a bunch of like street signs and stuff going out in September. Yep. And a survey. So if you would like more information on the communications and engagement plan, you can dive into that as well. So one of the things that's often misunderstood in planning is why we engage people. If you see, the bottom is not to receive input. The foundation is to build trust. Relationships are built on trust. And so the first thing that needs to be done is develop a trust between ourselves as a project team, staff, and the community, and you as council, that we all understand that we're going to do what we say we're going to do, and that we can be trusted to develop the plan, that we're the right experts to do our job, staff is the right experts to do their job, and council. And that is the key to any engagement, is building that level of trust with the people that you're talking to and engaging with. The next step up is to educate and inform. If citizens don't know what the MDP is, they don't know how important it is, then it's very hard to engage. So we always build in a strong level of education to allow people to understand what the MDP is all about and why we're engaging with them. And then third up there is to receive input. So that's the third piece. After the first two, we want to receive input and feedback on directions, policies, visions, every single part of the plan. And then lastly is once the draft plan is created, to build support for it. Do we have it right? Is it too hot, too cold? And we want to generate those project champions, perhaps within council, perhaps within the community, that can remind people that this plan is what everyone agreed to. Build those champions so that they can carry the vision forward over time. So a few of the key messages that we have within the C&E plan is that the MDP influences so many things. Your decisions as council influence every aspect of a person's life as they live in the city. A lot of people think that federal government, provincial government dictate a lot in their lives. You know, as city council, it's actually a city that dictates most of everyone's everyday life, right? Where they walk to a park, what their city taxes are, what their housing choices are, where do they have daycare, can they flush the toilet, can you water your lawn? These things, as you know, are really key, and we want to get that message out that this matters. The other key messages is that we want to hear from citizens that we're updating the MDP. We want almost every citizen to know that the MDP is being updated. They don't need to know a lot of the details around it if they don't want. They can find that information, but we want everyone to at least know that it's being updated. and that it's being updated because we need to, because of the Calgary Growth Plan, the Calgary Region Growth Plan, but also because it's getting a little dated. So we'll now flip a bit to have you think broadly about what is the future of Chestermere. Like, get your head around where do you want the future to go? And that's probably a lot of the reasons you ran for council, is what is that future that you want to see here? So a few numbers. It's possible you could hit 68, 70,000 in 25 years. Imagine the city at that. What does it look like? What are things that are here then that aren't here now? You've had that recent pretty extraordinary growth, 9.1%. But we also know the challenge is 91% of property taxes from residential development. That's often a challenge, and we'll go into that a bit. So here's some of the growth forecasting that was done. You see a lot of different lines, but as mentioned, kind of that 60, 70,000 population could be hit, and you have the land for it, as the analysis showed. Where would that growth take place? We know the water bridge, the west side of town, that whole master area structure plan is growing out quite rapidly. And a lot of the city's land is planned, but you do have some unplanned land, and perhaps that becomes the topic of conversation throughout this MDP. What's your vision for that land, and how is it planned? So something that most of you are probably familiar with, where do your taxes come from? As mentioned, mostly residential development. However, there is a key kind of component and a key reason why a lot of economists recommend non-residential taxes for a city is because you have that tax differential, more than double on industrial commercial land and such. And so a lot of municipalities are chasing after that non-residential land, giving incentives and whatnot. Those you have to be a bit careful with. I was talking to Daryl on this because you don't want it to just be, you know, giving free land for non-residential and then it never actually pays for itself in the end because you give it away so cheaply. And there's a competition around the region for it. So just Daryl advised, be wary on how you go after it. But it is something that is advisable, and I know the city has talked about that for years. This is a bit of textbook understanding of suburban growth. And so the city of Chestermere probably fits in here decently well in this kind of textbook example from Strongtown's really interesting website if you want to learn more about city planning. And so you see suburban growth generally pretty cash positive for the first 25 years, and then it starts to go down. So as your infrastructure ages, you have to replace it. And the developers are long gone, and you have to replace it with the money that you're getting from property taxes on that piece of land, on that suburban area. And eventually, the infrastructure is so old that the property taxes can't pay for it, so you're in a net loss. And so you need to do something about it. And what are those things that you can do about it? You have a number of choices that you have. Increased taxes, of course. You could kind of push off the infrastructure challenge till later. You can cut services, create an efficient city hall. You can build at higher density, and you can infill. And then there's that non-residential development piece as discussed. So this is the challenge with suburban development, is that it looks good for the first 20-some years, and then you start to get in the deficit, and you need to address that somehow. Communities have been addressing it in various ways, including looking at infill and redevelopment potential as they age that 30, 40, 50 years timeline, although in a lot of cases there's still a lot of newish homes there. So my work in BC, you see the redevelopment happening in more 80, 90-year-old neighborhoods. So how can the MDP help with taxes in the economy? As mentioned, that non-residential tax base, compact development. So there's various textbook cases that show that once you reach a certain residential density, it starts to pay for itself. That graph that goes down starts to flatten out. And various studies, you know, you might be at the 20 units per hectare or higher. Some studies have shown that you have to be around 30 or 40. But I think the key message is the higher density you go, the more it's paying for itself, because that linear meter of pipe is now being paid for by more units. And there's only so much you can tax a single family lot, but when you have more than one unit, you can tax more units. Development levies, I think the city's done a good job on this in the past, and there's only so much you can get from developers at the outset, but development levies are another key, and then cost-effective delivery of service, which is talked a lot around the vein of reducing red tape. So these are some of your tools that you have, and we can look at the impacts of these or ways to implement these within the MDP as needed. One is obviously land use, so identifying non-residential land, and I know that's been a challenge in the past and continues to be, but that's the one piece as we look at maps. Where is that commercial industrial land? Or as the current MDP says, looks at a lot of mixed use. So the current MDP talks a lot about mixed use. Haven't really seen it here in the city yet, but that's a potential. Can you get developers outside of BC, in actually Alberta here to build that mixed use? They seem reluctant for reasons I don't know, because it seems like the market should be there to put that ground floor commercial with residential above, but that's perhaps a challenge of us here in Alberta. So, kind of key question in the MDP, and I've alluded to this: what's the legacy that you want to leave behind? MDPs can be legacy documents. I work closely with a fellow in Okotoks who helped write the Okotoks plan for when it was going to be 30,000 cap, right? Everyone often remembers that, and that was because they didn't have the water, and so they thought, well, what's the legacy we can leave here in the town? And so he was really passionate about that MDP, putting that 30,000 cap on. It's been changed since, but they really moved forward with thinking about what legacy they wanted to leave. And so that's the challenge for you as a council. What is this legacy you want to leave, and how can you enshrine that within the MDP? And here's, potentially two options. Is you have your current reality, there's kind of two paths, and you could kind of walk your current status quo forward gently, or you could kind of brave a new path, whatever it may be, whatever you can envision. There's a lot of momentum often in communities to kind of move things forward the way they've been done, and there's a lot of reason to do so often because change is hard. So it's kind of potentially think of it as two roads, this opportunity to really shape the future. And we'll go back to some of these polling questions now to kind of get you a bit more engaged. So here's a high-level question: what is your preferred road forward for the city? Kind of reflect the current reality, walk it forward gently, brave a new path. Maybe this is just a personality question too. All right, we have a few answers there. Yeah, kind of push for a brave new path. It's good. Yeah, we'll explore what that means. So another key question: what is the number one issue facing the city? Infrastructure. Yep. Pace of growth. Yeah, that's 9.1% growth in 1 year. It's extraordinary. A lot of communities, if they're at 1% growth in a year, so you basically did a decade's worth of growth in a year compared to a lot of communities. Community doesn't want density. Yep, you hear that. Sustainability. Schools. Yep, schools, rec. Yeah, the pace of change in today's world, and especially in your community, is quite acute. Any other answers on this? No? Keep moving on, just touch base. What is your preferred number one solution? So choose one to keep property taxes reasonable. A, develop more industrial, commercial, mixed-use land. B, develop in a more compact way. C, ensure development levies cover the cost of development. D, look at service delivery. Or E, none of the above. Everyone in agreement? Everyone answered? Well, there you go. Direction for staff and us. Yeah. So what are the top issues the MDP should tackle? You should be able to tap or toggle a couple of these, hopefully. Local economy, industrial land, as per the earlier question, housing affordability, recreation facilities, property taxes. Oh, you can only do one. Oh, sorry. Yeah. A lot of focus on that commercial industrial land. Yeah. There we go. We got our marching orders, Nick.
Yeah.
Instead of next year, you can be
Yeah, exactly.
It's interesting because there are some dots that connect between some of the things you don't want to what you do want.
Yeah. So this is kind of a fun one. If you had a magic wand, what's one thing you could do right now to improve the city? Other than be on council, which you already are. Waterslide Park. Wasn't there one? Isn't that the history? Yeah, I thought so. That are in and out corridors, yeah. Excellent. Looks like everyone's done there. Well, that's all I had for today. Open to questions. Our team is here, Tamil and Nick as well, and Jack. Do you have any questions on the MDP project? And yeah, how are we for time?
Great. Yeah, just a comment on that. Please don't feel rushed. These are really big, important topics that we are covering throughout our meeting today, and I don't want any of our presenters to feel rushed or feel like, oh, you guys had such a big package, you're going to be less interested. This is the work of council. And this is important work of what we're doing here. And so please don't feel rushed. Sorry, I should have said that at the beginning there. But no, this is important work that we are doing. And these are big topic items that are going to affect Chestermere in the short and long term. So I think it's really important that we're taking our time in walking through these issues. So I would like to start by offering Councillor Randawa. Do you have one or two questions that you would like to start us off with for our presenters?
Thank you, Your Worship. Not at the moment. I'd be good.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Schindler.
I'm looking forward to the public engagement portion of this exercise, and I can't wait to see what we have going forward, because it seems like we've got a lot of commonality among our council members for what we're desiring to help our community go forward. So thank you.
Councillor Sambo.
Thank you, Mayor Dean. Are you wanting us to make comments on our thoughts regarding the MDP? Okay.
Yeah, so I would say if you have a one or two quick comments and or a question within that, and then we'll kind of give everybody the chance and then open it up for that open discussion after that.
Okay. Great. Some of my comments are actually about public engagement, and if there was an opportunity to hear more about the communications plan, I would be very interested to hear about that. For public engagement, I'm not sure what the plan in the communications is going to be for that. One thing I would suggest that the city look into investing in is childcare for these sessions. We have a huge population of young families, and it's really hard to come and do something official when you have a toddler pulling on you. I would really look at that. Another thing is recently we've had several mass mailings go out to the community related to important things that have been going on at a governance level in the city. And the feedback I've received is that people have found that useful. People have heard about things they wouldn't have otherwise heard about. It's a relatively small expense to do a mail drop for the entire community. I have more comments, but I'll pause there.
Sure, and then we can come back. Really quick on that, just before that, through our CEO to Kallen, just getting some comments that our mic volumes are a little bit low. Would we be able to turn up the volumes on our mics? Please and thanks. Just going back to that question, can just a comment on the engagement strategy, the communication strategy, both from, I guess it would be from your group and how that interaction is going to be working with our comms department.
Yeah, maybe.
I'm going to jump in first. One thing I want to say is that I love that you mentioned kids, but I actually wouldn't provide childcare. Rather, I would provide activities that engage the children so that we can get their input. They're the people that will live here in 20, 30, 40, 50 years.
Great idea.
And so I know it's not part of this project, but I know I've talked a lot about it. One of my favorite activities has been going into schools and meeting with kids. And teachers also love it because then they have a dynamic group of people coming in and asking them about what they want to do in their future. It's harder to do that in this day and age with getting into schools. But my point being that I would never provide separate babysitting. I would get the kids involved.
It's a great idea.
And now I'll let the team who's actually leading this project get going because I could talk about this forever.
Go
ahead, Jack.
I just wanted to tag on to what Liz was saying there. Right now with Tamil, we're working on pop-ups and prioritizing how we want to engage. And taking with Liz's comments, one of our priorities is to take it to the library and to involve that element, get kids involved. So definitely considering that, definitely appreciate the comment. And I'll leave it to you for the engagement strategy at large.
Sounds good. Good morning. Can you guys hear me okay? I'm a little bit taller than the mic will lift it up. Sorry, Jonathan. So yeah, we've been working on the communications and engagement plan now since about April, and we've been working closely with administration. So both the communications and engagement departments have built a really great relationship there with them. Through the kind of initial process, we've gotten approval and sign off on a scope and budget, and I can kind of work you through some of the tactics that our team is taking on. And then there's always room for modification through potentially administration, getting some additional support through comms and engagement to, if there's opportunity to add on any additional tactics. But from our team's perspective and kind of where we've landed for now, the first phase of engagement actually kicks off on August 26th, so just next week. That's when our project website will launch. So there you will find all of the kind of information, like the education component and informing component that Jonathan spoke to that's so important about, we can't just go out and ask folks, what do you want in your MDP, because a lot of people aren't as familiar either with the policies and how a town is built and planned and developed over time. So that's the key component, is our website where people can go and get the information. But in addition to that, we're going to be out in the community, like Jonathan mentioned. So to raise awareness of what we're doing first, because I know you were interested in the communications component, we have social media that will be used through the communications department, a series of social posts on both education and then also raising awareness about how they can get involved. So social media will be used widely. We will have road signs that go up on Monday as well throughout the community. Our key message here, we've developed the project brand and the project logo to try to build interest and get people some brand recognition about the project across the city, so that when they hear MDP, they're not just associating with a policy document, they're associating it with kind of this vision of a roadmap to the future. So you'll see that on a lot of our communications out in the community to try to get people thinking less policy, more about envision what the city could look like in the next 25 years. So that's one of our key messages. So that'll be across our road signs. We'll have posters out in the community. I like your idea about a mail drop. We've used those in other communities before as well on these types of projects. To drop a piece of mail to every single resident in the community can get a little bit costly. It's when we're doing like a development or subdivision, the target area is a little bit smaller, but we can definitely look into it. And I'll talk to Ty and Steve and see if there's something that we could even include in maybe like a tax notice, or if there's anything going out from the city already in September that we could tack something onto to do that widespread awareness. Excuse me. We also have a newspaper advertisement going out in the local paper. We've got a full page ad that's going to run. We have some digital advertising as well. And then in the in one of the online platforms, Chestermere Today, we're going to do like a bit of an interview style. So talk to a planner. So we've got some questions and answers from Jack that we're going to put in there, kind of like a blog style to get people thinking, again, a little bit more of a creative approach to raising some awareness. So across digital and then hard copy, we think that we've covered a pretty good range, but of course we're always open to more ideas and suggestions. You guys are residents and you know how you get informed, so we're always interested to hear other ways.
Could that mail out go with utility bills, for example?
Potentially, yeah. And I think I can chat with Steve and Ty about that and see when the next one's going out.
Councillor Sambo.
Thank you, Mayor Dean, through you to the interim CAO and the presenters. Yes, if I'm understanding this correctly, it sounds like we haven't done this for 10 years, so I think it is very much worth the investment in making sure as many people contribute as possible. And mail drops, I think, just for some context, I think the last time I looked at it for all of Chestermere was like around 15 or something like that, 15,000.
1,500 for a non-addressed.
Non-addressed.
Addressed is higher.
1,500?
Non-addressed is about 1,500.
1,500. Okay, I thought it was quite a bit more than that. Maybe I was. Anyway. So I think that's very useful. And just another thing to put possibly on your radar, the use of Facebook is widespread in Chestermere. I'm not sure whether that's been communicated as well. But in particular, some of the groups, that's a great way to get really unfiltered feedback from the community, uncontextualized, but public opinion,
unfiltered, uncensored.
Absolutely. But I think so this is I'm just going to soapbox a little bit about public engagement. I think there are I think public bodies get into a habit of saying we're really good at public engagement because we've set up shop in this building like 6 times this year. Yeah. And the reality is that if people are not attending that, I believe that it is our responsibility to go where people are physically and digitally. And for something this important, I think it is that important to put the resources in to go and meet people. And so if people, I'm hoping that residents are coming out and engaging, because for every comment I got while I was campaigning about the pace of development, the look of development, all of these concerns, this is now your opportunity to shape that for the future. So that's my comment, is that I think it's very, very worthwhile to invest in that for the community.
Yeah, thank you so much for those comments. And we definitely agree. And there's a fine line between trying to prevent this feeling of engagement fatigue, where if a community feels like they've been over-engaged but also don't see the results of that engagement making an impact in their community, it could start to prevent them from actually wanting to participate in engagement. So that's kind of one of our main objectives here, is to not like to walk the talk. So we want to hear from you, and we want you to see your ideas reflected in the document at the end of the day, and make it implementable and make people see this is like your city, so we're building this plan for you and with you. And to address your comments about the engagement, so I kind of went over how we're going to be raising awareness, but also so the engagement, just to dive into it a little bit more. So this first phase, we have an online survey that should take about 10 minutes for people to fill out. And again, there is engagement fatigue when it comes to surveys. A lot of the time when people are constantly asked, oh, just jump online, fill this out. Our goal is to, in addition, to supplement an online platform to do these pop-up engagements. And we were quite strategic in the 4 that we're going to be out doing. So we're spending 2 hours across 4 different days in Chestermere, and we've picked a variety of locations to do those. So one will be at the Recreation Center on a busy evening, weekday evening, to try to catch parents who might not otherwise come to an open house because they're busy with their children. We'll get the kids who are also participating in those after school sports. So we'll be at the rec center, the library as well, to comment, to address, like, try to get some children involved. We can bring coloring sheets, get them to draw a picture of, what do you envision for your future city. Every component we can have it like a child-based activity as well, so coloring or drawing. And that'll all be reflected in our engagement summaries as well. So anything we capture while we're out talking to people will be reflected directly in how we report back. We're also going to park ourselves out at one of the parks for a couple of hours on an afternoon on a Saturday. That way we might also hear from some visitors in town, because as much as we're focused as well on residents, we also want to know why people come to Chestermere as well. So the park, the beach, the dog parks, and then the last one is, grocery shopping. You always get a lot of great conversations when you park yourself at a grocery store, especially we're trying to work with Safeway right now to get set up on their customer appreciation night. I think it's the first Tuesday of the month. We're trying to get that locked down so that we can catch people who are out running their errands. So like you said, a typical open house can be great when it's a really focused topic that people are really passionate about one specific thing, like a development project or something that impacts them directly. They might not know yet that an MDP does direct them or it does affect them so directly. So we want to get out and meet people where they're at. And make it really convenient for them. They can pop by. We're going to have one-pagers. They're kind of handouts with the QR code to take them to the online survey. We'll have a couple interactive boards, like Jonathan mentioned, and some quick feedback mechanisms, and just have some really friendly chats. Take that opportunity to explain why we're out and how they can get involved and try to build some excitement. So that's kind of phase one. And then when we take all that feedback, report back onto the website, and share reports with council to show you what we've been hearing. Then Jonathan will go with the team and start to draft some policy and start to think about the draft directions that are going to come out in the MDP. Then we're going to come back out in round 2, which will be December, January, and we'll come back out and do a more kind of in-depth event for that to start to workshop a bit the draft directions. So we'll do a half-day draft directions workshop, and then that'll kind of filter into an open house later in the evening. So people will have a whole day to come out and participate. We'll have another online survey with that one as well. And I also want to mention the community partner groups that Jonathan kind of alluded to. We have a very extensive list of community partners that we've identified across recreation and sports, culture, religion, different business owners, different societies and clubs that the city's administration has been kind enough to kind of help us build out this really extensive list. They will all be invited to some meetings that are going to take place September 9th and 11th. We're hosting them right here in council chambers. We're going to set this room up as kind of a workshopping space, and they're able to participate in a session with us. So we've split it up over 2 days. They can sign up for a window of time to come in and workshop with us. So through those groups, we also hope that they will start to help us raise awareness. So we're really big on using the community organizations who are already in touch with their members. They already have a pulse on the community. They have their platforms on social media. They have their ways of communicating, and hopefully use them to help us leverage their channels to get the word out as well. So we'll be meeting with them first before we go out into the broader community, and we're hoping that that also helps kind of build some buzz and use the groups that are already kind of out in the community.
I wonder too if you could I'm not sure how big your team's going to be when you go out to these things, but if you're picking a busy weeknight at the rec center, for example, our Whitecappers are right there as well, and so perhaps and they do monthly dinner events and things like that, and so it might be an opportunity to be in the rec center as parents are coming in with their kids for hockey tryouts that are about to get going, while at the same time being able to pop over to the Whitecappers, which is right around the corner. And be able to engage with some of our seniors within that regard, and possibly considering the idea of going over to the Lakeshore Manor, because those could be good ways to engage directly with our senior populations who may not be able to get to some of these events, who may not be able to access things online, but we might be able to then get to them in that regard.
Definitely, and we'll make sure that the posters are dropped at all the seniors' homes as well. The Whitecappers and the Lakeshore Manor are both on our community partner list,
Oh, great.
so they'll actually, like the organization leads will be invited to come to our engagement, and then
great.
again we'll leave them with a bunch of handouts that they can then take back and help us spread the word. And also want to just touch on, we do have access to translation services with the city of Chestermere, so there is a translation machine that's actually really cool. I've never used one of these before, but we're going to be bringing it with us to engagement events. So if there is anyone with English as a second language, we'll have the ability to do live translation, which is really an awesome thing to have access to. And then we're also going to be working with the community partners, the cultural groups, to see if there's anyone that wants to there's a small honorarium that we could dedicate to them to have them actually come out to our engagement events and help us communicate and translate in person, and maybe even translate the survey if we have people that aren't able to do it in English. So it's definitely top of mind to do a really diverse and inclusive engagement program, and we've got a lot of tools available to make that happen. So
Great, thank you. Does that answer that for awesome? Good. Councillor Worzanowski, did you have a couple of initial comments or questions?
Yes, thank you, Mayor Dean. And as a follow-up question to Councillor Sandbo's question, I'm curious, through you, the chair, administration, and to the presenters, Tamil, how do you eliminate bias as best you can? Because in this community, we have a very vibrant online presence and social presence, and often the squeaky wheel gets the grease, and the squeaky wheel may not be always the best solution for the community. So I just have a question, and generally I think we have an idea of where those biases lay, but we still want to make the, Mr. Vincent has said before, there's the 10% of the population that will never be happy. There's the 10% of the population that will always be happy, and then there's the 80% in the middle that you really want to satisfy, because that's who our customers are, and that's who we're serving. So my question is, in addition to the public engagement and developing the MDP, how do we remove bias?
Tamil, do you want to answer that first, and then I can?
Sure.
yeah, thank you for the question. That's always one of the challenges with public engagement, and we see it a lot with social media and the increase of the engagement that takes place behind a keyboard. I don't even always necessarily consider that engagement. Sometimes it's just a platform to voice concerns with no follow-up. So I typically look at social media as a way to learn and gather information and get a pulse on conversations in the community. But I don't typically use social media as a tool of engagement. It's more of a monitoring for myself anyways. Of course, we'll be watching and seeing what the tone is. And there is always going to be a spectrum of folks who are fully supportive, in the middle, and maybe always have something kind of negative to say about what we're doing. What our goal is to collect the feedback, report back transparently. Here's what we heard here, and we will use social media as well as a way to monitor that. And then use our what we heard reports and our follow-up communications, we call it closing the loop, to explain not only what we heard, but how we're using the input that goes forward and giving the rationale around why. So a lot of the information that Jonathan shared with you guys today is quite in depth, and the public might not get the same level of presentation and numbers, but we want to be able to explain. If someone says, well, we don't want to see commercial and industrial, we don't want to see increased density, it's our job to explain how the planning policy works, how town planning works, how growth evolves over time, the implications on taxes. So it's our job to listen and then to use our tools in communicating and educating back to close the loop. And some people might not be happy with the direction. Growth and change is a really hard pill to swallow for a lot of people, especially for the residents that have been here from the beginning. Growing up in Cochrane, have the exact same thing that's happened there with all the growth that's happened. We've got the original pioneers of Cochrane who are really disappointed to see the way that the town has changed over time. But then we also have the vibrant kind of new folks who came into a growing and evolving community because that's why they moved, for the vibrancy and the change. So I think we expect to hear a variety of input, and this is kind of our first, big push, and we'll be able to adapt and adjust and learn from our kind of take the learnings from this first phase and adapt for the second round. But this is an exploration. We want to know the aspirations. We want to know the desires. We want to hear all of the opinions so that we can then feed it back to council and through administration and decide, because we know you guys have a pretty strong, clear direction, but maybe public input will actually, there might be something that comes up that you guys haven't thought about yet or that we haven't thought about yet. So we want to hear it all, and managing the hard conversations is a part of our role and our job as well, and using education and information to try to help clarify and justify and rationalize. Jonathan, do you want to add anything?
I think that's good.
Yes, thank you. There's a great quote, actually. Growth and comfort do not coexist.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, it's true. And through the chair, administration, again to the presenters, the other question that I have is, we live in a unique geographical position where there's some things beyond our control with our regional partners, whether it's Rocky View County, the City of Calgary, and others, Wheatland County, maybe to some extent. How do we try to integrate our planning of our MDP with things that we may not have control over? Because you've talked about public engagement and how important it is to hear from the residents. Well, the residents don't always have, we as residents may not always have full control of our destiny.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's right, Jonathan.
Nick, do you want to? You're all about that.
Yeah, I love this one. Thank you for the question. You're absolutely right, because the other issue is you don't also regulate everything, which often people think you do, like roads. Sometimes Alberta Transportation are the regulator, and they don't do a very good job at engaging. And I think the key is through the process, you've just got to, this is where you build trust. You just got to be honest with people about, what we can't control. And when we go through the engagement, we'll do our best to try and explain and simplify areas that you don't have control. You're part of the region, unless you pull out of the regional board, which I'm not too sure whether you can or not, but I know Edmonton Regional Board, there's always that discussion that goes on. But it's weighing up the pros and cons of each. And what you'll find, planning, and this is democracy. Democracy is everything gets watered down. That's the reality. You're trying to get balances between, you can't please everybody, We got to realize, at the end, I always start off when I do engagement with people, I say, look, we do a land use bylaw MDP. This isn't going to make everybody happy. But if they can see the reason why, and I think Tamil mentioned and Jonathan mentioned, it's very important to try and give the why. And sometimes why are things that are not within your control, like, hey, we have to do this by law. If you're not happy with that, then you got to go lobby, or you as council, that's something that you need to decide, is this a priority for us? And at the end of the day, this is your document. You're the ones that are going to make the decision, right? Our job is to try and guide and tell you about the rules and legislation. We're bound by legislation. That's how our world works. So we got to work by that, right? And maybe that it becomes a policy within your document as to direction that you want to hear, because it becomes like a working document of things that you want to go do, right? Including, there's a lot that will come out of it that may lead to policy on updating all the other documents you have, like your transportation master plan and everything else. There's a whole lot that will come out of this document of other things you're going to need to do. But at the end of the day, we want to make sure that you buy into it, because the document's useless. And keep in mind, when you adopt it, your administration here, that's now their job. So don't get mad with them when they come forward to make decisions on your behalf, because that is their direction. Right, so you got to think about those things, because I've seen that happen a lot as well. They're sort of blaming administration when all the administration are doing and implementing the policy that was technically adopted by council.
Great, thank you. Councillor Ryan.
Thank you, through your worship. My question is something, somewhat very similar, because we talked about the public engagement and input. And I was thinking, what happens if that input or the feedback doesn't align with the CMRB I won't even say guidelines, because it's a plan, it's a growth plan, right? Because then I'm thinking that, well, if we're doing the public consultation, are we doing it to explain them the process, that, hey, you know what, this is what the process is, and even though we may not, fancy everything that's in the growth plan, but it's something that we have to emulate because we're part of the CMRB, or are we doing the consultation with the public to say, hi, you know what, fantastic idea, and maybe we, sounds like you don't need more, rooftops, and therefore that's what we're going to do, which may not again align with the CMRB.
Yeah, I'm trying to thank you for your comment. I'm trying to wrap it into a question of, I guess, to summarize your question, what if the feedback doesn't align with the CMRB direction? And I think through the chair, that's our job, as Nick mentioned, to educate the public on what those requirements are. And unless we receive other direction from council, that council wants to explore challenging the CMRB, if that's not the direction, then our job is to legally present what you must align with. And that'll be a key education component. It is for the whole region now. We're in a new realm where we have this regional plan. We need that education to go out. The CMRB, and I was part of the plan making process of the growth plan, didn't do a lot of engagement, I would say. I don't think a lot of citizens of the region understand that there is a regional plan that every city and municipality within the region needs to comply with. And so that needs to be a key component for us of that education piece. And so then the conversations are, okay, what is the thing that you want? Maybe it is lower density residential. And so how can that work within this plan? And there are some flexibility within that plan. There are some options within it if you look into it and sort of how you organize your new residential areas. And so if you want to be more on the side of lower density, then there's a way to do that. If you want to be on the side of higher density for other benefits, then there's a way to do it. But like, there are some bounds now if you're not going to go down the path of challenging it, which some municipalities seem to want to within the region. So Nick, I don't know. You have a lot of experience in the Edmonton region around that too.
I mean, so we're actually contracted to review applications that come in for both the CMRB and the MRB, the Edmonton Metropolitan. The CMRB is, I'd say, the policy's it's not that strong compared to the MRB. It's a lot clearer. In fact, there's a lot more vagueness around it. So we know what's expected, and I know because I've refused once and I've supported once. So I know exactly what, where you can sort of help to move through the process. It's going to be interesting to see what happens with them. I mean, it's so political, and this is something you as council are going to have to make a decision, because our job is we have to, you're engaging us, we have to make sure we're meeting law. I mean, it has to be submitted to the CMRB for approval. And if it's not approved, then you got a bigger question having a go. And that's not a pretty political thing I think you want to head into. So you need to ask those questions. Well, what path do you want to take? At the moment, we're bound by meeting these. We have a responsibility to educate your community about what those, whether it's the regional plan or whether it's the legislation itself that says we must do this. I mean, some people say, well, why are we even doing this? What's legislated? So it's just understanding, and also understanding some of the benefits around it and how you work forward. And as I mentioned, some of the feedback that we got around economic development, you'll find the density question, which seems to be the ugly word, how do you manage that? I mean, there's other ways to do it that works out well, right? It's just they're not being used, those tools at the moment, and you'll get a lot of kickback from developers around what those tools are. So, what are they? It's maybe making policy around design standards, that you want a high level of design, make sure that it's done right, that it makes it a unique community, that you really don't notice it that much. I mean, if you go to Europe, density is significant, but sometimes you don't notice it, right? And it creates some unique interests. It's just our level of design at the moment really isn't at that standard. In Edmonton, I can speak to that, where I'm pushing them to say, look, we need to take area structure plans to master plans now, because the design standards are just creating problems. But if you do good design, you can have good density. But there's a cost to it, right? So understanding all those, everything has a push and pull of everything we're doing here. And they're the questions we're going to ask that you need to really think about as you move forward, you know, because the word seems to be nasty versus actually can it be done right.
Councillor Ryan?
Thank you. Just have got one a quick question here.
I'll wait.
And this is actually from Mr. Jack Shipton's document where he's talking about the implications of the NDP, and you mentioned the MDP enhances community well-being and promotes social equity. I don't know what that really means and how that fits in, because in Jonathan's document on what factors are considering in creating a municipal development plan, you know, I see it in, you know, mention social in there, or social equity. So, because my question being, you know, the MDP, how does that promote social equity?
Through you, the Chair, to the Council, in terms of the question, it's a very good question. Social equity has been used a lot these days, and how I'd see it is starting with our engagement. I mean, you've heard how we've got, you know, equipment have translations, so we're getting the voices. We're trying to reach out to minority communities as well as the majority communities. So we hear all voices and different perspectives. And when that information comes together, it'll be really interesting. Is it going to be like this, you know? And you got those hard decisions. Where do you sit? How do we move forward? So that's one area. But this is also you as council coming up with now, what does that translate to in terms of policies? So the document can create that opportunity in terms of social equity. Could be as simple as making sure that everybody has access to the beach on the lake. I don't know, I'm just using it as an example. Public access, recreational facilities that you're talking about, everybody has access. You know, what does that, so that's where social equity could come through in terms of, and there's other elements, I'm just using examples of how that could transpire, but we start with the engagement and making sure that we're listening. And we've got to listen to find out, to see how that translates into policy.
It's very good. Thank you very much.
Deputy Mayor Grant.
Thank you, Worship. I had a question, but I think Councillor Narayan was reading my notes, so he he asked it for me. So I do kind of have maybe slightly a comment and a question. So I don't think in this community there is any fatigue in providing opinions. But
That's well stated.
That's very good, right? So I think there is fatigue in being asked a question and the answer being not ignored, but saying, thank you for your input. That doesn't meet what we want the answer to be or what our bubble says it can be. So thank you, but this is the right answer. I think that's the fatigue that happens a lot of the time in these surveys.
Through you, Mr. Chair, it's a very good question. I come across it a lot in what is tough and complex decisions. I mean, everybody thinks it's simple, but it's not. And it comes back to that education. And it's, I always look at, when I explain, I said, everything's like a system. And whenever you push one lever, it's going to have an impact on another. And you can't please everybody. What you can do is explain the why and be genuine about it. And that's, you know, I've been in situations where I remember we put in a floodplain overlay. You know what that does to property values? But at the same time, the municipalities, you know, got a huge issue in terms of who's going to come. They don't want more development happening because the cost, they're going to run to them for the money. So we had to do it. And I remember this big gentleman coming up to me. He was fiery and going at me. And I, you know, he said, we're going to have to get a lawyer. We're going to have to do this. And I said, yes, you're right. I was just being honest with him. And he's going, hang on, you're agreeing with me? I said, yes. But if you understand, this is also what these are the tough decisions that come. And this comes from a result of not doing planning often. I can tell you there's so many Pandora's boxes in Alberta where it's sad because planning isn't being done. It's been put under the carpet. It's called Pandora's box. It'll come out and bite you in the bum, is the way to put it. And that goes back to, like I was mentioning earlier when we were talking about where does the majority of your money go? You know, if you defer, I've seen councillors defer the things that no one sees, which are your sanitary, your water, all the essentials are really the basics, and the infrastructure gets worn down more and more and more, till eventually you have no choice but to replace, and the cost is horrific, and it gets so controversial. So asset management plans. But those sorts of things are really important, because it's like this building, you know, what's behind the walls? If it's rotting, it may look good, but if it falls down, it's not going to help anybody, is it? And this is what planning is about. It's about your economics, about being fiscally resilient. It's about having a great community. But all of those have push and pulls, because there's cost, which has an impact on what you can actually do and what are you prepared to do.
Yes, thank you. And that's kind of exactly what I'm getting at is we're going to ask a question, and I think everyone sitting up here knows what the answer is going to be when it comes to densification. It was asked during our election campaigns many times. It's not desired by our residents. We're looking at the CMRB now, who's saying you have to put densification in. So we're going to go, hey, how do you feel about densification? They're going to go, we hate it. We're going to go, okay, well, you need it. So I think the engagement needs to not necessarily, like you mentioned, not necessarily be, this is the question, but this is the question, and these are the reasons of why we're asking it that way.
So if I can add, I mean, it's a really good point. If someone asked me, said, you know, we don't want density, first question is, well, why? Let's start with why. And find out the reason, because the environment where my training and planning was based on is about everything having an impact. Everything has an impact. But then the question is, well, how do you remedy, avoid, mitigate? What are the tools? And that may be what we put into policy. You know, like I said, design standards, maybe it's that. They look ugly. I don't know, to tell you the truth. What is the why behind it? You know, so I think they are the questions you got to be asking when you go through engagement, not just time, but saying, all right, well, why do you not like density? What is your concern with it? Some people say, well, the traffic. Well, your roads are usually underutilised to begin with, so think of that as a resource. If you had a resource, why would you spend, which takes up, what, 60% of your budget operating costs, why would you underutilise it? Other questions are going to be asked. So for everything that people comment on, is it a fact or is it just an observation and their view because things have increased? But you have this infrastructure that you need to really seriously think about, because that's your biggest expenditure.
I agree. Framing the question is what's critical here. So I appreciate the answer. Thank you very much.
Yeah, and just to add to that, through the chair, if you looked at that map that showed your unplanned land, it's quite limited actually. So all of the existing area structure plans are grandfathered under the CMRB growth plan. So those take you 10, 20, almost 30 years ahead, I think, if we look at the analysis. So the next 30 years are almost already dictated by the existing area structure plans. We're kind of asking the question, what about after that, right? And if, you know, a significant portion of those lands may go employment area, then the question of density isn't there either. We have an even smaller area that we're talking about putting policy in place for future density, right? So the question becomes quite limited, and I think Nick's on the right track there, and we've had previous discussions with administration on what about design standards for multi-unit residential developments? Is that a tool that the MDP could leverage, could look towards? Maybe it's the next project after the MDP. Maybe the MDP has components in it that says, here's some basic design standards for those multi-unit, more dense developments that mitigate, as Nick said, some of those concerns that the residents have. Thanks.
Yes, thank you. I think an extension to what Deputy Mayor is speaking about as well is, I think there's a fatigue in our community of a theme that I found in reading today's agenda package was whether we're looking at the MDP, whether we're looking at our financial framework that we're going to be talking about here later on this afternoon, whether we're talking about our rec presentation that's going to be coming up next, is this idea that we've kind of had the same similar conversations since a long time, 10 plus years, and what have we done? And where are we now when it comes to recreation? As a, you know, if I was, you know, foreshadowing, where are we now when it comes to recreation as to where we were in 2014? And how has it changed? And I think some of the same struggles that we're seeing within our MDP it would be similar things that we're asking ourselves now in 2024, designing our new MDP for 2025, seems to be the same conversations that we were having when it was produced 10 years ago. And I think that the fatigue within our community is do something. And let's get some things done, and let's see what those things look like, and let's have some cost analysis, and let's either do it because we're doing it, or tell us why we're not doing it because we can't. But this whole idea of being in the same spot, the perpetual same spot for an extended amount of time, I think is what is a frustration that's in our community. That's more of a rant than a question for you. I do have a couple of questions, if I may, if I can just indulge, kind of be in the chair for a second here. You mentioned about the MDP can be filled with fluff, and I'm curious about that because is it not a legislative document? And so if it is a legislative document, isn't it the document that is the big picture of what you're doing? Is it not incumbent upon council to stay in the big picture of what we're doing? Administration then works at that on the ground level through all the other plans, and decisions made by council stay at that higher level. So how in a legislative document would a council be filling it with fluff?
Want me? We could both. Yeah. We are passionate about this one.
So
sorry, yeah. I might be the grumpy one on some of this today.
That's a very good question, Mayor Dean. And so what I've seen around Alberta and in BC is community planning MDP policies that simply have encourage statements, so or promote. So the city will promote mixed-use development. Well, what does that mean, right? There's no action really out of it. Promote isn't defined, or encourage, or as I mentioned, a client of mine changed policies from shall to the city shall aspire to. Aspire to assist with affordable housing. Well, what does that really mean? There's no concrete action associated with it. And so we want to get your policies and work with you and your administration so that those policies, link to an action, right? In the case of perhaps multi-unit design guidelines, a policy could be that the city will undertake a process to create multi-unit residential design guidelines, or could just include those within the MDP, perhaps, as an example, right? You don't have to do that. But yeah, that's where I would take that question, Nick.
Yeah, thanks. I found on a number of levels. I lecture at the Calgary University because I've been concerned with planners who come out, including some of my new planners who write what I call fluff, which is where they've been trained to write these wonderful, amazing statements but have no reality to them. They don't translate. They sound great. And these are the questions you got to ask when you put in policy, because you're looking at a document that's 20 years, 25 years out, so it's pretty hard. It's meant to be updated every 5 years, right? That's a key. So in a way, I was saying to Jonathan, the shield policy is almost what you want to look at 5 years. Also, you have council. What happens is that's 25 years. Your council may change. You're a new council. You're right at the start of it. But new councillors come along and they don't like the policy. Instead of changing it because it's too much of a headache, they just ignore it. And that's very frustrating, again, for administration who are, it should be tied across. It should be tied into your corporate strategy, all those other things the document should be tied to, and including your budgets when you're thinking about it as you move forward. But it comes down to whether council buy into it or not, and what's the risk of being appealed, because what was it we had recently? You mentioned Cochrane, I think, was Canmore, which is they weren't following their MDP and got challenged on it. So, which is a good thing if the community does it. But I've been in councils where some of them go, "We have an MDP," which is sad, because it really is, as you mentioned, where council should be feeding off in terms of the bigger picture and looking at how you're going to implement those things going forward.
You inadvertently set up my next question beautifully, because I wonder if Chestermere is a bit of a cautionary tale in some ways, because you're right. We've experienced rapid growth. We have lots of development that has happened, but I would suggest that each councillor up here in some way has spoken to it throughout this and heard about it as recently during the campaign, and that is the idea of infrastructure surrounding development. Right? And it is a concern within this community. Has infrastructure kept up with development? Whether we're talking about roads, schools, zoning for even things like religious spaces, recreation. Have we kept up? And when I read through what is supposed to be done within a municipal development plan, and I look at some of the things that have happened in our community over the last 10, 12 years, when I look at we have different numbers actually when it comes to our residential to tax base, right? You have a number in here of 91%. I've seen numbers in other documents that are coming out even today that are 95.5, and the number that we've also seen is 94.6, right? Either way, it's not great, right? So I think ours is a bit of a cautionary tale, and so I guess what do we need to do as a council to ensure that as we're developing this MDP, that similar things don't happen in our community moving forward?
Thank you, Worship. I love that question. Another one, I love these. So one of the things I've observed that has surprised me in working across Canada is there's a lot of money spent as what I call the front end and nothing in terms of what's called monitoring. Setting what's called KPIs, KPIs, key performance indicators, which is something you should be looking at in your MDP in terms of making sure that you're putting good monitoring in place around critical infrastructure as to what is important to you. Some of it can be easy, some of it more complex. You have a great GIS base, so Geographical Information Systems basically is a great tool for helping with monitoring. But, I think that is a key. I've always asked councillors, how do you make decisions when you haven't got any information to back it up? It's just going, I like it, or lobbying or whatever. It's not an informed decision. So I think my recommendation would be when we do the MDP, part of it is actually having a policy around monitoring and where you want to focus key performance indicators. And then the other one, I think I've mentioned asset management plans. Maybe you're doing asset management plans already, which is great. Not everybody is, but they're very, very important. Because keeping an eye on when you have to replace the infrastructure, but it comes right down to your light bulb if you get to the true asset management planning, when it's going to fade out, what the cost is. They're important things. To me, that's really important, where the monitoring, getting good at data so that you know where you're heading and are you meeting your objectives that you're going to set. Does that help?
That helps us moving forward for sure. So that, so a council then, theoretically, could be making decisions that aren't necessarily in alignment with all the things that should be within an MDP. Could that happen because they're too low what they should be focusing on? Or is that, I just think ours is such a cautionary tale, right? We haven't had a new school since 2014, right? And we look at other communities that are a little bit bigger than us, but they've had 6 or 7, right? So I just, when I look at you had the project key messages, and you had several different things. I could hold it up as a highlight, and I highlighted playgrounds and parks, housing choice and affordability, local shops and services and employment areas, local infrastructure, and community centers and daycares and schools. These are project key messages, and I would suggest to you that each one of those that I just named, it would be very easy that if that was part of your survey or part of your public engagement or part of what you were talking about, residents would very quickly speak to the lack in each of those areas. And so I guess I'm seeking advice on how we make sure that we do a really good job as a council, because this is coming under our watch, if you will, to determine for the next X number of years, how do we make sure that these key messages are addressed within our NDP?
Yeah, and thank you, Worship, for the, again, great comment. I mean, all those comments will be when you see as the document evolves, then the answer is when we get to sort of the policies around it. And what you got to look for is looking at, there's a range of tools. And one of the things I try to encourage councillors, don't always look at regulation as always the tool. There's incentives as well. So you got to look at, because like daycare facilities are something that are a little bit more complex. It's not like you get land that's sort of privately sort of run. But you can also monitor it in terms of with your GIS and in terms of finding out, well, where are the daycares geospatially? What is the capacity of it? Where is the need? Because you'll go through maybe a cycle. Remember, you're in that generation of a lot of kids, and you've been in the ones where suddenly then the kids leave, and the parents get older, stay in their place, and then the schools die down. I mean, I've seen that cycle as well that happens. I think school grounds you've mentioned quite a bit, and obviously that's the education department, but you have a responsibility around the assets and the land. So how do you make sure you get that land at the right time? So they're all good questions I think are going to evolve as we move forward that will come into policy.
And with that, sorry, just before, would that also then be done through further workshops with council as we're doing this, and then further workshops with our staff as we continue to work through the NDP as that information from community comes back?
For sure, and I think that's where those KPIs come in, is that you could have a high-level policy saying that, like, access to schools is really important, and then what is the metric around that that you want to track, right? That schools are an integral part of development, and that new development won't begin until existing communities have sufficient school. Whatever the policy is, and then whatever that tracking metric is, right? In some communities in BC, we've worked on recreation, you mentioned, access within a certain number of meters from each home has at least a little park, top park or whatever, and then that can be tracked. So you could have the policy, which is access to recreation. You can have the metric, which is each home is within 200 meters of, a park space or trail, whatever the metric is, and then you track that over time. And so that's how you link the high level direction of council to a metric to then a KPI.
Yeah, I think too, something I'm hearing is, in any industry, right? You mentioned it at the university. You go to the university and you hear all this really good theory, right? When I was in education, when I was a vice principal, and my first year teachers would have really good theory, and then they met a 16-year-old, and theory met 16-year-old, and suddenly theory didn't necessarily work. However, theory exists for a reason, right? And theory and good practice exists for a reason. And so what I do see in our presentation that you brought for us is good theory and good practice. And I wonder about how that has been historic, and how do we as a council ensure that we find that balance between theory, good practice, and how it's Chestermere first, and how we're making decisions about Chestermere, right? Because yes, we have to be yes, following CMRB, yes, following legislation, but I think something that's super important that this council is dedicated to is decisions that are Chestermere focused. What's right? Make it our own. Thank you, Councillor Schindler. Make it our own. Like, what is a Chestermere first decision? How do we do those things? What identifies us as us? And how do we? And then, but the big step in that, in my opinion, is how do we make sure that we as a council, that every decision comes through that? And I do think that's done through our strat plan, through our mission, our vision. But I just wonder. My question is, from your professional advice, how do we make sure that good practice and good theory meet application?
So, to me, it's about the process. And just, you mentioned earlier, like, this is really the start of us introducing ourselves and just talking about it. We're just starting. I think Tamil mentioned we're in phase 1 of the engagement. You're going to be involved a lot more before. Right. Our goal is always, by the time we get to the public hearing, the formal adoption, it's like rubber stamped, and you're going to have no one here complaining, and you're all going to, every document I've done so far through this process gets unanimously approved. Because the key is you need to understand what the policy means.
Okay.
We're going to ask when you come back, we're going to ask some of those tough questions like we're having now. We should have this dialogue. Because you need to understand, well, okay, that's great, say it, but what does it mean to implement? Okay. What's the fiscal cost around it? What are the tools that we need? That comes back to the lower density. I mean, the problem with the lower density is they're not fiscally responsible from a housing point of view. This is the big challenge. And I think you asked me before, if you didn't have the regional plan with the density in it, would I still recommend it? Yes, because it's good practice from a fiscal point of view. What I think has been failing is the design element of it.
Okay.
Right? So that's the sort of challenge around good practice, because I'm really worried about the fiscal side of municipalities. They end up collapsing and then they get amalgamated into a county. So in your case, that would be, I guess, Rocky View or the city, which I'm not sure your public really want that either.
No.
So they are the questions you got to ask yourself, because that can be the consequences down the road if you don't do good planning.
Okay. Thank you.
Your Worship, may I comment on that?
Absolutely, Councillor Sambo.
I just wanted to add my passionate endorsement for the presenter's comments about the design standards. I really, really think that that is going to go a long way in helping our community feel that any form of densification, intensification is palatable. And I also think it can't be stated enough that we need a municipal development plan, but that doesn't mean that we need to develop immediately. This is for future developments, because I know that will be a concern coming from the community. We have quite a bit of development going on right now that this feedback will not impact, right? So I want that to be really clear as well. But if we were able in the future, the next time that we had a development come before us under this MDP or come before whatever council at the time, if that had a feel of Chestermere to it, if it had some element of extra recreation or green space, if it had exterior design standards that built a sense of identity and community, that would go a long way. And I don't think that can be understated.
I agree. Absolutely.
If I can,
Mr. Mayor, if I might just respond to the question you put previously, it all comes down to implementation, and it's when those matters come before council for a decision. When you look down at your agenda and you see your vision and your mission, and you put that in context of the plans that are all in place, taking that all into consideration, if those decisions are made in that particular context, it will all come together and it will happen.
Our goal would be that every time, once it's adopted, you'd have it next to you here in council every day.
Yeah. No, absolutely. I do think it's an incumbent on a council to stay at that 30,000 foot view. Because that's right to stay at that view, and then the execution happens through the work of staff. And yeah, thank you.
So, Mr. Mayor, you're gonna wrap it up.
I was just gonna say, no, I think it's probably more appropriate you go first. I was gonna start wrapping things up here for us. So.
I was headed down that same road,
perfect.
so we're in parallel. So
yeah, I just wanted to say thank you first to our presenters. As you can see, we're working with some extremely knowledgeable individuals. We're in good hands here. Questions, directions today that you had, administration will be taking them, moving forward with them. As mentioned, there is a second information session planned for December, January. We'll be coming back and getting more feedback from you, Mayor and Council. And just wanted to say thank you, everyone, for the great responses today. Everyone was very engaged. I know it was a bit of a long haul presentation, but thank you. It's an important one that we get this one right. So, yeah, just wanted to say thank you. And, yeah.
Again, not a long haul presentation. This is huge, important work for our community. We are talking about the master development plan for our entire community. It's, it's not little. I would also like to put back to administration, I'd like to encourage somewhere in there, I know it's going to be happening at GAP as well, but I think there's an interest from our council to look at workshops. It's something that we've been talking about, and I think that this would be a great workshop opportunity for our council, just to have a bit of a less formal opportunity to really dig into this, flip some pages over, do some bedtime reading, as you mentioned, of some previous material. And so I'd encourage administration to consider booking a workshop for council so that we could do that. Councillor Schindler. Yes.
Yeah, absolutely. We will definitely take that into consideration, get something set up. Do we have any other direct questions for administration before we
I don't
recommend?
Can we call for the motion, please?
Oh, for sure. The recommendations that the committee accepts the MDP information session 1 included along with this report as attachment 1 as information.
Can you imagine if we said no to you right now? That would be the most amazing moment. Just kidding. Just kidding. Sorry. We can still have fun at council, can't we?
Absolutely.
Can I have a counselor to make this, Counselor Schindler?
I move that the committee accept the municipal development plan information session number 1, included as attachment 1 as information.
Comments, questions? Call for the vote. Oh, passed unanimously. Look at that. There we go. We're good. Awesome. Thank you so much. Thank you. That was great. We really appreciated that. Thank you so
very
much.
Sorry for the passion and the.
No, it's great. Thank you. No, that was.
Business so long, I just.
No, that was great. Thank you. I'd like to call for a quick 5-minute recess to reset coffee and water and a quick break. Thanks, everybody. Good morning, everyone. We are just coming back out of recess after having a fantastic conversation about MDP, and now moving on to something that is far less controversial and/or less of a big project: recreation in the city of Chestermere. And so, our presentation here is starting off by Kathy Russell, our project manager.
Thank you, Your Worship, and it will be equally fantastic. So good morning, Your Worship and members of Council. Please note that all of our comments will be made through the CEO to Your Worship and members of Council. Firstly, I'd like to introduce our consultant, Mr. Mike Roma. He has been a lead consultant with RC Strategies for 19 years out of Sherwood Park, and has been instrumental in expanding to several different provinces. He brings a wealth of knowledge in the area of recreation and parks planning and partnerships and governance, a whole variety of areas. So we're really happy to have Mike. And I really appreciate that he drove from Sherwood Park this morning. So if we could get the slides up, Kallen, that would be great.
So just before you begin, would you like to go through the whole presentation and then just have questions at the end, or questions? How would you like to do that?
I think we're happy with fielding questions anytime.
Throughout? Okay.
Yep, for sure.
Sounds good. Good.
Okay, so next slide, please. In the presentation, what I'll do is provide a brief introduction on the purpose and the context, and then I'll turn it over to Mike to speak about the findings and the recommendations in the report. And I just wanted to make one note. In the report, you'll see the term CRRC, and that refers to the Chestermere Regional Recreation Center. So the term is both for the property as well as the operator, which is the CRCA. So just as a clarification. Next slide, please. So as background, back in February, the city engaged RC Strategies to conduct a partnership assessment between ourselves, the city, and the CRCA, with the purpose of really two things. One is to understand the opportunities for collaboration, and number two, to assess the opportunities and around various governance models that might be considered going forward for the CRRC. But before we get into the details, I'd like to point out a couple of things. The report was commissioned only by the city, and it wasn't a joint commissioned report that was done between the three parties. The intention of the report is really to serve as a starting point to host future discussions with all three parties. And although county administration has reviewed the report, they haven't provided actual concrete feedback. So with this in mind, we would need to be doing more detailed engagement with both the county as well as the CRCA in terms of next steps. So I'll pass it over to Mr. Roma to share the process and findings and recommendations.
Thanks, Kathy. Your Worship, members of Council, members of admin, members of public, thanks for having me here today. Very excited to be asked to be part of this conversation at this important time in the city's sort of future scoping and thinking about recreation and thinking about where you want to go from here. I've never lived here. I've never lived in the area. I'm not going to stand up here and pretend I know more about the community than you do, but I will say that one of the first projects that I ever worked on was in 2004. And it was for the CRCA at that point in time, and it was around finishing the Red Arena. So I've had an eye on Chestermere since. I've had the good fortune to work here on a couple of occasions since then, and done a lot of work in the region, in the Calgary region, and in the province too. So I was always excited to see what was next for Chestermere, and I'm very excited to be part of that conversation for you. The other thing I just wanted to highlight is at RC Strategies, all we do is parks and recreation planning, so it's what we specialize in. As that's all we do, we're actually called upon across Canada to not necessarily have this exact same conversation for sure. This is a pretty unique one, but to talk with communities about their recreation challenges and how to think strategically about the future in providing these important services. Great. So how do you want me to do a, okay, perfect. Maybe. I don't know if it'll work for the PDF. That's the only problem. I can just give you a signal if you want. Okay. Okay, you can go to the next one. Thank you. So I just wanted to say a few things about the, I think there's one previous to that, actually, the context one. Perfect, yeah. Just say a few things about the context, which I think will be redundant to you, but want to be clear about these because they're important to this conversation. The facility and the site, the site is owned by the county and operated independently by the CRCA. The current facility is aging, as you know, and there is a need to develop and support a sustainable asset renewal plan, which you heard that theme in the previous presentation. It's the only major indoor recreation facility that you have in the city, and that kind of municipal support that's gone in to help the facility and site has been kind of ad hoc throughout the years and not fully committed to and sort of structured. And from time to time when issues have surfaced about the CRRC, previous councils have indicated a desire to have more involvement in the delivery of that facility or more municipal influence. So these are just some contextual things that either we know about or we've been told at the beginning of this process. Your Worship.
Sorry, you had said questions throughout. So I have a question about the definition then of only indoor recreational facility in Chestermere. Does this not take into account recreation that happens inside schools? We have a couple of other facilities that do indoor recreation that are either rented out by other groups and or utilized by other groups. So I'm just wondering about the definition of that it is the only indoor recreational facility in Chestermere.
Yeah, Your Worship, to yourself. It is actually meant to be, this specific presentation is focused on the CRRC and the site. And I guess maybe a better terminology would be the only major indoor recreation facility. The presentation that comes next about needs in general across the city definitely takes into account some of those other facilities that are offered to residents.
Okay.
But I would say, just as a general statement, this presentation and the next, that we're confined to things or to facilities or amenities that the city has influence over. So think of them as publicly supported or publicly owned and operated amenities. Schools is an interesting one because you have some influence, I'd say, over schools, but not direct influence. So they're definitely included, and they are part of the recommendations in the subsequent presentation.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. And you can go with the next one, please, Kallen. Perfect. So this just gives you an overview of the site, parcel size. Again, I think if you're not aware of this, you will be very much aware of this in the next little while, but it's almost 28 acres. The facility is almost 140,000 square feet, kind of built in two different times, or built at two different times, invested in at two different times. And it's zoned as public service. So again, important considerations. You can go to the next slide, please. So the process that we undertook for this partnership assessment, it included a background review into, I guess, what's relevant in terms of recreation and recreation planning, not just from the city's perspective, but also the CRCA and the county. We had some interviews, some interaction with obviously people from the city, but also administration from the county and board and administration from the CRCA. We looked at other, call them common, recreation facility ownership and operating models in Alberta, and because we thought that obviously needed to be part of this discussion. And then we developed a set of criteria to help evaluate what potential move forward options the city has related to the facility and the site. Then we developed a paper, which I believe you've seen, It was meant to be confidential at early stages of the project. It was shared with the CRCA board and with county administration and obviously your administration, and that brings us to where we are today. So go to the next slide, please. So there's a few comments to be made, I guess, about our findings, just again, sort of set the context a little bit, but the first is that the value of recreation is well understood, not just with the city and obviously with council's comments in the previous presentation and comments you're going to give us in these two. That's clear. But also the CRCA is very invested in recreation, and so is the county. So all three partners understand that value and understand why it's an important public service to be providing. There's no formal relationship between the three organizations right now as it relates to the facility or the site, or as it relates to recreation. But there has been a willingness to partner demonstrated, from time to time between the three partners. Not necessarily all together at the same time, but there's been partnership discussion or partnerships in place. The other is, and the third is starting to get into our commentary now. So I think Kathy sort of set this presentation up appropriately in that the statements that are on the slides, the statements that I'll make today, are from our perspective as a third-party consultant in the recreation world. They're not necessarily reflective of what the city believes, what the county believes, or what the CRCA believes, but it's our interpretation of all of that, trying to give you some guidance moving forward, at least act as a reference point. So this third point is starting to get into that realm. The local municipality should have a more integrated responsibility and influence over kind of the risk and reward that's associated with the ownership and operations of that facility and site. So there isn't enough involvement right now, public influence in that infrastructure. Next slide, please. So there were 7 different kind of ownership and operating models that we looked at, that we identified. And again, this is based on what we know municipalities can do or have done in the past, what we've seen in our experience with recreation facilities and assets and intermunicipal partnerships and the involvement of third-party nonprofit operators and so on. And they're all listed out there. And the criteria that we use to kind of adjudicate those runs across the top row there. So alignment is, as you can see, consistent with all of them. And I made that statement before. Everybody, all three partners believe in the recreation, or believe in the benefit of having quality recreation in a community and in a region. So that's good. The sharing of responsibility, risk, and reward is the next, which is really about that public accountability, that public responsibility, and how, I guess, that relates across the different options. Affordability and resourcing is about the partner's ability to kind of invest in the partnership, in the facility, and in the site. And that one did require, I'd say, us, I'm going to use the royal us because I wasn't the only one that worked on this, but I definitely was involved in this. It required some interpretation, some of our understanding to kind of score that one. But it's really about affordability of the partners that would be involved. Pride in ownership is really about community involvement and kind of understanding the civic pride that exists with the current situation and the community involvement that exists with the current situation, and wanting to kind of build upon that, or at least respect and kind of honor that. And then the fifth on the end there is common practice. And that's again about our observations with just looking at all of the different rec facilities that we've seen. How many of them are actually maybe owned and operated through partnership? How many of them are operated through a third-party nonprofit service provider? How many of them are owned by a municipality that isn't the municipality of jurisdiction where the facility sits, and so on. So common practice is more about, we didn't want to say leading practice or best practice, just common practice there, because there really isn't maybe a best practice when it comes to this. It's all about how you structure the relationship. So looking at those criteria, looking at the different scenarios, we did come to a recommendation. Again, this is for your consideration. It's obviously not binding on anybody right now, but the recommendation is that kind of the best case scenario, the best structure that we would maybe see in the future for the facility and the site is that it would be owned in partnership by the city and the county, and that would be operated by the CRCA under agreement.
Next slide, Kallen.
Your Worship, would you be agreeable if I jumped in with a question?
Absolutely.
I was wondering if we could back up to that chart, please. The affordability and resourcing, and this is through the chair to Interim CAO Vincent and through to our presenter. Because that is a bit of a judgment call, could we spend a little bit more time talking about the no's on there? And if we are saying that affordability and resourcing, those are no's because of the city's resourcing, I'm wondering what information you were able to access or what opinions you were able to access to come to this conclusion.
Through the chair, very good question. And I would just say that this gets to the root of why we caveated it twice, I think, that this is our opinion and not necessarily, going to be possibly exactly how you move forward. I would say based on our interpretation and our understanding of broader recreation needs in the community, the new recreation facility project that you're contemplating, and I'm sure one of the statements that we made in the needs assessment that the city in general is behind when you look at even what other communities of similar size spend on recreation. It just, I guess, seems like there's a lot that the city could, or maybe, depending on your direction, will invest in recreation. Any investment in the CRC isn't really going to be a improvement, I think, that your residents feel. Subsequent investment in the facility maybe, and maybe some influence over its operations could be, but that'll be a capital investment that, or could be a capital investment that really won't change resident quality of life. So all of those things put together is why on row 5 and any of the city-owned options it says no, and why it says no on the status quo is really a lot of that affordability to sustain the facility right now, at least on a assured basis, sits with the CRCA, and that's a nonprofit without a tax base that I wouldn't say is struggling to operate the facility, but I mean nonprofits have challenges operating these kinds of facilities and breaking even and so on. So that's where the scoring, if you will, of that affordability column came in. Hopefully that clarifies.
I would just say, Council, from a process standpoint, our presenter has invited us to ask questions throughout, so I would say feel free to, because I may be writing, or as we know, it's hard for me to look both ways at the same time. So feel free to jump in with those questions as the presentation's going.
Awesome. Thank you.
Councilor Worzanowski.
Thank you, Mayor Dean, and through the chair, the CAO, and both the presenters, Mr. Roma and Mrs. Russell. Ms. Russell opened the presentation with the caveat that this is a jump-off point or a starting point in regards to the recommendation here, number 6. And I'm curious in regards to some of the interviews, while it sounds as though there wasn't much of feedback from the CRCA as well as Rocky View County, if that played into your recommendation into municipal partnership owned and third party operated, or do we need to follow up further? Because it sounds like from Mrs. Russell's recommendation that we really haven't got too much from those other parties.
Appreciate the question through the chair, and I would say much more to the latter, that this is a more of a starting point with your more intense engagement with those two other partners. This conclusion is based on an interview or a couple conversations with both of those, as well as a couple conversations with city administration too, and then me and my team trying to interpreting existing kind of public-facing documentation or statements that have been made and so on. But very much this will require more interaction with both of those parties moving forward. And I guess, like, from my perspective, and it probably looks different from council and especially me coming up here and saying recommend this, recommend that. This is very much hopefully a starting point for those discussions to occur. And it could very well be everybody agreeing that Mike and his team were wrong on this, and maybe that even builds more of a stronger partnership base for you to work from. But based again on our experience, our exposure to other situations, somewhat limited knowledge of the city and the region, that's where this comes from, and tried to make it as transparent as possible using those criteria. But you could very well, like, even if council was more involved in this council, you might change, you might weight some of those criteria, you might get rid of them, you might add some. So I know it seems a bit loose, if you will, but this is definitely not complete in any way. But I hope and I believe that this is a step forward in the process. It's just not a leap forward for you.
A follow-up comment, if I may, and a bit in response to Councillor Warzanowski's question comment there as well. I think this is a smart recommendation. I think it's also the quickest to validate, but it is important to know how these yes/nos were determined, because with all of the various conversations that we're having on recreation, exactly that, we might end up weighting this differently, but it is the quickest to validate. And so thank you for putting this together.
Councillor Warzanowski.
Yes, thank you, Councillor Sandbo, and through the chair to you, Mr. Roma. I think it's important, Mr. Roma, maybe just give us a 60-second or 2-minute. I'm pleasantly surprised to hear that you were part of the Red Arena, because it was a 3 participant project that had its challenges that you got through to get that arena built in 2007 and before that. And I know a little bit about that project from former councillors, and we're kind of at that position now. While we're talking more than just an arena, the same proposal was presented 20 years ago almost.
Through the chair, I may have misled. I wrote a business plan that outlined the kind of pros and cons of finishing the arena at that, and some of the other spaces like on the second floor and so on, that I believe was used in a negotiation that was also used to apply for government grants and so on. I wasn't involved in and I didn't facilitate partnership discussion amongst the parties at that point in time. So I'm not privy to what magic was used at that point in time. Obviously, I've reviewed the historical investments and things that were made, but I have been involved in those kind of conversations in a variety of other jurisdictions, but I wasn't involved in that specific conversation.
From what I understand, and Deputy Mayor Grant can add some more color, former council was faced with an arena that was not functional or not available to the public, and we had a growing community of ringette players and hockey players at the time, and council put together a funding model from both the CRCA, the Rocky View County, and the city, and they all contributed, I think, in the means of about $700,000, and that still wasn't enough, but they still got the project done. So while there was some challenges along the way, they made it happen. So it's not the first time that we've been faced with this in the past.
Understood. Thank you.
Deputy Mayor.
So this is a little bit off topic. I was very interested by what you just said about that report for the red rink and finishing that space. Was that done on the bequest of CRCA?
Through the chair, yeah, that was our client. Again, I would say just in general, some of my involvement with the community, because it's been with the CRCA and sometimes with the city, and sometimes with the county as well. That one, I wasn't as clear about how it was maybe funded or how much influence the city had over that at the time, but definitely my contact, the person I was working with and the board I was answering to was a CRCA in that.
Thank you.
Through the chair, which I think is kind of a theme with that facility and the operations, right? It's very much has been driven by the CRCA, and that's why the comment of more public influence might be.
So I have a follow-up. Does your analysis go into the historical funding of the CRRC property and Rocky View's past engagement and where they've gone from there? So what I'm asking in plain words is, Rocky View used to be more involved in our recreation here, and they've since pulled back. So I'm wondering if any of that knowledge of the pullback is taken into account in your analysis.
Through the chair, I'd say yes, it has been, but again, through the interpretation of a third party. So, I mean, it definitely is not meant to be definitive in terms of the county's position on this at all. And this will, depending on which way council decides to move forward with this issue, if it is in kind of pursuing the recommendations here or pursuing even a more higher level of influence with the facility and the site, it's going to require more dialogue and understanding of where the county's coming from in this, as well as the CRCA. Your Worship's a lot of like gray statements I'm making up here. And I'm sure council appreciates that. So the next slide just has a few recommendations on it. So, governance recommendations. So in some way, shape or form to enhance joint municipal involvement in facility and site ownership and operations. And that's just to make sure that the facility is doing and the site is doing as much as it can in community, is helping you meet as much of your strategic goals and even the county's strategic goals as possible. And also to create some more security and assurance for the facility operations. And like the recommendation we have is the CRCA, so more security and assurance for them. But I would say that transcends whatever operating model you use, because right now it's not as strong and known as it probably should be for an important asset like that in your community. To sustain and perpetuate joint investment in the facility and the site. Now, I understand that council is new council. There's lots of things that are going to be balanced by council in your decision making, lots of places to invest. I would stress that this is very important. And I don't think it's out of sight and out of mind for you, but it could potentially be out of sight and out of mind for you. And I want to, if it is in any way, I'm going to put it right in front of you here, hopefully, with that recommendation. And then again, just to reiterate that partnership model, if we were to have to recommend something with the knowledge, understanding that we have right now, it would be the city and the county to jointly own the facility and site and then operate through the CRCA.
Just as a comment in terms of the importance of this, we are in the midst of developing our strategic plan, which news will come out soon on that. Currently, two of the highest priorities in our strategic plan are schools and recreation. So I believe the public and yourself can rest assured that recreation, both in the development of new recreation as well as moving forward in some capacity with our current recreation, are top of mind, top of conversation, everything. So, yeah.
Awesome.
Yeah, I was running out of words. It's important.
Yes.
I know, right?
Just as a general comment, I call myself a recreation cheerleader or proponent of recreation provincially, nationally. I really appreciate hearing a council state that is their priority. That makes me feel good, because that isn't always the case in municipalities. The next slide just outlines a little bit more about asset management. So we're going to talk about that in the next presentation. You had it before. I know this is increasingly top of mind for council and administration, but I did have the chance to review any sort of assessment information about the facility that exists and when it was done and what its sort of scope and focus was. And this is a pretty strong recommendation too, I'd say, just from my own personal opinion or our professional opinion, that another assessment be completed for the facility and the site that looks at structural, mechanical, electrical, like kind of the bones of the facility, but also functional assessment. So there are functional limitations in the facility, and there are also, again, I'd maybe say common practice, I might say leading practice for some, but there are accessibility considerations and energy efficiency considerations that are commonplace in facilities like the CRC that definitely aren't there right now. So an understanding of what's required to sustain that facility and how long it can be sustained and how to make it as functional as possible so you're getting the most out of that kind of investment and important asset in the community is important, not just for the future of the facility and the role that it plays in the city and in the region, but I think it's also an important consideration for any negotiations that you undertake with the county about the ownership of that facility and site moving forward. So next slide, and this is the last one. So the recommended next steps from our perspective is really just how we think you should take the next step in that conversation with the two other partners or potential partners. So really seek agreement from both of them that first off, whether or not joint municipal involvement should be enhanced, whether or not, whether or not the opinions that are outlined in here are appropriate or not. So the first one is about just involvement. The next one is about investment in the facility and site functionally, as well as its operational sustainability. So actual dollars going into the facility and the site, and whether or not a new ownership and operating or operations governance model is appropriate to be explored. Because, and I think that goes to the comment from some councillors about how much buy-in there is for the recommendation here from the other parties. And I would argue even from the city's perspective is really there's limited buy-in from all three parties right now. Again, this is just meant to maybe focus a starting point for you in a bit better way.
So can I just clarify, what do you mean by there's limited buy-in from the city right now? Sorry?
From all three parties.
No. To form a partnership?
I can't.
I'm just seeking clarity on that question, that's all.
I'll just say, Your Worship, I can't stand here and say that what I've said is endorsed even by you.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
It hasn't really been endorsed or doesn't represent even your interests. You're the one that commissioned the study, but this is still meant to be a third-party perspective.
Right.
Or fourth-party perspective, whatever you want to call it. Not necessarily meant to be the starting point in a negotiation for the city or the CRC or the county. Just meant to be a reference for you to develop your own starting point, just like the county and the CRCA might do. It's a very interesting situation, Your Worship. And
we're aware.
And again, like I talk about this situation a lot in my work across the country. I never use your name in it, but I say there's this situation with this facility owned and operated and blah, blah, blah. And I'm excited to even have had a chance to provide my opinion and appreciate, kind of any insight that you glean from what I've given you. And like I said, even if it is disagreement, it hopefully gets you stepping forward to some resolve on this. So I think that concludes the presentation, and I guess I'd pass it back over to the chair for any other questions.
So, Mr. Mayor, members of council, the recommendation is that GAP accept the report prepared by RC Strategies as information. And I know council will be going into closed session to discuss aspects of this report later. But at this particular time, be appropriate, if there's no further questions, just to accept the report as information.
Sorry, I missed that last sentence. I'm sorry.
Just to accept the report as information.
And to carry on with, so your suggestion is we do this one, carry on with the next one, and then have the question period as a bigger question period.
Well, in terms of closed session.
Yeah, yes.
Yeah.
Okay. Council, are we comfortable with accepting for information at this time and then moving forward with the second presentation? There is a relationship, I believe, between the two. And then we could kind of, since it's the same presenters, jump between the two presentations if we're comfortable with that. Because it is an information item, so it's not, we're not making a decision. So, oh, there we go. So the motion's on the screen. If we're comfortable with that, can I have a counselor who would like to, Counselor Narayan?
Thank you. Move that committee accept the report prepared by RSC Strategies, Inc., entitled Chestermere Regional Recreation Partnership Assessment as information.
Comments, questions? And call for the vote. Thank you, and that's passed. So then we have the second piece. I'm sorry? I think we have time to start it, certainly, and then we'll see how the let's allow this to start. Yes.
All right. As while Kallen gets the slides up, I'll begin. So Mike will be participating in this presentation as well. So please note that our comments will be made through the chair to council and the mayor. So I'm actually quite excited to talk about the recreation needs assessment. Each of us has a personal commitment with recreation, whether it's taking your kid to the hockey, to a hockey game, or dance, or refereeing, or playing golf, or soccer, or going to yoga or water skiing on the park. Yeah, on the park, in the lake. These activities bring joy and personal satisfaction in so many different ways. And, recreation, in the previous MDP conversation, they talked about, social equity. So recreation really is the great equalizer, or it can be. It isn't always, but it can be. And recreation amenities provide spaces where kids can explore and actually deal with failure as well as successes, and connect with others and feel like they belong and feel like they're important. So I'm personally committed to it, and I always have been. It is a passion of mine. It also leads to resilient communities and quality of health and well-being for everybody. So for the agenda, next slide, please. Although the report is quite detailed, and thank you for reading it, I appreciate it, the presentation will remain fairly high level, and we'll just really be speaking to the key findings and future areas of focus. So our intention is to provide for ample conversation and time for questions and answers. Next slide, please. So as background, similar to the CRCA partnership assessment, RC Strategies was hired in February to support the city to develop a refresh, is what we're calling it, around the recreation needs assessment. Quite a bit of recreation work, planning work, had been done in the previous years. So this was really to do a couple of things. One was to reconfirm the community needs, and the second, which I was really happy to work on with Mike, was to see the evaluation around the amenity priorities and how they were, what kind of a robust evaluation protocol was used to look at that process. So again, looking at, there's the community needs, but there's also what can we afford, and what are the other considerations that we need to think about when investing in very expensive facilities and amenities. So my hope is that Council will use the report as a resource to help guide future decisions and potential investment into existing and new recreation and culture facilities and amenities. It's also my hope that the report will serve as a good resource for the newly formed Mayor's Task Force for Recreation. So at this point, I will pass it over to Mike.
Thanks again, Kathy, and Your Worship, members, council, administration. I'm excited to be here to talk to you about this, obviously, as well. On the next slide, you'll see the kind of high-level process that we undertook in conducting this needs assessment, and this is fairly consistent, I'd say, with the work that we do across Canada. We have to look at a variety of different data points in order to come to some conclusions. So we do a lot of research, engagement, information gathering. And as Kathy said, we were able to piggyback off a lot of what's already been done in community as it relates to recreation, because as the mayor's commented, you know, recreation and development and more and new and everything else has been an issue in Chestermere for quite some time. The next step is to do a service level evaluation. So I'm going to use the term amenity and facility. So an amenity is the program area in a facility. So an amenity is like an ice arena. The CRC is a facility. So it has 2 ice arena amenities, has a curling rink amenity, that kind of thing. So we did a service level evaluation on amenities. And those are amenities that the city currently has, that public investment currently goes into, and ones that were identified as, you know, through our research into other communities or what we saw in some of the engagement that's been done, amenities that you don't currently have. So we scored and assessed service levels for those too. Then the step 3, so that renders a conclusion that you have the right amount right now for your current population. You could warrant investing more if you decided to, or you may have maybe too much. You may be over-provided, and if you had to reinvest in a certain amenity, then you might consider not reinvesting in it. Or if you had to cut budgets, that could be an area where you'd look at cutting. So that's what the service level evaluation renders. The third step is prioritizing amenities, so trying to give council and administration some focus in terms of where, if you were able to invest in either sustaining existing or developing new, where you might focus in terms of those amenity or program areas. And then the last step is just giving you some future areas of focus. And we're clear about the level of direction that we're giving here and the scope of direction. You have a master plan for these services that's in place from 2014, right? Sorry, 2014-16. This isn't meant to kind of replace that, but this is meant to give you the guidance that we think you need at this point to make decisions that you need to make in the short term, but also with the likelihood that you'll revisit a broader strategic plan for these services moving forward at some point in time. So the next 2 slides just give you a really high-level snapshot of some of the key things that we found out. There's more, obviously, and appreciate, as Cassie said, your review of the material that we provided. But the first statement there is just that the city uses primarily an indirect approach to service delivery. It's not a good or a bad thing. There's communities out there that use indirect approaches to service delivery, and then there's others that are more direct. And what direct would mean is that you'd have city staff operating facilities, you'd have city staff doing programs. And if you look at everything that's happening right now in the community in terms of recreation and culture opportunity, you definitely are on the kind of indirect side of that spectrum. You rely on the CRCA right now heavily to deliver programs and to operate your only major indoor recreation facility. In terms of your investment, I would just say I'm not going to focus on the numbers necessarily, but you invest less than comparable municipalities would. Where that number comes from is Alberta Municipal Affairs requires financial reporting every year, and this is based on 2022 Alberta Municipal Affairs financial reporting. I'm not going to comment on the what goes into that reporting for each of the communities, because it's not always consistent. So take this with a grain of salt for sure, but the city right now spends significantly less than the others that we looked at on an annual operating basis. And to Councillor's question from the previous presentation, this information or knowledge is part of what went into the affordability and resourcing scoring that was in the matrix that was in the previous presentation. Accompanying that lower investment level is you have less of many amenities than those comparable communities would have as well. And we know that you're growing at a very high rate. and expected to grow at a very high rate. So a little bit of doom and gloom perhaps, but there are definitely some kind of good things happening in community, good investments that you're making right now, and obviously recreation and culture is a part of quality of life in Chestermere. Enough said. I think it's still an important, viable investment that you're making right now, even if you were to continue down the path that you're on right now. In terms of community perspectives on recreation and culture services, we changed our approach for engagement a couple of times, knowing about your kind of broader engagement process that's going on right now, knowing that when we started this council wasn't in place. We didn't even know dates for elections and stuff like that. And knowing that there'd been a lot of community engagement that has happened in the past around the new recreation facility project and even going back to the previous master plan. So our engagement was very focused and targeted. I think some of council participated in that engagement using or wearing a different hat than you wear right now, or a different hat than you're wearing at this table. And it involved kind of the perspectives of 43 different community contributors, I guess we'd call them. So sometimes representing a group, sometimes representing, just an important perspective in the community, maybe a demographic in the community and so on. So these statements here and what you have in the document reflect what we heard in those conversations. So kind of common to what the research told us, there's a general lack of opportunity here, which means residents, if they want to access certain types of amenities, have to go elsewhere, probably to the city or other regional municipalities. That even the community understands and thinks that deficiency is only going to get worse with growth if nothing is done to kind of combat that. That maintenance of existing indoor and outdoor amenities or facilities and spaces could be improved, and that there could be improvements to marketing and promotions of existing opportunities in the city. So again, I'll just caveat that one more time. Like that's a cross-section of residents and group representatives and so on from the community, but that isn't like a statistically reliable survey or anything like that. But it's the right amount of engagement that we thought was appropriate for this work. And as I get into the next slides, I think council will appreciate and admin will appreciate that this is really based on a tool that has been fed information from right now. So if you get more information, you get better public engagement or better public direction. If there's a grant program or a partner comes forward and says, we really want this in the community, and we'll work with the city to make it happen, then you have the ability to use this tool to accept that new information, and it might change the outputs that I'll share with you. So there's a two-step kind of assessment that we did here, which I already alluded to. The first is a service level. Next was the prioritization. So the service level, again, renders for this amenity, we think you could enhance it. We think you should protect the service level, which if it's concluded that it's a protect. So I'll just use ice arenas as an example. If we say we think you should protect the service level for ice arenas moving forward, that means that if you grow, you actually will provide more, because that service level is tied to the size of your community. It's not only tied to the size of your community, but it's an easy way to kind of understand what the term protect means if I explain it that way. It's actually based on way more criteria than just that. And limit or innovate, again, is where we think you might have some flexibility in terms of future investment if you needed that flexibility. But at the end of the day, like being in this niche consulting environment of recreation and parks consulting, we run this really, we have a really tough job of saying we think this amenity is more important than this one. And at the end of the day, they all are very important for your community. Because like Kathy started with her opening, they change lives for everybody. Even if it's only used by 4 people in the community, that's 4 people that are better off because of it. It's just a balancing game of what we think is maybe going to achieve your biggest return in terms of investment. So on the next slide, you'll see these are the criteria that we use to measure supply and demand. So supply is about amenity, condition, capacity, relevance or fit for purpose, public availability and accessibility. For demand, it's the actual population that you have. So again, I referred to one of these criteria when I made my example there, which would be your population and where you're at in terms of demographics and size. Public support, which is about engagement, use and utilization information that we have about some of your amenities, and then trends. So what we see either in your community or other communities. So based on those, using those criteria and scoring all of those amenities that are currently in the city or that could be, we come up with, if you go to the next slide, please, we put them into these buckets, which enhance really means that you have high demand and low supply. And it becomes a bit of a quantitative exercise relative to each other. So enhance is high demand, low supply, protect is high demand and high supply, and limit is low demand. So I'm not going to show you that list because that list is really, I mean, it's good to look at that list, but the prioritized list is probably best and maybe less confusing. I'm sure you might have flipped back and forth in the document as you were reading it just to see how things sort of ended up. But if you go to the next slide, please. Well, through the chair, archery still has benefit in community. And I would also say when we do these kind of processes for municipalities, whether they're a needs assessment or a master plan, what's at the top of the list doesn't always get done first. It's just meant to be a reference point for council and for admin in making a decision. And I think with some level of assurance that we use these criteria to come up with that list. That doesn't mean they have to be your own personal decision-making criteria. But yes, that's exactly the kind of statement that we're forced to make. And fortunate or unfortunate, this is based on 20 years of having to do that. This is the best we're at telling that story right now with these criteria and the approach we've taken. So step 2 is about prioritizing those amenities. So step 1 says you got the right amount or you should protect it, or you might have some flexibility with the service level. But step 2 is really about limited resources, and all municipalities have limited resources. We know that. And the demand for recreation and culture is insatiable. And you can definitely take that quote. I noticed the councillor was using quotes. I think that one might be a good one to add to your repertoire possibly, because it is insatiable. There'll never be enough. So what we looked at in terms of prioritization was the results of that service level assessment, but also trying to understand or look relatively across the different amenities at what level of public benefit they give, which again is subjective for sure, but if anybody's equipped to do that, I think people like us that are consultants in this area probably are, or people like you as decision makers. Financial impact, so what the cost is, either operating or capital. Future proofing, which is about whether or not that amenity could be used for something else in the future if demands shifted or changed. Support for economic and community development. So tourism, economic investment in community can differ across amenities. Partnerships, I kind of alluded to this already, but if there's somebody, some organization or some level of government that's out there willing to pay half of what an archery range would cost to build, it might change how you think about it, right? It might change your ROI and your decision making. And then recreation benefit, which is really about it goes back to the insatiable kind of appetite for recreation and diversity of those different types of opportunities. So those are the criteria that we used. And then on the next couple of slides, few slides, it gives you the, sorry, you can go one back. There you go. It gives you the result. So most of the amenities that are listed under high priority, most of them are enhanced. Not all of them are enhanced. But again, tried to make this as digestible as possible for council at this, with this kind of presentation. So there's a long list of high priority areas where you could invest in right now. And that unfortunately is the case because of some of those other statements that were made before. I would say this is probably one of the longer lists of potential investments that we've worked on in a community, but that's really either here nor there. The new recreation facility project, as an example, would tick off quite a few of these high priority amenities. So you can see indoor fields, indoor walking track, fitness center, and so on. There are also, many of these amenities are also supported by your recreation offsite levy, which is good. That's a good news story. You can go to the next slide, please. So this is a list of your medium priority amenities. A few more on the outdoor side here than the indoor side. And again, most of these would have a protect kind of stamp on them, which means, again, that you might be okay right now, but as you grow, you would want to consider reinvesting or investing more. Yeah, and lists like this, I guess you can see up on the screen, they're important for considering, future phases of maybe projects you already have on the books or are considering, but also these can be used with the development industry to help focus their important investment in new growth areas as well. And then the next one gives you your lower priority amenities. So these ones aren't all limit or innovate. A lot of them are still protect, which means they're not all like things that you could lose. I wouldn't suggest that anything you can easily lose from community, but these are meant to, again, try to just say that there are some things that either experiencing higher pressure or would deliver you more social return than others, and these are the ones that are kind of lowest on that list. Still important though. Your Worship?
I'm just curious about one, and I'm going to clearly show a bias here. So I'm wondering how under outdoor agricultural spaces, when one of our longest running events in Chestermere is our country fair. One of our best attended events is Bowls on the Beach, which all of us were there, and it is one of our best attended events. So I'm just wondering how, if this is looking at both recreation and cultural needs assessment on events on a facility that is one of our highest attending events, as well as one of our longest running, with a need and a want to expand, how then it ends up as a low priority.
It's a great question, Your Worship, and I would say that it's a good example of an amenity or a conclusion that we have in this needs assessment that council may choose or not choose to sort of follow. And we run into this all the time. So there's a few things at play here. One is we might be wrong. The other is your opinion might be driven by your experience in community or your inherent bias that you have about a certain activity. And the other is that the, kind of the scoring or the information that we use to calculate this was faulty. That's why it's never going to be perfect, but it is meant to give you a reference point for your decision making. But like I said before, it's not always the case. Like, this isn't meant to circumvent political decision making in any way. It's meant to assist it, right? So you might decide to invest in outdoor agricultural facilities next, but that would mean that you don't invest in something else. And knowing this and knowing the information that it's based on would just be something you'd consider in that decision. That's all.
Yeah, because I had a similar about community group office, admin spaces, things like that. Like, one of the greatest needs within our community is community hub. I mean, thankfully we have organizations like Synergy, who have a bit of a smaller space, who continually rent out their office space to other organizations such as Chestermere Women's Crisis Society and things like that, right? And it has been I would suggest that our not-for-profits have been banging on the door of the city for this for years. And so that's why I was just curious about how some of these things ended up as a lower priority. So lower priority, that's not sure where I'm going with my question. I'm curious about how some of these things ended up on a lower priority, because I'm not sure if they reflect what we hear campaigning, what we hear on the campaign trail, what we have heard coming in speaking, reflective of our own experiences within the community, those sorts of things.
Very good comment, Your Worship. And again, like I've already, I think, made the point that this isn't meant to make your decision for you, for sure. Right. we've been through this before where we tried to go back and change weighting of criteria or change scoring to
Right.
get to, you know, what we think is a better place or what certain people think would be a better place. And really it doesn't work. Like when you say things that you heard in community, and I respect and believe that that's very important in your decision making, but public input was only one of those criteria that we looked
Right.
at, right? So it gets watered down quite a bit when you layer it with 9 or 10 other criteria.
Sure.
And in some ways, like, I don't even think I would recommend if you're starting a community from scratch that you use this tool and that'll give you the perfect mix of facilities. You could, for sure. I'm not sure it would be perfect, but you know, where Chestermere ends up, there was lots of talk about a Chestermere solution for just broadly where you're going to go. This just helps you get to that. It's not meant to dictate that for you. And just from my own experience, the last time I might have done something like this, I actually was for the community was in 2016 when the first feasibility study for the new rec facility was done. This is more advanced, quantified maybe than the conclusions in that was, where it was just kind of frequency of response, where we've I think taken some better steps forward in developing a tool to spit some of this stuff out for you.
Is it different?
It's a little bit different, yeah, Your Worship. Yeah.
Okay.
Not significantly.
Okay.
Like I said, what you have in the program for the new rec facility right now is very similar to what it was back then.
In 2016.
In 2016.
Okay, thank you.
But it's kind of like there's like these really pressing things.
Yeah.
Swimming pool is definitely another one. There was a study that I didn't do, maybe the only rec study that I haven't done in the community over the last 10 or 15 years that was just about a swimming pool prior to the last one. But, you know, because of some other considerations, it's not necessarily the first bite to take in terms of recreation, but still important, which is the same conclusion that was in 2016 too.
Right. Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
If I could jump in with a comment, Your Worship. What you're saying is really resonating with me as well, so I wanted to comment on that. I find this really interesting to see from an outside perspective how things are weighted. And I wonder if when our gut feel is different, if that's because certain, in particular, volunteer organizations have just been really great members of the community. And I consider that really important information to take into account, because I've found that those kinds of organizations with really great volunteers and really great public support tend to be more sustainable. So I think that's it. I don't see it as a conflict of information, but more that from a community level, I see organizations with lots of volunteers, really loud organizations involved in the community is very sustainable.
I think one of the things that we see in our community that is an incredible strength. So in the previous presentation, we were asked about things that make, what do you like about Chestermere, what makes Chestermere unique, those sorts of things, right? And I think one of the things that we benefit hugely from in this community is our volunteer network that serves, right? If you look at the vast majority of our recreation that happens right now, yes, CRCA have staff, and I'm not downplaying the work that they do, because my God, they do a lion's share of the work when it comes to recreation. But if you look at the lion's share of work that happens within recreation right now, it's volunteers. CMHA, volunteers. The Vikings rugby, right? Our football club, what happens with our Ag Society, CWCS, like I could just keep going, right? Like it is volunteers that drive the work that is happening in our community. And I think what we're wrestling with is how do we take this needs assessment, the incredible work that is done by our volunteers, and how do we make that sustainable? I think that that's really the question that we're going to have to wrestle with.
Exactly, Your Worship.
All I got.
And right again, no, no, but that goes back to that point at the beginning, the very first one, that you primarily used an indirect. Like every community has like thriving volunteers that operate recreation and culture services, right? Like sport groups or arts and culture groups and so on. But not every community has one of those groups that runs your only major indoor facility. And sometimes they have more kind of staff doing stuff in community than you have right now. But everybody, that's a very common thing with communities. I realize that I'm not rushing, but I realize we are, we do have some agenda time constraints. So I might just get on to the future areas of focus and kind of breeze through those. So it's not just about saying which amenities we think you could invest in right now or that you have the right amount in. We also wanted to give you some direction about some of these big decisions that you have to make moving forward. So the first area of focus is about investment in existing facilities. So this has kind of already been covered off, but it's really about investing in the regional rec center. It's about strengthening the relationship with the CRCA to an even better place than it is right now. And it's about formalizing an agreement between the city and the county to further sustain the facility and the site. And I would suggest that that agreement could even look beyond that facility and site and could look at all of the services that you provide in the community. And the reasons why is the current model that exists for the facility and the site is unique. It's not common at all. And there has been issue with it in the past. That the current model doesn't really ensure public influence over the operations of the facility. And that we know that rural municipalities in general and the county has itself relationships with urban municipalities about the provision of recreation and culture services. But you don't have that right now in the case of Chestermere. So that's the first area of focus. The next one on the next slide is about investment in new. So we're very familiar with the 2016 justification that led the community to where it was in 2021 or 2022 when the new rec facility project was kind of stopped. We think the justification is still there for that project, and we also respect and understand the amount of investment that's been made in that project up until this point. Like there was substantial progress made before it was stopped. So we do think that investment into phase one we recommend that should actually be made for a variety of different reasons, even beyond what I just said. And that investment could be made in some type of a partnership with the new high school, if that is a possibility for you. We know that there are various examples of relationships between municipalities and schools that helps lever investment on both sides. Because of your affordability, or maybe your perceived affordability situation, leverage is important to you right now, and you have a strong kind of relationship with Rocky View Schools to build upon. And then obviously, and I mentioned this already, all of the research about amenities and the outcomes of the assessment that we did about amenities leads to those that are included in that project. The next set on the next slide is about investment in outdoor, which we don't want you to forget about. We want you to continue to invest in outdoor amenities, either through development or through your regular capital budgeting. And we also think that you need to keep in mind the importance of having enough land to do what you need to do right now, but also into the future. Like if you, I think the quote in the previous presentation was 68,000 in the next 25 years. I can guarantee you that if you're not already feeling it, between now and then, you're going to feel like you don't have enough land to do everything that you want to do. And the things that suck up the most land are recreation and parks and culture amenities. Mm-hmm. So it's very important to acquire and identify that important land in your community to do what you might need to do in the future. And there's definitely outdoor amenities, even though they don't maybe cost as much, they don't draw as much attention in your current deliberations as indoor amenities do. Outdoor is very important in the whole kind of gambit of service provision. Mm-hmm. The next set, I'm almost done here. The next set's about partnerships. So this is about continuing to work with regional partners to deliver services. And we even said future high school, library, or other sub-regional initiatives, or to always keep that partnership option open for you, not just because of the ability for it to leverage your investment, but because it's a leading practice. I would say that's a leading practice in recreation and culture, is using partnerships to deliver service. And continue to support those very important community groups that you do a good job of supporting right now with the grants that you currently offer and some of the other supports that you currently offer. And then the last is about asset management and service delivery. So I think it was the previous presenters that might have alluded to this, and I'm sure that you've heard with your FCM package that you've received, or your Alberta municipalities package that you've received or you will receive, how important or how big of an issue the infrastructure deficit is right now across all of your asset classes. So recreation and culture is no different. You have a bit of a headache with the existing rec facility, but you also are embarking on the development of new facilities. And if you put those kind of policies and protocols in place right now, it might even be harder for you as councils of this contemporary councillors to make those decisions, but it'll make it way better and easier for your predecessors a number of terms into the future, and your community in general in sustaining service levels. So good asset management is important, and there are some things about recreation and culture facilities that are a little bit unique or different than just general asset management practices. And I already alluded to that in the previous presentation about things like accessibility, functionality for event hosting or accommodating different types of amenities and that kind of thing. So there is a list of more specific considerations for recreation and culture that should be thought about in terms of asset management. And then the last one is about making sure you're collecting the right type of information about what's happening at your facilities and spaces, what kinds of benefits or changes are happening in your community because of your investment in these things, which is in general a tough story for recreation and culture community to tell. It's getting easier to tell with some tools that are in front of you now, or that could be, but it kind of goes back to the key performance indicators that were mentioned in the broader strategic conversation before. The better data you have about that benefit, that positive change that's happening from your investment in recreation and culture, the easier it will be to reinvest, and the easier it will be to maybe justify when you're called to question for that investment, which I'm sure will happen with some of the things that you may decide to invest in moving forward in the short term. So that kind of concludes the presentation. There's just a couple summary statements here. So this is meant to provide guidance. Right now it's a draft. So, I mean, if you have direction for us to change it, or admin has more direction for us to adjust it, we're definitely willing to do that. But I'd also suggest that this is meant to help decision making. It's not to make any decisions for you. I already mentioned this, but usually what happens is we do a needs assessment like this, and then we will do a master plan to strategically react to what we've come up with. And I'd say these future areas of focus are just taking a bit of a step into that master plan, but at some point, I think you want to revisit that strategic planning, probably after your MDP is completed, because all that important planning kind of filters down, but still something to put on the radar right now. And I guess the last thing is, we recognize that this is a chance for you to we've used the word reset right from the beginning. I'm not sure it's a reset necessarily, but it's just a chance for you to reinvigorate the recreation and culture community that you have. And, that investment in assets for sure, but even just, we heard that there's obviously frustration in the community, and you would have heard that too, about investments that could have been made or that are supposed to be made and they're not, and so on. So this is a chance for you to build upon the positive kind of situation that you have with recreation and culture, build upon any of the positives that you can pull from it, and make it better. So hopefully that's what this document helps you do. Hopefully it sets you up for the decisions you have to make right now, and hopefully it sets you up for doing maybe a bit more strategic planning around these services when the time is right.
Great.
Thank you.
Thank you. My suggestion would be that we'd make a motion at this time to go in camera because there's some items that we had wanted to talk about. During that in camera time, we'll take a recess lunch break. And so I would anticipate then recess basically from 12:30 until 1 and coming back at 1 officially then for our in-camera, coming out of in-camera latest 1:30. I don't anticipate a very long in-camera session. I think that there are some very specific, you think longer?
Yes.
Oh.
Just knowing our council.
We'll aim for a half hour.
We'll aim for a half hour.
All right. So if that works through administration, is that?
Yes, Your Worship. I just wanted to inquire if we'd like to have Mr. Roma remain for the closed session.
I think given the conversation that's wanting to be had about some of the elements that are within the document and the conversation that we want to have in regards to information that is or will become public, I do think it would be valuable to have him as part of that. To have you, don't want to talk about you like you're in the room, and to have you as part of that conversation, I think would be very valuable. Yes.
Thank you very much, Your Worship.
Okay. So I'd like to ask for a motion from a councillor to go in camera, please. Councillor Sambo.
Thank you, Your Worship. Proceed. I move that the committee go into closed session at 12:28 p.m. to discuss the following. FOIP Part 1, Division 2, Section 21, Disclosure Harmful to Intergovernmental Relations. FOIP Part 1, Division 2, Section 27, Privileged Information. FOIP Part 1, Division 2, Section 29, Information that is or will be available to the public.
And call for the vote. Thank you. And we're in camera. So yeah, the plan would be come back for 1:30. No, we're going for lunch right now. So we're going to take a recess right now till 1. Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you. We're just coming out of our closed session. I'd like to ask for a counselor to make a motion to come out of closed session. Counselor Randawa.
Thank you, Your Worship. I move that the committee comes out of closed session at 2 p.m.
Great. Thank you. Call for the vote. Great. Thank you. And we're now ready to start our afternoon session. And just before we start that, we're going to just take a 5-minute recess. Good afternoon, everybody. We're just coming back out of our in recess time. I believe that before we can proceed with the next agenda item, we need to accept the last presentation as information, as we had not quite closed off that item yet. Great, thank you. Council, can I have a councillor to make, Councillor Schindler?
I move that the committee accept the report prepared by RC Strategies Inc. entitled Resetting Recreation and Culture Services Needs Assessment as information.
Any comments or questions? Call for the vote. Thank you, and that's passed. We are now on to our next item on our agenda, which is our Mayor's Task Force for Recreation, presented by Kathy Russell, Project Manager.
Good afternoon, Council and Your Worship. As mentioned, this is about the Mayor's Task Force for Recreation. On July 9th, Council directed administration to prepare terms of reference for new Mayor's Task Force for Recreation to be brought back to the August 13th meeting. On August 13th, I requested that this be deferred to today so that it would line up with the other two presentations, the Recreation Needs Assessment and the CRRC Partnership Assessment. So, as a brief overview, the terms of reference reflects two different goals. One is to provide strategic advice to Council on the planning and development of new and improved municipal recreation facilities. And the second would be to provide strategic advice on efforts to strengthen partnerships to support the delivery of recreation services at the Chestermere Regional Recreation Centre. So the general intent is to align the work of the task force with Council's new strategic plan and any areas of new focus. So more specifically, the task force would consist of two subcommittees. One committee would work on providing detailed recommendations back to Council on the recreation needs assessment findings. And the other subcommittee would work on focusing on collaboration to further strengthen the Chestermere Regional Recreation Centre. So the motion today is that Council accept the terms of reference created for the Mayor's Task Force for Recreation, and that policy be brought back forward to Council for approval on August 27th.
Great, thank you. I want to open up the opportunity here for Council to offer any comments or suggestions that they have with regards to this policy. Councillor Sameh.
Thank you, Your Worship. My comments to you, Mayor Dean, and through you to the rest of Council as well. I would like to very emphatically implore Council to consider changing the terms of reference to allow all Council members who wanted to be on this task force to do so. You alluded today a little bit earlier that recreation is in our strategic plan, and we're anticipating that it's going to be weighted very heavily in the strategic plan. And as a result, I think it would be very important for all members of Council who are interested in being a part of this to get involved.
Great, thank you. I believe legislatively, committees and task force are open for all Council members to attend. And then the actual voting that happens within that task force is done by those appointed. And so I do think that given that, and given the provision that we don't want to create a situation where Council could essentially just control the vote at the task force, I think to make it really clear, and perhaps we just put it in the terms of reference as a reminder. So if we put in the terms of reference as a reminder that all Council members are invited to attend committee meetings, would that help alleviate or speak to that concern that you have?
Thank you, Your Worship. Not fully, no. I think it would send a really clear message to the community where our priorities are if all of Council was a part of the task force.
I would fall to our CAO and Ledge Services because I think that you create a problematic situation in terms of quorum. Sorry, can I just want to find out from admin first on that point, and then is that okay, Councillor Ryan?
Mayor Dean, members of council, as we had indicated at the last regular meeting of council when this subject came up, it would be the administration's recommendation not to appoint more than 3 members of council to any particular committee or task force, because you do then enter a gray area of public perception that 4 members of council constitute a quorum and as such could control the vote. This was something that happened in this council chambers very recently that I think we want to avoid. And I would certainly strongly recommend that all members of council attend ex officio to that. That would send the strong message to the community, as Councillor Sambo has indicated, of council's genuine interest. This is number 2 priority in council's strategic plan, and I think that would deliver the message. But please protect yourselves not to contravene the Municipal Government Act in the slightest, and don't create any opportunity for criticism of this council. You've been operating so well over the past couple of months now, and any deviation from that, I think, will tarnish your awesome image in the community.
Yes, to the mayor, if I may, actually to the CAO. This is maybe a little bit of a learning question from my side. I do agree with everything Pat said as far as no more than 3. Do you need to label them as ex officio so they can participate in the committee but not vote? Is that different than if they were just attending and observing?
Your Worship, through yourself to all members of council, it elevates the importance of their participation by sitting as an ex officio member. Of course, as the mayor has indicated, members of council would be welcome to attend, but if they're appointed as ex officio, that confirms the importance for all members of council to participate.
So then, in the terms of reference, and if I may, we could then list it as council members may attend ex officio. Councillor Sambo?
Thank you, Your Worship. So my question on the process of that is my understanding of what constitutes a council meeting is anytime forum or gather. So regardless of what title we have, wouldn't that still fall under the same concerns?
If I may, I think the concern is more if all 7 councillor members are voting, you could potentially, it's just what does council want at that point? And then unless, of course, you put 9 members of the public in. I think the intent of the task force is to allow the public to have the perception and the actual view that their vote matters and counts, and it can't just be swayed by what council decides.
Yes.
I think is really the main issue.
Yes. Sorry, Councillor Ryan.
Thank you, and through your worship. So my comment is somewhat similar to Councillor Sambo's, except I was of the opinion that there's a lot of value in having formed this task force. However, I just felt that we could utilize it much later in the process once we decide the what and where. I was of the opinion that I think most of it should be coming to council, and once we've determined the large pieces, that's when we direct the details to the task force. So I've been in this process. I've experienced it. I've lived it. The last time council was pursuing a similar endeavor. And I had some very good experiences with the task force, and then sometimes I just felt it was rather futile that ultimately information would come to the council and it would be doing everything all over again. So while I do see, value in the task force, but I just think, it should be much later into the process. For now, because we're, dealing with the large pieces, I think it should come to the GAP meeting. I do understand capacity might be an issue, but as Councillor Sandberg has identified, if this is our, top two priority, then maybe we can ask the CEO to help with that capacity in that department to bring forward information every other GAP meeting, or at least once a month, so all 7 of us can go through that information.
Yeah, so what I could foresee with that, I wonder if this would be a happy medium for all of that, is we are facing a number of fairly large projects at the moment. And having committee, and I see this committee as a roll its sleeves up, get to work. This is not a get together once a month for a long meeting. This is a weekly, and what I would also support is the idea of having this as a standing item on our GAP meetings, right? And that information's coming back very quickly to council, with that committee coming with very concrete options for us to consider and talk about. So for example, if we are looking at moving forward on a project, coming back with cost analysis on those items so that they could be working with our staff, coming back with those different options. They're doing that work and bringing it back to committee, and then we could really then also see that committee then, that work at the GAP meeting led by the staff member who's involved on that committee, as well as the 2 councillors bringing back that information also with that ex officio PC. So I see this as a committee that's going to be doing a lot of work basically on a weekly or at minimum bi-weekly basis, and then bringing that information back to a GAP meeting. Councillor Worzanowski?
Thank you, Mayor Dean. I like your idea on keeping and listening also to Councillor Narayan's recommendations, in that it almost is as though this doesn't need to be a task force in some ways because it's a standing item during our GAP. However, Mayor Dean, Councillor Sandbo, I am open certainly to your commentary in regards to finding a happy medium such that that task force can roll their sleeves up and get to work. And my question is through the chair to the CAO in regards to point of order in regards to the committees, is if we have such high subscription in council and we only have 3 members of council inclusive of Mayor Dean on this committee, can we rotate by proxy at each committee meeting to be inclusive of everybody? And then that way, even though it's a standing item on the agenda, we have inclusivity of the strong interest that we have up here on the podium.
Mayor Dean, through you to all of council, that's a very, very creative and innovative idea that I've never run across in my career, but I find from my initial understanding of the proposal is the answer would be yes, that council would have that flexibility to name the original 3 appointees and then agree to a rotational basis for other members of council.
So first of all, thank you for that.
I just wanted one question. Thank you, Mayor Dean, and again through the chair to Mr. Vincent. That should be covered under our procedural bylaw, correct? Or the MGA? Either way, let's confirm before we assign the committee members that we can rotate by proxy.
We'll do exactly that.
Well, to be clear, we're not assigning committee members today, right?
Not yet.
Okay. No, we can't.
A point I wrote,
Yeah. So going back to Councillor Narayan's original question, would a model like I'm suggesting, where that committee's working and they're the ones, right? Like I see it also as a support to the incredible work that our staff is doing, and then that they're working. Like this is a short term where I see it that by the new year we are coming forward with some possible very clear recommendations, because this will influence budget for for 2025 and those sorts of things. And so hopefully then be able to not expedite, but have our conversation at GAP, possibly the efficiency would increase because some of that work is being done within that committee. Would that speak to that concern that you have? Yeah. Okay.
Your Worship, if I could just add one other idea. Mike Roma, the consultant that was here this morning, had offered to do a workshop for either the task force or a group. One other option could be to defer the task force until council has a workshop with RC Strategies about the two reports. And that would allow council to fully to deal with that particular, both reports more in depth, and perhaps give a task force more detailed marching orders.
I would not be in favor of workshop at this time, given some of the things within the report and conversations. I think that this is something that we need to get moving on and be getting ready to come forward with some with recommendations for council. This again, because this is something that is going to be affected within the 2025 budget, which that work is going to be I mean, we're having that presentation today about process for 2025 budget. So Councillor Sambo and then Councillor Randhawa.
Thank you, Your Worship. Just to throw more ideas into the mix, what I'm wondering is, so typically I'm very much for public engagement and having the community involved, but I wonder, could we have a task force? Is that a thing where it's just made up of staff and council and it's a special council meeting once a week or something like that, and we just do some... maybe it's in camera part of the time. Is there a way that we could do that and then possibly shift it if there was a point when we needed more public input? And just qualifying that a little bit, I'm anticipating that a lot of the discussions will be confidential, right? A lot of the discussions would be.
So anytime you join a committee, there's a confidentiality agreement, right? And so no matter what committee work that we do, there is a confidentiality agreement that exists with that. And so I personally don't have a concern on the confidentiality piece. I also think that, I mean, this is something Councillor Worzanowski speaks about a lot, is subject matter experts, right? And providing that opportunity for us to bring in some subject matter experts that are not necessarily on our council, that are within our community, to be a part of that conversation, I think would be very valuable to us at this time. Councillor Randhawa.
Thank you, Your Worship. So my question is to Janelle and the Councillor Sandboy and the Councillor W. I'm sorry, I cannot pronounce. That is because when it's not that I'm not interested into this, I am very much interested into this one as well. I've been part of, even from my past, is quite few committees, board members I'll be sitting, and with the councillors as well. Because when assigned to councillor, it is the consistency, and the board member is comfortable with those that councillors to share their ideas and stuff, rather than we are switching the councillor and stuff, so might be it's not that consistent. So because anytime the councillor sitting, we always get the minutes, we always get all the information, whatever is talks on, and I don't think so. There is, we are professional and we have to be very professional, not here for we are interested on one side of the committee. There's other committees as well. We have equally respect for that. And I think the model for the two, I be at the moment is suggesting, because it's just to the consistent doing all the works and stuff. So. And it looks more professional than only we are jumping on one committee 2 by 2. As long we are getting the information, I think that would be a matter. Thank you.
Yes, Councillor Randhawa, to that point, there's more than enough work coming at us, Council. and we are all going to be a part of committees, and we are all appointed to different committees and or even community committees that exist, right? So I think of Councillor Warzanowski and his appointment to the Chestermere Chamber of Commerce, right? So that's not a city-run committee, but we show support because we as a council have said that we believe in business development, support the work our economic development committee is doing. We still have to sit on CDAC. We are going to have more than enough work for us to do, which is why I would suggest that we have people working on this. Speaking to Councillor Narayan's point about having it as a standing item on GAP, which is then going to push this committee that you got to get going and be coming back to council with things. And I would suggest too that we could try it, and if in the first 2 GAP meetings or whatever the case may be that this process isn't working the way that we work it, then we could have a backing off of said task force. But I would recommend that we get moving on this, given the short runway that we have and given the amount of work that is facing us. I would recommend with those amendments that we add the idea that councillors may sit ex officio, so that takes the pressure off, so that if Councillor Randhawa, it sounds to me, is feeling like, I got enough committees going on right now, and I'm trusting that that work's coming back. Not that anybody saying ex officio doesn't trust, that's not what I'm saying, but Councillor Randhawa might be just saying, you guys got it, I'll hear it at GAP, right? So we could add that may sit ex officio. To Councillor Narayan's point, that we will add it as a standing item on GAP meetings. So that would be through to Ledge Services. If we had those 2 amendments as part of it, would that help alleviate some of the questions that we've had about this? I got a thumbs up from Narayan. I got a smile from Sambo that I am not sure what to do with. I haven't figured out everybody's tells yet, so...
Thank you, Mayor Dean. No, it really doesn't. Not for me. I'll defer to the will of council, of course, but this is something I personally feel very, very strongly about. And I think there's also a political aspect to it as well. And what I wouldn't want is the community to think that some people were perhaps more invested in the things that they cared about because they were sitting on a task force.
Councillor Warzanowski.
I will commit to whatever revisions, no, not whatever. When the revisions are made and we do vote this forward, I'll commit to, if I'm on this committee, then I will certainly give up my seat on a proxy on a rotational basis, such that we all have some subscription for this.
Great, thank you.
Mayor Dean, just a couple of points, if I may.
Yes, please.
One, it will not be necessary to amend the terms of reference to have this as a standing item on the Governance and Priorities Committee meeting agenda. We'll simply add a section under that agenda on Schedule B of the procedural bylaw, which I believe is coming forward for approval on the 27th, so we can handle that easily. The only amendment that I've made note of is on Section 4 composition, number 1B, 2 members of council, each member to sit on both committees, and all other members of council sit as ex officio would be the amendment. And finally, I'd make a comment that I would strongly endorse the recommendation by Kathy that you have a workshop for at the very first task force meeting, because if you've got 8 members of the public jumping in after council's gone through these particular reports, I think it'd be very beneficial that they get the same level of understanding as council has had. And I don't see that slowing down the process. I think it's going to assist and speed up the process, them having that particular knowledge.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Vincent. I agree with what you just said. The comment was made that we defer until. I think that that would be a great way for them to start, is to do that. So we get this sorted out immediately, right? Well, immediately being August 27th. But that would be the start where that everybody gets caught up on that information. Everybody's at the same starting point, and away they go.
And,
Councilor Warzanowski?
Just real quick to add to your comment, thank you, Mayor Dean, through the chair to yourself, Mr. Vincent. I liked Mayor Dean's comment, and let's just get to work. We can decide and certainly acknowledge that the workshop may have some merit, but we just need to get to work. So I'd like to just, regardless of whether we agree to use a workshop or not, I'd like to focus on moving forward, getting this task force established, and getting to work.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, through to Councillor Robb. Thank you, Mr. Nike. Just do it. And I did note that the deputy mayor had his hand up earlier and he wasn't recognized.
I think we probably talked about it now. I agree with Councillor Narayan that it may be best to, as a council, kind of guide where we want these task force to aim, and then everybody can be involved kind of at an ad hoc basis of rotation.
Yeah, I think it's really important that having it as that standing item, we're going to be guiding it each week.
And I also would like to echo Councillor Warzanowski's sentiments of, let's just do it.
Okay. With that, sorry.
One last point. Just want to draw to your attention under Section 4 Composition 1A, we say 8 public members. That leaves it pretty loose and does not confine it to residents of the city of Chestermere. I don't know if that's the intent or not. I would be more comfortable if the wording was 8 public members who are residents of the city of Chestermere.
I agree. I think, especially on something like this, we've talked a lot today about the idea of Chestermere first, what's right for Chestermere, doing Chestermere decisions. Absolutely. Councillor Sambo?
Thank you, Mayor Dean. Through you to Interim CAO Vincent. I was wondering whether you were able to pull up in the MGA, or I know we've been given a lot of guidance to be careful when 4 or more of us gather. I'm wondering about that in the context of this task force.
Mayor Dean, through you to all of council, I have not been able to find that section of scanning it very quickly. I will have that answer for you next Tuesday at the regular meeting of council when we deal with the terms of reference, so we're absolutely certain.
Great. With that, I believe we have a motion on this matter to bring it forward to the August 27th meeting. So if we can have that motion, please.
I believe, Mayor Dean, we need to only insert one word. Motion that the committee accept the amended terms of reference, etc.
Yes. Thank you. Do I have a councillor who, Deputy Mayor Grant?
I move that the committee, should we committee? Yeah. I move that the committee accept the amended terms of reference created for the Mayor's Task Force for Recreation as information, and that the policy be brought forward to council for approval at the August 27, 2024 regular meeting of council.
Comments or questions? Call for the vote. And that's carried. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Kathy. Job well done.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Kathy. Our next presentation is from Miss Ruby Brar from Community Services on the Task Force for Not-for-Profits and the terms of reference for that.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. I'm back. So I'm here to present the Mayor's Task Force for Nonprofits terms of reference. I know it was deferred at the last council meeting, so administration is looking for a motion that the Governance and Priorities Committee approve and accept the terms of reference created for the Mayor's Task Force for Nonprofits and recommend council approval. So I know based on our last conversation, there was some dialogue as to amendments possibly. So I'd love to just hear about that, and then we can work through that, and I can come back with an amended document.
Great, thank you. Open it up for conversation. I have a few, but hear from council first. Councillor Sameh.
Thank you, Mayor Dean. I believe you might be referring to my comments from the last time that we saw this before council. I'll through Mayor Dean to Interim CAO and to Ms. Barr. Here's kind of the lens that I'm working from. I'm a professional fundraiser, so I am tasked all the time with selling the charitable sector to people. So I'm looking at this terms of reference, and I'm thinking, how would I sell this to community? What are people feeling like they're getting out of it? And it's not a clear line, I would say. So I know that if you build up the charitable sector, the community is going to see a lot of value out of it. So there's some numbers that go around in fundraising. If you put $1 into the charitable sector, it's going to return $6 back, or some organizations claim $30 or $40 or whatever. But we know that it's a lot more than you put in. So I don't think there's any debate on that, but I think it would be really useful to draw that line and just add an extra sentence or a little a change to the wording here to say something to the effect of attempting to identify the social needs of the community. We have some history in the city on that as well. Identify the social needs in the community, some priority items, and building up the not-for-profits to address that, or identifying the key partners who can address those things. So that's a little bit more information on the comments that I made last time.
You turned your mic off.
Through the chair to Councillor Sandville, I really appreciate that. And I agree. Sometimes maybe it's clear to us, but it would be nice to incorporate it as well. I am assuming it would be relevant to include in the purpose, just maybe some information on how the community is affected as well. Is that all right?
Thank you. Yes, through the chair. Yeah, in the purpose, or the other section would be under the mandate.
Mm-hmm.
Through the chair to Councillor Sandbo. Sounds good. Thank you so much for the feedback.
Any other, Councillor Warzanowski?
Just a simple question, and I'm not on this other committee, but we do have a grant adjudication committee. Would it be in collaboration with them, or is this be redundant to them in some form or fashion? Just a question about the committee or the task force in regards to the grant adjudication committee.
Yes, thank you. I think it would be in conjunction. I don't see a need for a crossover from. Now, if somebody wanted to be on this, it's on. This is more about the conversation that happens between the city and our not-for-profit sector, and that impact that then has on the community. Whereas the Grant Adjudication Committee, their purpose really is groups, organizations apply for grants. That is then goes through our community services department, who then bring appropriate grants to the committee for approval. So I do see them as separate. Where there would be the overlap, if you will, is I would love to see conversations in this committee start to happen about a clear understanding between all of our groups and our city as to the criteria and the differences in criteria between FCSS grants, United Way grants, community grants, block parties, and any other kind of grants that are facilitated by the city, and the opportunities that groups have to apply for those, and a clear understanding of that criteria. That criteria then is essentially given to the Grant Adjudication Committee that makes their decisions based on that criteria. If
I could add to that as well through the chair to Councillor Warzanowski.
Under section, thank you. I was practicing. So under section 4.5, I guess the overlap with the grant adjudication committee and supplementation to what Mayor Dean said would just be the actual process, maybe just recommendations on how the process works, rather than actually influencing who gets grants. So I think the overlap piece would be just on administration to kind of rectify those few pieces and make sure it's a little bit of a more efficient process, or take recommendations from nonprofits as to like what is not working well.
Mm-hmm. And I think too, it could also help to bring some clarity, because there is a difference in our not-for-profit community as to those that do a service delivery model and those who represent something, right? So does the Chamber of Commerce do a service delivery model? Yes. Or do they represent, or do they more so represent a vested interest of others? Well, right? So is there a difference in that? What does that difference mean, and how is that difference influence within funding? I think it's something that's important, and I think that that's where those conversations can be had, because I don't know if there's a clear understanding right now across our board, like across the sector, if you will, in regards to service delivery. I deliver something to the community. So to Councillor Sambo's point, that community impact piece looks much different on a service delivery model as it does opposed to representing, right? Because we have a number of not-for-profits that do a phenomenal job representing a vested interest group, right? But I do think that there's a difference, again, between I represent a vested interest, these people have a vested interest in X, or I provide services to the community that are accessed by all of these different people. And what I see is coming out of this is a clarity on where that falls and who applies for what grants and how that works. I think that if that was accomplished, I think it would be a tremendous win, both for our own internal processes as well as an understanding externally.
Yeah, to the chair, I wholeheartly concur with your comments. I agree. I think it would be nice to just kind of get that a little bit more solidified and efficiently outlined. But that would still be separate. Like that would be a more of an administration activity after the fact to kind of clarify some of those things as well to the community, whoever wants to apply for a grant and who is eligible.
Yes, but I would love to see that conversation happening within this, right? Good? Good. Does that speak to, okay. So then I think it also too would be good to consider the idea of coming back with a list for the August 27th meeting. And I would leave it to your professional expertise, because you're quite good at what you do, of outlining some of those for us, right? Here's, in our opinion, here's our sector, here's some people that do this, with the caveat that maybe I could be wrong, but that could also help as we start to put this committee together. I would encourage that if you like, feel free to reach out to some of our partners that we have, or even the work that your department does with interagency, right? I think you have staff within your department that have done work within interagency that may have some input for you as to where some of those organizations would fall.
Yeah. No, that sounds great. Thank you.
Okay. Good. Okay. I think we have a motion to bring this forward to the August 27th meeting.
Mayor Dean, the recommendation will be amended now to read: the Governance and Priorities Committee approve and accept the amended terms of reference created for the Mayor's Task Force for Nonprofits, and recommend council approval at the August 27th, 2024 regular meeting.
Thank you. Apparently our ledge services wants to yell at us about amended and August.
I'm just very passionate.
We appreciate the passion, Kallen. That's great. Can I have a counselor to make the motion, please? Counselor Warzanowski.
Motion that the committee approve and accept the amended terms of reference created for the Mayor's Task Force for Nonprofits, and recommend council's approval at the August 27th, 2024 regular meeting of council.
Great, thank you. Comments, questions? Call for the vote. I can only see Rob's smiling face. I can't see the phone. There we go. Awesome, thank you. And that's passed unanimously. Thank you so much. Thanks, Ruby. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Ruby.
Thank you very much, Ruby. Well done.
Hold on. I think I almost skipped one. I apologize. I moved ahead already. Our next presentation is a transit update presented by G. Vincent, Planner 2. May I ask for my understanding, are you guys just numbered? Because it was Planner 1, Planner 2, Planner 3, is that?
There's no Planner 3. There's no Planner 3.
No Planner 3?
No.
Okay.
That's not in the industry.
Oh, yeah. No. Okay.
Okay, so good afternoon. My name is Jeevan Sandhu, Planner 2 with the CGI department. So I'll be presenting the update for transit. So the City of Chestermere and the City of Calgary launched a pilot project to extend the Calgary's Max Purple line from East Hills into Chestermere on August 30th, 2021. So both municipalities worked for several months to evaluate the extension of the Max Purple line. And then the Max Purple line links provides 2 trips twice a day on weekdays during the AM and PM peak commute times. And there are only currently 12 stops within the City of Chestermere. So generally the ridership since the launch has been on the rise. And there is an agreement in place between both municipalities called the Transit Service Agreement. So the term of this agreement is from August 30th, 2021 to December 31st, 2023. But the agreement is automatically renewed once a year for twice to a maximum of 2 years after the initial term. And any request for termination requires at least 150 days notice. So the relationship with Calgary Transit is a cost recovery model. So essentially the City of Chestermere pays a cost per service hour in Chestermere, and then the revenue generated from the transit fares from Chestermere riders is subtracted from the invoices. So the current framework of the service allows anyone boarding in Chestermere to transfer to other Calgary routes without paying any additional fares. And then any request to change or expand the transit service would need to be requested by the City of Chestermere, following the procedures and timelines outlined within the agreement. So as a result, further negotiations and planning would need to occur if any expansions would want to happen, and that would be at an additional cost. And then furthermore, it is anticipated that the MDP process may result in recommendations being brought forward for alternative regional transit options. Additionally, through the CMRB, Chestermere is involved in the preparation of an expression of interest for funding from the Canada Transit Fund to look at potential other regional transit service models. And then for your reference, the implications of this project have been identified in the report. So administration is recommending that the committee accept the transit update report as information, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Great, thank you. And council, questions, comments? Deputy Mayor Grant, you flinched. You're going second. Let him go first. You guys are making my job very difficult. Deputy Mayor Grant.
All right, then. So transportation is something that I am passionate about in this community as well. I've talked about it many times. I talked about it a lot during the campaign. I'm going to try and dumb down my opinions on it a little, not dumb down, relax my opinions on it a little bit to have a wholesome conversation. I guess my first question would be, do we know what the direct cost is to Chestermere at the end of the day after the capital cost share, recovery cost share?
Yes, we do. It is in the operating budget, so it was around $150,000 for the year.
And my follow-up question on that, your graph here and the ridership. So do these charts, is every ride, like, so if a person goes into Calgary and back in the morning, back in the afternoon, that's 2 rides according to the statistics in here?
Yeah.
Okay. And then how do we propose, and I suppose this is probably not a question for you, it's probably a question for council, but how do we make transit in Chestermere more equitable for the entire community. Because right now we have 1/3 of the community unserved, has always been unserved by transportation, and we're spending their tax dollars on it at the end of the day. So that's not really a question, that's kind of a statement, but I appreciate all the hard work on the report, and it's great. Thank you.
Yeah, to that I would say, okay, I will go to Ms. Armitage first.
I suspect that through the MDP process, one of the outcomes that I'm anticipating that will come up is an analysis and review of the transit program that we have. Whether or not this is the right solution, we have a willing partner that is working at government rates, being the City of Calgary. But we'll have a couple years worth of data now on how this has worked overall. And so I really do think that at the end of the MDP, one of the outcomes will be a review of this. Is this what's right for Chestermere? Is there better options? And look at it through the lens of we now have a baseline data for a couple years. Unfortunately, when it was launched, it was still COVID times. So that first while I don't think was representative of where we're at now. And so I think to answer your question, I think that's coming. At this point in time, we have not brought forward an individual study on transit, as administratively it just hasn't been identified as one of our biggest priorities for right now, but I do think it is one that needs to be looked at over the next couple of years.
Yeah, I would echo that sentiment. That's similar to what I was going to say. Is that when I first read this, when I first saw the title, I wondered if we were getting a transit update as it related to transit, bigger picture, City of Chestermere, those sorts of things. And then I quickly realized that this was an update basically based on what's coming and the idea of we do have a renewal date of December 31st, 2023, that I think council should consider and discuss. And see what that looks like. So that's what this one is. To your point, though, Deputy Mayor, I go back to a statement that I made a few minutes ago where we have a lot of things that are coming at us and a lot of work, and I would anticipate and I would encourage us that at a GAP meeting, end of September, beginning of October, somewhere in that neighborhood, we start to have a greater conversation of transit, both in and around Chestermere, and possibly then the to and from Calgary. But I think that that's a greater GAP conversation at an upcoming GAP meeting.
Thank you for that. Yeah, I think we really need to focus on, yes, people getting to Calgary is important, but we can't get people around our own city right now. So we have a transportation plan that worries about getting people out of our city instead of around our city. And that's not wholesome in my opinion.
I would agree. I would say that when we look at some of the pressures that we have within our city, right? We have multi-generational homes where we have the older adults that are in those homes that are in some ways trapped within their homes because they have no way to get around. Not all youth are wired like my child, who are willing to walk across the lake to go skating at the boarded arena that's over at Altalink. Not everybody's wired that way, right? And whereas if they had some transit options to be able to get around, that's right. But this, to me, is a greater conversation about transit that I do believe that this council should be having at a later date, just given the amount of things that are already facing us here early in August. Councillor Randawa and then Councillor Schindler.
Thank you, Your Worship, through you to the presenter. I have only one question. I get that the invoices get deducted, the money. How many people are commuting from Chestermere to East Hill or to Calgary? How do we know that? How much? What are the data? Is full bus? Because bus I know is double. Is that full, empty? How we are doing on that?
Yeah, thank you through the chair to the councillor. So Calgary does provide us with ridership data on a monthly basis, and it is more detailed than what is provided here, but that's mostly for administration because it is at the stop level. In terms of ridership, I don't have the exact number offhand, But for what we know is like the ridership has been low recently. So if it has gone higher, then we can definitely bring that forward to Calgary Transit. As they do track all the ridership, we can confirm with them if we are seeing that higher amount of ridership and the buses are full, and if it's, people are getting missed because the buses are full.
The approval of the renewal would be a council decision?
Mr. Mayor, through the chair to all members of council, as this occurred in December 31st of 2023,
right,
it was an administrational decision that was made by myself to continue on a one-year basis. In the absence of the elected council and the official administrator, he and I discussed that, and we thought it was most appropriate not to cancel the agreement and put people in dire straits without any transportation. So it was simply renewed for the one-year basis. Now that council's elected, they can deal with it because the agreement will expire on December 31st of 2024.
Right, so that would be then a council decision because it also has budget implications.
That's correct.
So I would agree, again, with Deputy Mayor Grant and with Councillor Randawa. A comment that I had made in preparation for today's meeting was seeing the financial breakdowns. Monthly, yearly, what's it costing us? Those sorts of things I think would be really good for us to do. Any other comments on this? Councillor Schindler.
And I would second that, but I would also like to correlate it with the ridership to make sure that we're covering all our bases. That said, I'm looking at the ridership trips chart here, and I notice we're coming into September where there's generally an increase in ridership. Anecdotally, from what I'm hearing, is the buses are full and people are abstaining from using these buses because they are full. And so my question through the chair to Ms. Sandhu, do we have the option to increase frequency or bus sizes without a significant change to our agreement, or can we request those ad hoc?
Thank you, through the chair to the councillor. So Calgary does schedule everything on a quarterly basis. So any changes or requests must be done based on their timelines. So for the rest of this year, the deadline to submit any changes was August 16th, 2024 for any route changes or additional changes. So those requests we can still make them, but they would miss their current service because they have to plan and schedule everything.
Mm-hmm.
And that's for the quarter ending, I guess, December, right?
Yep.
So at the same time as the renewal then.
Right. So if we can get something in for that, because I'm looking at our ridership, we are much higher than we were several years ago. And we do see definitely another increase in January and February. It's cold out, so people are taking the bus more, I suppose. Maybe we can get something in for December to help alleviate that pressure.
Yeah, I think my recommendation to council would be twofold. One would be that we accept the motion that has been presented to us about accepting this for information. Secondly, I think I would like to see an additional motion that says that this be brought back to a GAP meeting early or mid-September. I see a hand come. You're about to say that this is already happening. No, I would like to see this come back to council with a more wholesome review as we get ready to make some decisions about that renewal for December 31st, 2024.
I would just amend that by saying instead of September, October. We're quite busy in September, so.
So you'd wait?
Yeah, a brief amendment to adding more buses isn't going to take.
Yeah, so we could do it middle of October then. 'Cause
mid or beginning, yeah.
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 Yeah. Okay. Yep. Ms. Armitage.
I would offer that we are 4 days past the City of Calgary's deadline to request changes to the schedule. We can still make a request. They're pretty good partners to us. It's 4 days.
But there's a budget implication with that, is there not?
There would be.
We would have to prepare
But
that
it's-
document and have time to do that, so it'd be more than 4 days beyond, right?
Yeah.
How long would it take to
We could
prepare
ask them
that
how
document?
long if we have a request.
I guess
coming from
communicate,
our
yeah.
New council, that's just coming up to speed. What would be, are we able to have an extension to that August 16th deadline?
So maybe we take a two-prong approach. We just see what that increase would be, and we ask for that to be brought back possibly by the 27th, because I see it as a quick update. If not by the 27th, it would be September 10th, because that's also a regular council meeting. Because it's a regular council meeting, we could say yay or nay on that increase based on a budget implication. And then middle of October, having more wholesome discussion about what 2024 could look like.
Yeah, that sounds wonderful.
That plan?
Yeah.
Councillor Warzanowski?
Yes, thank you, Mayor Dean. And I'm receptive also to Ms. Armitage's, we have more data, which is great, and I'd like to add a little bit more specificity in regards to the budgeting process if we increase the offering from the City of Calgary. And from what I understand, they may be also interested in providing services within the City of Chestermere as well, and in alternative to us providing those services. And while we understand setting this all up at the beginning will be more costly per capita, I think understanding the cost of the ridership to and from the City of Calgary and the ridership here, we could definitely specifically put together a business model if we were to take this on ourselves, or if we were to continue working with the City of Calgary to and from the City of Calgary or within the City of Chestermere. So I'd like to add that specificity. And also I'd like to invite Councillor Schindler to take a ride with me into the City of Calgary in one of these buses one morning. And we'll do maybe a round trip and just actually feel what this is like for our residents.
Yeah, I would agree with that. Yeah, that sounds like fun. Ish. Fun. Yes, fun is the right word.
Now we're doing field trips. I would, sorry, Councillor Sameh.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'm sorry, I'm not totally clear. I thought I understood from the presentation that ridership, that we weren't full in the buses. So are we requesting that we get more buses or bigger buses if we're not full?
I can confirm with the City of Calgary if the buses are full. I can get that information.
Yeah, I think we are. I think there's certainly a need for more information here, which is why I think we're looking for a ridership. What does it actually look like? What are those financial implications? I also, sorry, Councillor Sameh.
Thank you, Your Worship. A question through you to the interim CAO and to the presenter as well. On the cost recovery model, are Chestermere residents able to use City of Calgary bus pass if they get on in Chestermere? And if so, are we receiving some of the cost of that bus pass back, or how are we doing cost recovery on that?
Through the chair to the councillor. So the cost recovery model is based on the ridership data and then just on the average fare price. So things like the U-Pass or like other passes don't actually work for Chestermere residents. They just use the regular fare prices. But students, if they can show their ID, will get the youth price.
Deputy Mayor Grant.
Thank you. Through the chair to our CAO designates, I have a question about our capacity at the operations center if we would endeavor to try and do some of this ourselves. Is there room there? Could there be room there? What's that look like?
So through the chair to the deputy mayor, no. We barely have capacity at the operations center for our own equipment. We are low on parking if it was going to be a park and ride type of thing. So my suggestion is we could look into it. We do have some new land to the south side of our facility, but generally that facility is out of space, and that's one of the things we're challenging. Working with the staff is moving things around to have some space there. So something we could look into, but real quickly, I'd probably say that's not the appropriate spot.
Does that include the other facility off of Rainbow Road as well?
Yeah, that's a much smaller facility. Again, the bays and stuff are taken up by the recycling and garbage trucks. But again, it's something we could look into. But I would say the chances of making a proper transit system work out of either one of those buildings would be very low at this time.
Councillor Randhawa.
Thank you, Your Worship. I just need to add or just give the information to Councillor Grant. It's it's not we are looking, we have to look for a bit wider picture. If we have our own transit, is the bus need to be parked, we need to have the mechanic and the workshop and everything. It is, it is the bigger picture. If we are thinking is not then we have to do more, the tax increase and stuff is public thing, so it's a burden on the public as well. And we have to think a bit wider, not only to park the buses, but we need a lot more to operate it. Thank you.
Yeah, if I may, Council, what I see it right now as we are facing a both and situation. And what I mean by that is we have a contract right now that's going to come up for renewal that we're going to need to make some decisions about. And that contract is coming up for renewal in 4 months, right? And so we're going to need to make some decisions about that and what that looks like and how that impacts people that are using it right now. 1. 2. We also are aware that there are some tensions within our community about how we do move in and around Chestermere. And that's why my suggestion is that this come for a further, more wholesome conversation later at a GAP meeting in October and it's a two-prong approach, right? Where we have a both and situation because all of these things are absolutely true. Where do we park the buses? What's the mechanics? What's the business model that we're looking at? How do we do all of that? I think personally, and I would invite either our presenter or Mr. Vincent to speak to this. I think that at this moment, those things that I just said are outside of the scope of this presentation, which is why I would like to push it back to administration to bring that back so then that conversation is in scope of what we're actually doing. Is that fair?
Mayor Dean, members of council, though I'm an advocate of just do it, there is one fact here is that we have to give at least 150 days notice to cancel the agreement if that was a choice. We're past that date already. So let us not be in a rush. We're going to be looking at renewal for 2025, and that'll give us ample time to answer all the questions that council's raised this afternoon in terms of costs, looking at alternatives, looking at the expansion of transit services within the city of Chestermere. So, to my great chagrin, we're not going to be moving on this just as quickly as I'd like to see it, but we'll need to take the time to review it properly.
Councillor Sambo?
Thank you, Your Worship. In light of that, I wonder if we could push it a little bit longer. I know there's a transit master plan possibly on the table that's come up a couple of times. Maybe we could review that at the same time. Request to begin that is coming forward.
Yeah, what I was going to say is given that information now, I think it would be valuable for us through Ledge Services and the work that we're doing through the CAO's office, through Ledge Services office, of starting to map out 3 to 4 months in advance what we're looking at regular council meetings and GAP meetings. If council would entrust the mayor's office, CAO's office, and Ledge Services to start to map that out. Of course, keep you in the loop on how that's looking. But Deputy Mayor, I absolutely share your passion on this one, that we have got to get this figured out, especially for our youth and for our older adults. And so this is not about kicking the can down the road. This is about, again, that projects that are facing. And so I would love council's endorsement of having the opportunity to work with the CAO's office, work with Ledge Services office, map out a 3 to 4 month plan of what we're doing, both with GAP and regular council meeting, and keep you in the loop as to how that's going. Good? So I think we are, wait a second. So then we're accepting this for information, and then are we pushing the other one back to administration at this time, or administration is aware enough of what we're looking at? So we don't need the second motion. Good? Agreed? Awesome. Can I have a counselor make the following motion, please? Wow. All three on the right this time. They all ready to go. Wow. Counselor Rundell.
Thank you, Your Worship. I move that the committee accept the transit updated report as information.
Questions or comments? And call for the vote. Great, thank you. I am anticipating the next one to involve some more discussion as well. So I'd like to ask for just one last kind of afternoon 5-minute recess and then come back for our final two agenda items.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thanks, Stephen.
Thanks, Stephen.
Good job.
Good afternoon, everyone. Coming out of our recess here for the afternoon and coming back, and we have our 2024 budget timeline and March 2018 framework presented by our Director of Corporate Services, Ms. Sandy Jo Hallwatt.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and Council. I am here to present, as the Mayor just indicated, the 2024 budget timeline for the 2025 budget. I apologize for any confusion that the chronological order might have caused. I'm just going to jump right in. In the spirit of time, I'm not going to read every single slide because this was previously provided to Council in the package, but I will do a robust review of the presentation. So Council recommendations: motion that the Governance and Priorities Committee accepts the 2024 budget timeline presentation and March 2018 framework as information. Subject background: Finance has created a 2024 budget timeline for review and supplemented this information with the financial framework created in March 2018. Please note, Finance is currently working on updating this framework. Implications: discussion of the 2024 budget timelines, expectations, and goals will create a collaborative team-based environment. A lack of set timelines and processes could create a failure to meet MGA deadlines successfully. Recommended options: motion that the Governance and Priorities Committee accepts the 2024 budget timeline presentation and March 2018 framework as information. So I'm going to dive into the 2025 budget slide deck. So we have the first page, the agenda, which goes through 8 line items that we will be discussing. MGA requirement, section 242, subsection 1. Each council must adopt an operating budget for each calendar year for a total of 3 years. Section 245, each council must adopt a capital budget for each calendar year, capital budget and 4-year capital plan totaling 5 years. This next slide is a visual presentation of MGA budget sections, section 242 through 245. Budget timeline 2024. Department budget entry, September through October 2024. Director review, October 2024. Submissions to Finance, November 2024. Preparation of budget presentation, November 2024. Budget deliberations, November through December 2024. And budget approval, December 2024. The next slide goes through the budget stages and timeline. Administration's role. Recommendations based on our collective professional knowledge. Allocate resources according to council priorities. Link service performance to council outcomes and priorities. Experts in delivering high quality of service and efficient use of taxpayer dollars. In addition, we identify and define the services, understand services being delivered, align activities with citizen expectations, and lastly, improve service delivery. The financial principles that the budget framework is built on is to be fiscally conservative, growth will pay for growth, innovation, service levels will be determined by the community, sustainability, and user pay. The operating budget. Budget versus the plan. So this is just a visual depiction of 2025 through 2027. Finance will prepare budgets for insurance. All insurance costs will be housed in the finance budget. Amortization expenses will be in the appropriate department. Utilities, water, electricity, and gas expenses will be added to the appropriate department. Debt repayments for each department, tax revenues and education requisitions, and lastly, addition to restricted surplus accounts. Operating budget assumptions. Assessment growth. Demographics, economic trends, inflation and market conditions, policy decisions, population, provincial and federal grant funding, taxation issues, technological developments, sources of funding, and lastly, social trends. This slide details the revenue versus expense and the different line items that are under revenue and expenses. Budget centralized. So this slide just details the different items that are centralized in the IT budget and in the finance budget, city director office budget, and the communications budget. Personnel budget. HR department will prepare the personnel budget. Departments to submit new staffing requests to HR, and HR to compile all new requests for staffing. Operating budget process. Identify operating costs not completed in 2024 and rebudget in 2025. Identify new initiatives, growth, inflation in 2025 through 2028. Operating projects must align with council's strategic plan. Utility budget. By 2025, the utility company will be dissolved and become incorporated into the city departments. Finance will work with departments to prepare budgets for water, sewer, storm, garbage, and recycle. Capital budget. So this is just a visual depiction of 2025 through 2029. Capital project types: land improvements, buildings, engineered structures, equipment, and vehicles. Revenue for capital budgets: grant funding, off-site levy revenue, contributions, sponsorships and donations, draws from restricted surplus, tax revenue, and lastly, debt, spending future tax revenues. Capital budget process: review and update the 5-year capital plan, 2025 through 2029. Review projects that did not commence in 2024 and roll over into the 2025 budget. And lastly, capital projects must align with council's strategic plan. And this slide just details the resources that will supplement the capital budget. The municipalities that we look towards for municipal benchmarking are detailed in this slide. Please note my favorite destination of choice is Beaumont, Alberta, for obvious reasons. And moving along to budget tools, just wanted to mention to council and mayor that Questica is our budget tool. So it's a software where each of the departments goes in and enters their respective budgets, and then the budget is consolidated and uploaded into Muniware, which is our operating system. Training will be available with the controller. CAO will provide council's priority list and council's strategic plan. CGI will provide growth projections, and Accurate Assessment will provide assessment market values. And last slide, but not least, questions.
Mayor Dean, members of council, just wanted to go back to the budget stages and timelines. This is fairly compressed. It is certainly your administration's desire to see this council approve the budget for 2025 by December of this year. It is common practice in municipalities. The budget approval gives us the go-ahead to do projects or make expenditures early in 2025. The final budget is not normally approved until April. The reason for that is we await our assessment numbers from Accurate Assessment, and we must wait for the government requisitions for education, for health, for Seniors Foundation, or whatever other requisitions. So normally council approves the final budget in April, and we set the tax rate bylaw in May and give it 3 readings. Normally council will give 1 reading and leave it for a second meeting in the month of May. That gives us sufficient time to print the tax notices, mail them out, so people receive them prior to the end of June. Want to point out that we are planning and have already scheduled November 5th, 19th, and December 3rd, 3 full days, of which I don't think will require all that time, but may be wrong, for council to go through the budget in the amount of time and detail that they wish, so to fully understand it, and hoping that and projecting that it'll be presented for approval on December 3rd of 2024. very ambitious time frame. We're starting a little bit later in the year than we normally would. I would see this process starting in June of a regular calendar year. But with the by-election, the dates and everything else that's come into play, we're now into the middle of August, the latter part of August. So we are about 6 weeks behind. There will be a lot of pressure on the administration, but we will perform and we'll meet these particular deadlines. Thank you.
Thank you, Council. Any, with regards to the process, any questions or comments? Councillor Warzanowski.
Thank you, Mayor Dean. And through the chair, I have a few comments or questions. One is to, and again through the chair and administration, to Mr. Edney, is as you're forthcoming to be our CAO, do you see any changes to the schedule or to the process in regards to our budgeting as you work with your new administration and council?
So through the chair to all of council, I don't see anything changing necessarily on the timelines. I think there will be some additional training forthcoming early in September, just on the budgeting process for all of, especially the management staff, to understand what needs to go in here. I would suggest that something that will show up is a discussion with myself and yours. Of course, you've got your strategic plan, but just like Mr. Vincent alluded to, normally we'd have a conversation in June around what are council's observations or priorities for the budgeting, to then incorporate that in administratively, I guess. So the timelines, there's no issue. And as Mr. Vincent noted, it'll be pretty condensed and quite a bit of work, but I've got lots of faith in the staff that we can bring a good budget forward for you.
Thank you, Mr. Edney. The other comment that I would make is, Mayor Dean has mentioned it a few times today. We have a lot of big projects. I just want all to be aware, both council and administration, that as we go into the budgeting process, that we keep those costs in mind and do our best to accrue or account for those forthcoming costs in both the long-term 5-year plan as well as our 2025 budget.
Councillor Sameh.
Thank you, Your Worship. If I could ask a question through you to Mr. Vincent and to Ms. Jo Hallwatt. Under the financial principles, and this might have been from the financial framework from 2018, but it does say growth will pay for growth. That's a phrase that we just hear a lot. I was wondering if you have an interpretation of that or a way that it practically plays out that you could share with us.
Mayor Dean,
I think we should let Mr. Vincent take that one. He's coming out of his chair to answer this.
Let's just balance himself.
Mayor Dean, members of council, as a general rule, new development needs to fund the incremental infrastructure and service costs incurred to accommodate growth. Though political decisions can cause a city to veer from this philosophy, this is linked to the concept of user pay, in that existing residents of the city will not be expected to subsidize future growth through tax-funded infrastructure supported by new development. Example, the city's off-site levy model, which allocates growth infrastructure costs directly to new development areas based on benefiting characteristics. The other component of that is that the increased revenue from the new taxes generated from growth help support the increased costs in providing services to that new development and the new residents moving into the city of Chestermere.
Thank you. A follow-up comment to that? That's great. Thank you very much. Just my comment to that is we've heard growth will pay for growth. And I think as a methodology, when you define it like that, it makes a lot of sense. I've heard it so much in Chestermere and not really seen that happen as a resident that the term is almost starting to feel like a Ponzi scheme for me. So what I want to make sure is that 2024 growth is paying for 2024 to 2050 growth, and that we get out of the cycle of 2024 growth paying for 2019 growth, because I think that's kind of where we're at right now, and that's a comment that I've heard from the public as well.
Mayor Dean, members of council, I would offer there's a lack of understanding, if that's the understanding in the public, because we are capturing from that development those particular funds. And as we pointed out, in the very strong financial position that the city currently enjoys, a good portion of that $70 million that we have in reserves is part of the offsite levies that we've collected. And we've mentioned a number of times to reassure council and the residents that there are no direct tax dollars going from taxpayers' pockets to pay for that new development and that new growth. So I think we are honoring that particular system. We are abiding by those particular principles. And I think as this council goes through the budget process, which will be open and transparent, let me assure you, and there are never any tough questions, I think part of that process will be a good education for the public as well. But where we sit at the present time and what we continue to do is based on the 5-year, the 10-year, 25-year capital programs and projects that are planned, and as they come due as part of the budget process, then the funds are there in place to pay for that growth. So let me assure you, Mayor Dean and members of council and all of the public, the taxpayers and residents of Chestermere, this city is doing things properly, and we are preparing for the future, and growth does pay. New growth and new development pays for itself.
If I may, Mayor and Council, just supplement what our CAO has just stated. On page 17 of the March 2018 financial framework, I just want to read a quick excerpt indicating the city strives site levy and property tax revenue sufficient to offset the increased service, program, and municipal infrastructure costs resulting from new development and ensure that the cost increases are not passed on to the rest of the community. The city encourages mixed-use developments that support both commercial and residential assessment growth. So page 17 does and 18 does detail the framework in regards to future efforts. So please do reference pages 17 and 18 for further reading in regards to that statement.
Great, thank you, Council. Any other questions in regards to the budget process? I just had two. One, utility budget. Is this still on pace then for December of 2024 to be done?
Through the chair to mayor and council, absolutely.
Awesome.
I have the review on my desk, and I'll be working with our controller to ensure that we do meet that very gold standard goal that we have set for us, as well as council.
Awesome, thank you. And then it says finance will work with departments to prepare budgets for water, sewer, storm, garbage, and recycle. Just a question about how will the utility budget be captured within the overall city budget? Like, is there a plan yet? Do we know how that's going to be broken out? How residents are going to be able to see the impact of both the cost and revenue, all that sort of thing coming back onto the city? Is that going to be broken out? How is that going to be broken out within the budget?
Through the chair to the mayor, I'd like two different scenarios of one consolidated and one broken out, just so the reasonable-minded resident can see the difference in the two. A consolidated always seems to bury the costs, so we want to ensure that there's transparent reporting so that the reader can ensure that they see the amalgamation of the utility company and the impact on the bottom line.
Great, thank you. Councilor Warzanowski.
Thank you, Mayor Dean. As a follow-up to your question, and through the CAO to yourself, Mrs. Jahalwat, when you say the breakdown, will there be an operating P&L statement for the utility, Chestermere utility as a whole, or will there be a bucket for that operating expense and operating revenue of that division of Chestermere's business?
Through the chair to Council Warrenowski, if you so wish to see it broken out in a bucket, we can definitely do that. I think there's gap rules that govern breaking out and ensuring that the reader can transparently see, especially when there's an amalgamation in order. So we'll make sure that we separate it out.
And please don't do it on my behalf. I want what's right for an efficient, well-run utility for our business. But I just asked the question because often in any corporation, you'll have different divisions that all have their own operating budgets and they report accordingly. And then you report it, of course, as a consolidation as you would have to the CRA. So, yeah, thank you.
Yes, through the chair to mayor and members of council, I have a high-level vision of what I'd like it to look like. We just need to make sure that it coincides with accounting standards and ensure that we're following the MGA legislation as well.
And that's specific for the utilities?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay, thank you. Okay, next step then that you're looking for us with regards to this presentation?
If mayor and council could approve as information, that would be greatly appreciated.
Are we discussing or are you presenting on the financial framework that was attached?
No, mayor, I just thought this could be, most of council should have already read it. So if there's any questions in regards to this, I can find them in the respective pages, but I won't be presenting the financial framework at this time.
Okay, council, did anybody have questions about the framework?
Yes, I do. Thank you, Mayor Dean, and through the chair, the CAO, and to your Mr. Hallwatt. I noticed that the financial framework was dated in 2018. Would you suggest, and potentially this question could also go through the chair, the CAO, to Mr. Edney, is should we be looking at revising this within the next term of council?
Through the chair to mayor and council, we're currently working on that at this moment in time, is refreshing the framework and bringing it up to speed for the 2024-2025 budget cycle. So my apologies, I should have communicated that a little bit earlier, but we are working on it at this time.
That's great. I had the exact same question. Thanks for asking.
Yes, and we will, if council so wishes, we can present that in the coming weeks as information when we do the full refresh.
Great, thank you.
Mayor Dean, members of council, it was mentioned in the request for information that please note the finance is currently working on this framework. So I would offer to yourselves, this is one of the very best. This exceeds the gold standard in municipal organizational excellence. One of the very best financial frameworks that exists in any municipality in the province at the present time, something I'm very proud of. It's unfortunate that it hasn't been reviewed and updated year after year. Shortly after it was developed, the then Chief Financial Officer, Brenda Huco, exited this organization, and nobody in the transition from that time has recognized the importance of this particular document and the need to keep it updated. So 6 years later, it will be updated, and I can assure you going forward year after year during your current term and your future terms, it will be that particular document with the updates. It is outstanding in every aspect, and it is a public document. And I would hope that residents in Chestermere would read it and be familiar with it, because these are the very principles upon which solid municipal budgeting are built. It is open, it's transparent, it's fully accountable. So again, take great pride in what this organization stands for, and it's reflected in your financial framework.
Great, thank you. Any other questions from council specifically for the financial framework? So I had a lot, but I wonder, with you already talking about doing the update on content, I wonder if it would just be, and a lot of them have to do with an update specific to content. I wonder if it would just be more valuable if I just provided those to yourselves and go from there. Would that be better?
Through the chair to mayor, I think that would be most appropriate.
Okay, Sounds good. Any other final questions on the framework? Great. The motion then, I believe, is on our screen here. So can I have a counselor make the motion, please?
Mayor Dean, before you do that, I'd make one final comment. Administration is taking a page out of the past couple of years with the amount of growth that we are recognizing and the amount of increased revenue. I do not forecast any requirement for any increase in the tax rate. That will be one of the guiding principles that I'm looking for endorsement from this council by simply accepting as information, because it's outlined in the financial framework. The other thing that the financial framework speaks to, as Council Rob had mentioned before, is that the council priorities and the major projects are going to be part and parcel of that, with the means of financing to make it happen without any tax rate increase. The final comment will be whatever inflation might be included in an increase in assessment would, of course, be adjusted downward, so residents aren't paying for the inflation, but that growth is paying for new services. So those would be the basic principles what you can expect in terms of the budget process. And I hope Mr. Edney is listening closely, because I'd be devastated if he swayed from that particular direction.
Well, to that point, I was wondering if any councillors wanted to speak to a desire to increase taxes going into the 2020. Nobody's looking to comment on a desire to increase. Interesting. Good. So with that, then I believe the motion. Can I have a councillor make the motion, please? Councillor Sameh?
Thank you, Your Worship. I move that the committee accept the 2024 budget timeline presentation and March 2018 framework as information.
Great. Thank you. Comments, questions? Call for the vote. Great, thank you. On to our, thank you, Sandy. On to our second last one here with our Legislative Services Manager, Kallen Morrison.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Today, I am bringing two reports. The first one being Policy 800-852, being Council's public input policy. In the interest of increasing public input on council discussions and decisions, Policy 800-852 was drafted by administration for council's approval. It was brought to the August 13th regular meeting of council as a draft. However, it was decided upon to bring it to a governments and priorities meeting so council could have a more robust conversation about how they want to see the policy. Just a point of interest, due to a conflicting provision of the Municipal Government Act, specifically Section 216.1, the title of the policy has been changed from Public Participation Policy to Council Public Input Policy to avoid any confusion. The recommended motion we're seeking today is motion that the committee accept Policy 800-852, Council's Public Input Policy report as information. Within the information package, I provided a report on other municipalities and how they tackle the issue of public participation. I do want to point out that in the research, the majority of municipalities included provisions for allowing residents to provide input during a council meeting are outlined in their respective procedural bylaws. There's nothing restricting this council from developing a policy on the matter, but it was just worthy of pointing out during this discussion. So you're going through all the municipalities and you're kind of sensing some common trends. The Chestermere Rocky View approach is just to allow people from the public to petition the CAO to bring a presentation to council. They're a lot more formal in the nature that they're clear. There's an information package. They're requesting specific information or lobbying council, lobbying for lack of a better word, lobbying them for a specific outcome or specific result. Then you kind of have the High River, Strathmore, and I believe Spruce Grove approach, where it's just a standing item in their agenda. Residents are allowed to come to council. They don't necessarily have to register. They speak their mind to a specific issue on the agenda. Some municipalities just let them speak their mind to whatever questions they have. And the other one is Lethbridge, which kind of some of the bigger municipalities do, where it is council that is the one asking questions of administration on certain topics they find interesting or they want an answer through. And in a way, this is a way for residents to act for the elected representatives to be elected representatives and ask the questions on behalf of the people to administration to get an answer. So with that information provided, this is an opportunity for council to kind of discuss and direct administration to see how they want to shape this policy. So thank you.
Great, thank you. Council, questions, comments? Nobody. Okay. I was like, really?
Robert's getting tired.
Yeah. Councillor Sambo.
You go ahead first. Yep.
Thank you, Your Worship. I was trying to give some of the more quieter members of council a chance to speak up first. I found this, I found Mr. Morrison's summary very helpful. And something that was highlighted in here is the limiting to speaking about an item on the agenda. I'm quite fond of that, actually, instead of just open conversation. Given that you, in particular, have given residents many opportunities to connect with you on any issue, I think that would be one way to make that just more functional in the context of a council meeting.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and so the idea behind this one was that at a regular meeting of council, you could only speak to an item that is on the agenda, whereas at a GAP meeting, you could speak to a community-wide issue. The idea behind this being that this is not a place to bring your specific bylaw concern because your neighbor has an unsightly yard or isn't following bylaw X. We have plenty of processes for that within the community. But if you want to come forward with a delegation and or we've talked about plenty of big projects today where somebody might have an interest or a question in regards to recreation or things like that, providing that opportunity within a GAP meeting on community-wide issues. We had a great meeting last night with the town of Strathmore and heard some great feedback from them in ways that they utilize their policy and have found great success with it. So, Councillor Schindler, were you ready to go yet?
Yeah, I just want to know. Yeah, I wouldn't mind through the chair to Mr. Morrison. Which are we approving here? Are we approving your council's public policy document here, or are we going for the initial framework you provided for us on the last council meeting?
So we wouldn't be approving either.
Sorry, not approving, but what are we reviewing here?
So we would be accepting the policy as information.
Yeah.
I would like to see an amendment to the motion where it's brought back to the August 27th meeting for approval. Okay. And so the purpose of this conversation is, what else would you like to see added to the policy?
So the reason why I ask is I'm seeing two different sort of levels of this document going forward. The initial one that we gathered last week, which had definitions and the policy itself with responsibilities, and then the other document you provided for this meeting with a summary and some examples of other jurisdictions. And so this isn't actually the policy. This is the just sort of information about your policy, right? Mm-hmm. So then I'm just gonna jump into, I'm gonna skip the first bit with the examples and just go right into the policy. Have you reviewed this policy based on those examples. I'm not seeing a change based on last week's submission versus this week's submission.
Through the chair to Councillor Schindler, the policy was based on what Strathmore has in their procedural bylaw regarding public participation and whatnot. There has not been changes to this since that was this was more of once you present a policy and it was deferred to this council meeting, it was essentially there wasn't a direction of what council wanted to see. They just wanted to see something different. So to provide context of what was presented to council at the previous meeting, I thought it would be best to include what was familiar as opposed to introducing something new, just to be approved at the August 27th council meeting.
The reason why I ask is I'm looking at what I wrote last time, and there's a couple of sections that I think we need to cover. For example, having a section on hate speech and how we're going to deal with that, as well as how we're going to deal with people who don't want to leave, who want to continue to speak even though we've told them not to. We should probably have that in the policy as to what our procedure is on that, and certainly a reference to our procedural bylaws somewhere in this document. I struggle with this because there are errors, and I need to hear that this is going to go back and come back to us absolutely polished and pristine. If this was handed to me as it was last week, I would certainly deny this policy as written. It is. I don't like that. It feels like it wasn't read after it was typed. So I hate bringing that up, but. I'm a draftsman by trade, so I look for errors constantly, and I think that we need to make sure that when we do put a document like this, which we're going to be using for the public to follow as well, we need to make sure that we've covered all our bases, but we're also clear and easy to understand. So things like the hate speech and reference to the procedural bylaws are, I think, absolutely important. And I see that it's just sort of a one-pager, and I'm looking at, I did my research and I looked at like the city of Calgary and other area documents pertaining to public interactions, and I'm noticing they're quite a bit more comprehensive. And so I would like to see those reflected in what we have, because we shouldn't be reinventing the wheel. We should be able to adjust it to make it Chestermere, a Chestermere policy and a Chestermere initiative going forward. But I believe that some of those other documents have been hashed out a lot more. So I'm not sure I have a question there, more just a statement, but I'll turn it back to the chair. Thanks.
Yeah, thank you, Councillor Schindler. So within that, I think it would be appropriate to add for coming back for August 27th, the pieces with the procedural bylaw and the hate speech. We certainly have lots of policies with regards to how to handle that. We unfortunately, during the official administrator's time here, witnessed the following of the procedure that we do have when someone decides to act inappropriately at a council meeting. There are lots of policies, lots of procedures that do. It's not like they don't exist. So I would agree with you with having them added to this policy. I would also, though, caution the idea of comparing this to City of Calgary. We are a city of 28,000. They are a city of over 1 million. And I think that what we are suggesting to be able to do within us while we are still kind of that small town feel, and what the city of Calgary may or may not be able to facilitate given 1 million people would be somewhat different, including even what we heard from town of Strathmore last night, right? So within town of Strathmore, as is public knowledge, what they do with theirs is actually public are able to raise their hand on an item that is on the agenda while they're talking about it. And so I don't think that is something that we are talking about at the moment. We're more looking at a set period of time. But I would certainly agree with you. Having those specific references to the part of the procedural bylaw that would play in, and the part about hate speech and those sorts of things, how they play in, I think having those references are really good. I would caution against comparing us to Calgary.
So I'm not comparing. I'm saying that we can take their or other municipalities around us their policies and adapt them to us, because it's not like we're doing something novel or unique. We're engaging the public. So we can look at their framework and apply it as not as a lofty idea, but as a document. Like our procedures can reflect what other procedures have done, and they've probably hashed these out a lot more than we have recently. So
sorry, I apologize, misunderstood.
Yeah,
I think that's what you did, but you took the Strathmore one. Is that correct, or that's not correct?
That's correct.
And I think that this presentation, what you're doing is you're showing the work that was done, and that wasn't necessarily shown at the August 13th meeting. Would that be correct?
Correct, yes. And if I may, just to push back on Councillor Schindler's point about reinventing the wheel, I will say the City of Chestermere is taking a unique approach with having this as a separate policy. As I mentioned in the report, a lot of the public participation and public input is attached to their respective municipalities' procedural bylaw, which would outline all those things. So instead of writing two separate semi-quasi procedural bylaws, we have a public policy that would be attached or in tandem with our procedural bylaw.
So I believe this is the forum to discuss that, but then, so we do have our procedural bylaws coming up for review. Why then are we not just throwing this in there? I mean, we still haven't approved them yet, so it's still a flowing document. We can put this in there as part of that policy.
I believe Mr. Vincent has a comment.
Sure.
Yeah. Mayor Dean, through the chair to all members of council, this was the direction administration was provided previously by council resolution, was to develop a policy for public input. So following that direction, it made sense to myself, to Mr. Morrison, and to administration, if council wanted a policy, that we should develop a policy that existed and dovetailed into the procedural bylaw. So many things that Councillor Schindler has brought forward were thoughts and things that we considered as well. And it being, those particular points being covered by the procedural bylaw, it seemed to be repetitious and duplication when it would be easily referred to. And I believe, Mr. Morrison, if I remember correctly, the public input is part of the procedural bylaw as well. And so that is the direct tie between the procedural bylaw and the policy.
I also think, too, keeping the policy for the moment separate than the procedural bylaw for us, I believe, is a good idea, because while we are learning from other municipalities, we are being a little unique in some of our approaches with this. And the reason I would suggest that is because to change a policy, we can do much faster than we can a bylaw, because with bylaw we have to do 3 readings if we're going to do 3, right? So however, again, Councillor Schindler, I fully support your idea of, so while we want to avoid the repetition, I don't mind the idea of the references specific to the procedural bylaw on those items. I think that's an easy update to add to the policy.
Thank you for adding that clarity. That makes sense. So, that's all I have for right now. No, I'm good. Thanks.
Mr. Edney and then Councillor Randhawa.
Thank you. Through the chair, I was just going to ask council, I guess. I've heard some additions from hate speech or references to the procedural bylaw, but is council happy with the process, I guess, and the content for somebody to come up and speak? Is that captured properly in Mr. Morrison's report, or are there issues with that part of the process?
I am currently happy because I understand it to be this, is that the process would be that there is a submission or a declaration that this is going to happen, and that is declared that they are a resident, they are coming to do those things, and then if it is at a regular meeting of council, it has to be an item that is on the agenda. The chair recognizes that, and the chair can say we're going to be speaking to that when it comes up on that item for the agenda, or the chair can answer that question. The question cannot be directed to a particular councillor. It is only directed to the chair, and then the chair can decide where that is going. Whereas at a GAP meeting, it is about community-wide initiatives, not, again, I am concerned about this particular bylaw being broken by my neighbor. Councillor Sameh.
Thank you, Your Worship. I think there are a few topics that we should hear from each councillor on. In this package, it says council's input, and then there's 5 questions that we have. If you're agreeable, I'll answer those for myself right now. The first one is council to accept both verbal and written submissions? My opinion would be yes. Mm-hmm. I think that's something that we should discuss. How many times can a resident comment on a single issue in a specific time period? I believe if we did have folks limited to speaking on the agenda, that kind of solves that problem. Mm-hmm. They can speak on the agenda items. How many items on agenda can a resident inquire about? My opinion would be once for each agenda item, if mm-hmm. they so please. Mm-hmm. Do residents need to register? I don't have an opinion on that. I do think related to number 5, should it be residents or taxpayers? I actually do think it should be residents. I think all other stakeholders, including taxpayers who may not be residents, would probably be able to mobilize into a delegation or otherwise communicate with the mayor or council. Mm-hmm. So that's kind of my opinion, and I'm curious what the rest of council thinks on those as well.
Councillor Randhawa.
Thank you, Your Worship. Through you to the Kallen. I have a question. We have that 5 minutes to talk to from the how we gonna count that 5 minute? How do we know about that timeline?
As Mr. Vincent pointed out, we just put up a timer on the screen. We do it during public hearings. It's not the most sophisticated way, but it does accurately tell when people's 5 minutes are up. Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
Would you like answers to these questions from each?
Sure. Well, if they so choose, I mean, my personal answer would be yes to everything Councillor Sameh said. But if you have further to add, please feel free.
I'm just through the chair to Mr. Morrison. Would you find value in us answering the questions that you had posted in council's input here? Or would you rather have them via email or some other form of submission?
Through the chair to Councillor Schindler, the written would be better, but it is the point of the governance and priorities meetings to have these discussions. So we can have a discussion and follow up with email, or it's up to council.
Okay.
Okay. Councillor Warzanowski.
I had the exact same thought as Councillor Sandbo in regards to the council's input. And what I'm hearing, thank you, Mayor Dean, and through the chair, the CAO, and to you, Mr. Morrison, is it's up to us, the rest of council, to give you the clarification that you're looking for. And whether that be in this forum or through email, it still sounds to me, it's a question for you, that you're not entirely clear on what we want in regards to a public policy. Yes, we've talked about some additions, but you really want some clarity in your to really get that high polished document. We have to give you that feedback. So I'm prepared certainly to give the council's input. in this forum, or I would also, to the rest of members of council, is if we can't do that now, provide Mr. Morrison the feedback that you would like to expect in the into this policy. And certainly I also agree with, if there's any other bylaws other than a procedural bylaw that should be referenced, let's make sure we do that. Because I think, Mayor Dean, you mentioned there may be a couple others that may apply to the public engagement policy, or I forgot what it's called. Yeah, public input policy.
Yeah, so a caution I would usually be thinking of is the idea of having this open conversation right now and having all of that, and it comes out right now. I would suggest that if it is also done via email, the transparency is going to come in that we know that this policy is going to be coming back then next week. That gives Mr. Morrison an opportunity, and for us all an opportunity to kind of view those things, right? And then the transparency is going to come because this isn't approved, right? And then it's going to show up in the policy on August 27th, which would then give us the chance to say yay or nay and or kick it back to GAP. Would also give me the opportunity, nope, because it's in agenda prep. Never mind. My brain caught up. That was good. So, Council, would that be a way we'd like to proceed then? Is that we make the motion now to accept for information to bring back for approval at the August 27th meeting, and for Council to provide feedback to Mr. Morrison via email, and then all of that information will then be brought forward at the, will be captured within the policy that we get to see on August 27th. Does that work?
Yes, except let's put a deadline on, because Mr. Morrison will need time to present that in a matter of 7 days. So when?
So the deadline would be Thursday at noon. Yeah. Yeah.
If I could recommend September 10th, I would prefer that, but I know we're on a short runway.
No, we're on a short runway on this.
September 10th would be ideal.
So instead of August 27th, bring it back September 10th?
Yes.
That's easy.
And if I may, Mr. Morrison, through the chair to you, if you need the time, tell us, don't hesitate. Just tell us and we will be absolutely ecumenical to that. Well, we'd certainly respect that. Thank you so much.
Councillor Sameh?
Thank you, Your Worship. If I could just throw a wrench in that a little bit. I'm so sorry. I do, however, I do feel really strongly that the public has a right to hear our discussion on this. And we're here talking about this today. And I think these are pretty simple questions that we could outline. I would really like to see this come together and be put into place promptly. I know there are people who would like to take advantage of this policy and speak on some of the upcoming issues.
So I was trying to follow the way the wind of council was blowing there, and now it's blowing in a different direction.
Your Worship, I would be happy to answer these questions verbally if you'd like.
Perfect. Let's do that.
If you'd like, and then also follow up with an email.
But then push it then back
with
to having
with exactly
it coming
what I
back
just
on
said.
Tuesday.
Yeah, and
August 27th.
I'm fine with the 10th, but
I would love to see us kick off the fall, right? Going into the new school, going into school year. It's kind of a kickoff to it's like the unofficial New Year's, right? I would love to start off the fall sessions of council with our public policy in place. Okay. So then, Councillor Schindler, your answers to the questions.
all right. Is council to accept both verbal and written submissions? Actually, I think that's a great idea. I would also make sure that we include online submissions, which I guess would fall under written, but find some way to. I would really love us to have a chat function on our live feeds, but that might get messy. And how many times can a resident comment on a single issue in a specific time period? I believe one is good. At the discretion of the chair, if they require a follow-up.
Sure.
That would be great. How many items on the agenda can a resident inquire about? I think that if a person has multiple inquiries, then they should be allowed to inquire about them. It'd be nice if we could do that at the end. and that way we've heard all the presentations, and then maybe the question was answered during the presentations.
Maybe at the end of the agenda.
At the end of the agenda item.
Not at the end of the meeting.
It could be at the end of the meeting as
We've
well.
already made the motion, so then it becomes mute.
So at the end of the agenda item probably would be the most.
So at the end of the presentation.
Before we vote.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. Do residents need to register before providing input? I don't know, again, to Councillor Sambo's comment or answers to these questions, I don't know how you'd be able to prove the question of number 5 without having a person register. Now, we do have a registration system up at the front through the tablet, I believe, where visitors come in and they can register that way. I don't know if we could incorporate that into something or have something here to enter your questions in electronically, or a queue of some type would be we need to have traffic flow control, I think. So that would be a logistics thing, not necessarily in the policy. And taxpayers or residents, let me just finish the questions. Taxpayers or residents, yeah, residents, absolutely. Delegations can come from other sources, so.
Councillor Randhawa. Absolutely.
Thank you, Your Worship. So I'll be very quick. The question number 1 is yes. And the question number 2, how many times the residents, my thing is once.
Mm-hmm.
And the question number 3 is 1 as well, because then other can have the opportunity if the same residents ask the multiple question, maybe other residents don't have a chance to ask, maybe they then copy the same one. That is the reason is 1. And for the registration, I'd be okay to be no, they can come and ask as well. And to provide the information from the residents, number 5. Yeah.
Does anyone on my left have anything different than those answers? Deputy Mayor Grant saying no. No from Councillor Ryan. Councillor Warzanowski.
Well, I don't know if we're consistent. Thank you, Mayor Dean. I don't know if we're consistent on all of the answers. I see consistency between the councils on the right side of me. Just a few comments. I like Councillor Randhawa's comment in regards to how many items on the agenda. We found that there's an engagement typically from a certain group of residents that are consistent, and we don't we want to encourage anyone to come up and inquire about anything, but we also don't want the same people coming and managing the agenda or asking the same questions on each agenda item. So just in general, I would say that while I agree with all of the councillors to my right, that this is still going to be strength in our chair. So that's something that it would be discretionary towards, you know, our chair, whether it's the mayor or deputy mayor.
Okay, so if I may try and take this on then, here would be my suggestion based on this, is that is council to accept both verbal and written submissions? I believe the answer is yes. How many times can a resident comment on a single issue in a specific time period? I would say once, and at the discretion of a chair, a follow-up. How many items on an agenda can a resident inquire about? I would say 1 at a time, giving other residents a chance to go next in the queue. Right? Does that make sense? So if we have 7 residents here, and resident number 1 goes first on item 1, and then they want to go on item 2, so does resident 2. Resident 2 gets to go first. That make sense? Okay. Number 4, do residents need to register before? I think yes, because I think we should track that. And I think we just used a similar process to what we utilize at public hearing, right? So we just have a sheet, and you just register on the sheet when you come in, right? And then number 5, who can provide input? I believe the answer would be residents. I believe the motion that we should make when we accept this policy is that when we accept the policy, we should set a date for review. So the idea being that hopefully this starts on September 10th, and then we set a date for review, say at the end of October. So it's like we trial run it for a couple of meetings and be like, oh my gosh, that didn't work, right? Or like, oh, this is working really well, right? And as we're doing those things, leave it open for the opportunity, because it's, again, because it's a policy, not a bylaw, much faster and easier to change if we should so choose. Mr. Edney.
Thank you. Through the chair, just a couple of points I noticed as I'm listening to the discussion. We talk about people speaking during the public presentation section on the council agenda in the policy, but I'm listening that they're going to get to talk at the end of each agenda item.
Oh, sorry. Yeah,
Is that
I forgot
correct?
about that part.
Okay, so then another question becomes, do they get 5 minutes in total through the whole council meeting, or 5 minutes every question they ask?
I think they get 5 in total. And I think it should be set at the beginning. And the reason is here's what I'm thinking. And I'm absolutely feel free to open up conversation on this. Here's my thought on how it would work, is that a resident comes up at the beginning and has a question about item. So let's say this was a regular meeting of council. They're going to come up and they're going to ask a question about the Chestermere Regional Recreation Center Partnership presentation. So they come up and they say, I have a question about this. And I, as the chair, could say, it's a great question. Thank you so much. I will ensure that it is addressed when we get to that presentation. And I write it down, right? And then as the chair, it is my job to remember to do that. If I fail at my job, it is in the job of the CAO and or Ledge Services to call a point of order, right? Going, Mr. Mayor, you forgot to answer that question. And so then it gives even the presenter that opportunity, right? So that's how I practically see this playing out. Does that work for everybody?
I just had a quick thought.
Yeah.
I just had a quick thought. If we're, sorry, I'm just going to paraphrase. Can we do Jeopardy rules? In that,
I'm sorry, I don't know what that means.
In that the person who's speaking must ask a question, not necessarily just come up with a statement, but must be prepared to ask a question.
Thank you.
That we can answer.
I think that this is where we want to be really clear about this, is that that is certainly the role of the chair. And I thought it said it in the policy. I'd have to go back and review that it is about asking a question, not soapboxing. This isn't about coming up and I'm going to give you my 5-minute feeling on X. This is about asking a question, and we can flush that out a little bit. But I think we just came up with a procedure. I think we just came up with that, and we could just state
it. It says in this policy the opportunity to make comments during public presentation, as opposed to answer questions.
So to your
or
point,
ask questions.
To your point, then I think we should, instead of comments, put it to questions.
So then it would be a public question policy as opposed to a public input policy.
I'm good. Like, that doesn't bother me. That's semantics to me, so I'm good with that.
It's just to be clear to people.
Sure.
Because they're gonna, someone's gonna come up and go, well, you said input, not questions, so I'm gonna give you my input. If that makes sense.
Mr. Councillor Sambo. Sorry.
Thank you, Your Worship. I actually think it could be either, depending on what we want to do. We are giving residents lots of opportunities to offer their opinions and their input. This is specifically a question of council. I would suggest shortening the time period that people have, so not 5 minutes, but maybe like 2 minutes or something like that. That's more than enough time to say what you need to say and then ask your question. But I don't
disagree, because it's different than public hearing. This is not a public hearing. You're not coming to state your opinion on a public hearing. This is, I have a question about this, and I understand that if you're, gifted with the gift of the gab like I am, it takes you a little bit longer to say something. But even I can ask a question in 2 minutes, right? So I would agree that maybe we could shorten it down for this policy to the 2 minutes. But now Mr. Vincent's waving at me.
Can I just make one more comment before you jump in? If we are going to do that, I think it would be good to say that they get that amount of time for each agenda item they want to talk on. Because if you say 2 minutes per agenda item or 2 minutes total, that could
That's
be
fair. So you shorten it down to 2 because it's, yeah, I would support that. Mr. Vincent.
Mr. Mayor, members of council, please remind yourself why you're doing this, and it's stated very clearly in the purpose. The goal of this policy is to facilitate earnest, constructive, respectful conversation between council and the public on subjects pertaining to the city. If you limit it only to questions, rewrite your whole policy. You've defeated what you intended at the outset.
So
I think if people come to council meeting and they have a strong feeling about a particular item on the agenda, let them express it, because you guys, the elected officials for this community, have made a genuine commitment to hearing what people have to say. Follow through on it. Listen to what they have to say. If it's simply a statement, accept it. If they have a question with respect to an item for clarification, then answer the question.
And then to that
But if there's a rant and rave or soapbox, the chair's in control. If you have confidence,
that's what I was going to say.
And after the first couple of times, you'll have a feel for how it's going. And among yourself, you can say, hey, that's going really well. We're happy. Or, this isn't quite going the way we thought it should. And take a look at it, review it, and make the adjustments necessary.
I don't think it is, though. I think we leave it at the 5 minutes, comments and questions.
Yeah.
Okay? Because again, we're going to try this. We're going to give it, right? We'll give it a go.
We can always change it.
That's the beauty of it being policy instead of bylaw, is it's easier for us to change. Okay, Mr. Edney.
Through the chair, thank you. So I've seen two variations of this public participation. One, just a food for thought. Often, most people's questions are answered in the presentation. So if we're having a session up front where they come up, as Liz pointed out, 20 people show up and ask 20 questions, and we're sitting here for close to 2 hours listening to their questions, and then through the presentation, all of them get answered. That's not a very good, efficient use of time. The other thing, and I respect this, is often what people wanted to come in and was talk about, why'd you make that decision last council meeting, which I know kind of defeats the purpose when you've already made a decision or deferred it. But perhaps that idea that Strathmore had of ask the question after the presentation related to that presentation might be a much more efficient way for this process to work. It's another wrench in it, but if I can see.
Sorry, to that point, I don't want to make fear-based decisions. And here's what I mean by that. I do believe that it is a job of a governing body to make sure that we're looking out for everything. When's the last time we had 20 people show up for a council meeting? Thanks, Joanne. Right? My point being is I understand that there is a concern that things could go sideways, but things could always go sideways. What's to say that we're not going to show up on a Tuesday and there's a protest happening outside because it's not, like, we live in this world of like an uncertainty. So I don't necessarily want our decision to be based on a worst case scenario, but in terms of, let's go back to the heart of this. The heart of this is that so we've kicked this around all day. We've talked about Chestermere first decisions. What's right for Chestermere? How many of us, while we were on the campaign trail, heard about either whether it was called question period or the opportunity to participate? I did, right? I'm sure most of us have. That this was this is a Chestermere decision. So what's right for us? And I think that what's right for us is we have seen a appreciation from residents to be able to participate, right? Like, look at my 15-minute meetings with the mayor. They are full, basically every week, right? And here's what I can tell you about those meetings, because there's a fear with those, right? There's a fear that could go sideways. Can I tell you how amazing they have been so far? even people that are upset have been respectful. I think at the end of the day, the vast majority of our population respects the professionalism of this room. And I also think the professionalism of this room is set by the people who sit around this room. And yes, that's all I had. Thank you.
Mayor Dean.
That was over 5
Mayor Dean, may I ask you to ask the public what their thoughts are?
Hey, member of the public, what's your thoughts?
Seriously, I think that going back to the format, very similar to what question period was, 5 minutes is more than enough time as a resident for me to get whatever I have to say. It might just be, guys, thank you for doing such a great job of representing us. It might be, this is coming up, here are my concerns about it, please consider that when you make your decision. It's just being heard. And I think that exactly what you said, and I think having that one time slot is what historically happened. It kind of worked. It really wasn't after each presentation or whatever. It was the opportunity to, as a resident, to be heard by the entire council, not just to be heard having a conversation with the mayor or having a conversation with Councillor Sandel. It was an opportunity to actually address the entire council. So I think, 5 minutes is more than enough time to have that nice say. And as you said, I mean, even when question period was a standing item before, how often was it? It wasn't, in my opinion, it wasn't used very often.
Another part to that is, let's remember this is another tool in the toolbox, right? So one tool in the toolbox is the 15-minute meetings with the mayor. Another tool in the toolbox is anybody can email us at any time. Another tool in the toolbox is we have this weird tendency of showing up at every public event that goes on, right? And we get approached there by everybody. Another tool in the toolbox is coffee with council is coming. We've just been really busy. We haven't planned one yet.
January.
Right? Oh, I hope it's way before January. Right? But this is just another tool in the toolbox for us to be able to hear from the public. Councillor Randhawa and then Mr. Edney.
Thank you, Your Worship. So my thoughts are like after presentation, we can have the public question. The reason might be that public is concerned only for that specific topic rather than sitting and going at the end for the question all the time. So I think when the presentation for that specific agenda happens, so we can ask the question and then they can ask the question, we reply them, and then they can.
So what I'm suggesting is the time would be at the very beginning of the meeting, not the end. So if you can only come for the beginning, because imagine if your question was about the last item today, and you came at 9 a.m. and you're still sitting here now waiting, that's why I think it should be at the beginning, a set time frame. We do it at the beginning. They get that opportunity.
Makes sense.
And away we go.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Yeah.
And just a quick follow up to that. Then, if the person comes in and say they ask their question and they have to leave, maybe we can gather data from them, like their contact information, and actually answer their question back to them. I think that would be part of our commitment to make sure that we're engaging thoroughly with the public.
I love that comment because it'd be real easy for us to collect name, address, email.
Or just some way to contact them in case they don't want to share that data.
Yeah, sure.
If I may make a comment through the chair to Councillor Schindler, that is a good idea in paper, but we have to be very particular about that because that is FOIP. Like, we could violate FOIP very easily.
Oh, I see.
If we start collecting, public hearings, anyways, but that's kind of a different conversation, but.
Okay. Mr. Edney?
Sorry, through the chair, just going back, throwing another wrench in, listening to Joanne talk, it's very similar to our public input session we had in Brazeau County. It was 11 o'clock, you could come ask a question, same thing, has to be respectful, but it could be any question about anything. And council or administration would try to answer it, 5 minutes, it's that open constructive dialogue. If it was on the agenda, then often the chair would just say, hey, we're going to probably answer that question later in the agenda. But I guess I'm getting now back to even more, so why does it have to be an agenda item? If we're not worried about 10,000 people showing up and taking up all this time and really just want to offer one person an opportunity to say, hey, thanks for doing a good job. It's not really a question. Or a question in general of, hey, are you going to address transit? Yes, we're going to address that in November. Excellent. Thank you.
Because we have two different styles of meeting. And while I went on my little rant about not making fear-based decisions, you also need to make judicious decisions. And I think the judicious decision, in my opinion, is that at a regular meeting of council, it is about items that are on the regular meeting of council agenda, period. Part of the public policy. If it is at a GAP meeting, that's where you can ask that. So GAP is for this, just like for us, right? There's a difference in how we participate in, talk in, function in GAP as there is opposed to the regular council meeting. That's why I see the differentiation of the two at the two different meetings, because they are two different meetings. Councillor Sameh?
Thank you, Your Worship. Just listening to the conversation and seeing all of the different options, and given how much trust I have, honestly, for your heart, Mayor Dean, and I think you understand where council is coming from this. Whatever, as the chair, whatever seems to be easiest for you to manage, I would fully be in support of. And if you wanted to state again what your preferences were, I think that could probably sum it up for us.
Sure. Would you, Councillor Warzanowski?
Deputy Mayor, would you like to go first?
I forgot my question. Go ahead, mate.
Thank you, Mayor Dean, and through the chair, the administration, to you, Mr. Edney. And Councillor Sandbo, yes, I'd like to hear. What I like about this is we can always adjust it to see what's working in the future. Also, I'm unsure, and maybe this is a question to our residents and resident, is we do have a number of tools to provide feedback to council. I'm unsure if the rest of the residents understand what tools they have. This is one tool, certainly, but if it's not on the agenda, there needs to be a mechanism that residents understand that they could come to council and get addressed. We've been receiving a lot of them through email, but there's other methods. And, I like that on the webpage you can say, book a meeting with the mayor. It's very clear how to talk to you. Maybe there's other ways that we can reach out and limit the potential abuse that may come with open forum.
So why don't we direct it back through our CAO to connect with comms to do just that? Comms could develop a message that could go out to residents at how to connect with council. And here's all the different ways you can connect via email. Here's all their emails. You can, right? Just comms could do that. I'm scared to call. I don't know which one of you to talk to because I feel like I'm going to get in trouble either way. So we're going to go Deputy Mayor because...
Yes, so
Deputy.
I think, while we're getting deep into the minutia here of the policy, which is important, I think at the end of the day, what we really need to remember, and Joanne said it, is that residents just want to be heard.
Yeah.
In any fashion. They want to be able to come and say, hey, you did good. Hey, you did bad. Hey, hi. Really, that's it. I don't think we're getting worried about the things that may go off the rails. But as long as the chair has the discretion in the time, I think just open it up and let people have at it and tell us how they feel. I'm not afraid to hear how they feel. I want to hear how they feel. We all do. So let's just give them that opportunity and stop trying to put it in a narrow box of you have to do this.
Okay, so if I can sum up. Whew, here we go. All right. Here would be the sum up. So for the... so for this policy, the way that it would work, so for the public input policy, the way that it would work is this. At a regular council meeting, at the beginning of the meeting, there would be opportunity for residents to ask a question with a 5-minute time limit. It has to be related to an item that is on that meeting's agenda. The chair can choose to either direct to somebody to answer and or write that information down, and then should the chair forget to address that during the presentation, then the CAO and or lead services will remind the chair that the chair has failed and remind the chair to bring that question back up. At a GAP meeting, residents can ask a question. There'll be a set time at the beginning of the meeting. Residents can ask a question about a general community item. When are you going to look at transit? Would be an example, right? The purpose of those is not to complain about bylaw X because my neighbor has too many puppies. That is, no, there's a bylaw process for that, right? So in a gap meeting, you could ask a general community. This would be done in conjunction with our delegation policy as outlined in our procedural bylaw, right? Because those are different things. So if somebody wants to come as a delegation, they follow our procedural bylaw, those sorts of things. This is not a delegation because there's a separate item for that. Kallen will go away and he will make sure that everything I just said is captured within this policy. Further to that, to Councillor Schindler's request, he will reference all of the other bylaws that are impacted, right? So for hate speech, for removal, for whatever the case may be, that those bylaws are referenced with the purpose then of bringing this back to the August 27th meeting so we accept for information now with the idea that we bring it back for approval at the August 27th meeting, period. That's this. In conjunction with that, we would like to see comms develop a communication a communication for the public about the different ways that the public can communicate with council, and comms to bring that back for presentation at the September 17th GAP meeting. How'd I do?
Very good. Thank you. I'd just like to add one more thing. I keep saying that I'm not detail focused, but I think I might be. I don't know. Mayor Dean,
you're just trying to get it to 6 o'clock so that you're right.
That's right. Mayor Dean, no, thank you. The only question I have for you and possibly Councillor Schindler or anyone else on council is, I think you've covered it all. Just want to ask the question for the rest of council. Is there anything that you want to provide a deadline on, any email feedback to Mr. Morrison?
Oh, thank you.
Sorry, do you want to ask?
Does anybody need time to provide it? Because if we do,
Additional feedback.
if we need to provide additional feedback, I'd like to suggest Mayor Dean set a timeline such that Mr. Morrison has time to complete this policy.
Yeah, so I can talk to that if you like. Our agenda prep meeting is at 9 a.m. on Thursday morning. I believe that if you kind of have a wake up tomorrow morning, we're like, oh, I wish I would have said that, to have that email to myself by 9 a.m. on Thursday morning so that I can bring that forward to our agenda prep meeting on Thursday so that way everything's then ready to go for when the agenda comes out at 4 o'clock on Thursday. That's kind of our general practice now anyway. And I think that gives you the time because I don't anticipate a ton of changes because I think I just gave you all the changes that are being done. Good? Councillor Schindler?
Yeah, I just want to reassure maybe Kallen that if perhaps, and maybe you guys can speak, and if I'm wrong, if the agenda item comes up tomorrow, or on Thursday, and you're not ready to submit, but you think you need another day to do it, and you can't get it to our package that's supposed to be on Thursday by 4 o'clock, I think it would be okay if I saw it on Friday as a separate email as an attachment. If you need extra day, I know you said you needed further time, and I'm respectful of how much extra time you need. So I would say go bring it to the 10th, but it seems we want it sooner. Maybe there's some wiggle room in there that we can give more crafting time, as it were. I would like your input through the chair to Mr. Morrison.
Through the chair to Councillor Schindler, I can have this ready to go 4 p.m. on Thursday afternoon.
Bless you. Thank you. Good? Okay. So I think we're gonna have two motions coming. So the first motion is to accept for information. Yep, this one. Okay, so this would be the first motion. Do I have a councillor Councillor Sandbo? Wow, she was really excited to make this motion.
Thank you, Your Worship. I move that the committee accept the amended policy number 800-852, Council's public input policy report as information, and that the policy be brought forward to Council for approval at the August 27th, 2024 regular meeting of Council.
Comments, questions? Call for the vote. There we go. It's passed unanimously. Mr. Vincent, do you need a motion from the committee for comms to bring that piece back for the September 17th GAP meeting, or are we good?
We're good.
Okay, great. We have one more presentation. I think you're presenting about 15 different policies that we're going to go through one by one. Is that what we're doing?
Line by line, actually. Through the chair to council, I will make this presentation quick in the interest of time, and they were attached to the agenda package. So council has diligently reviewed all these policies. In the interest of good governance, Legislative Services, with support from administration as a whole, has reviewed, amended, and rescinded city policies as needed due to them not being relevant and et cetera, et cetera. While the review for every single city policy is still underway, Legislative Services is bringing council-related policies to be reviewed by council. Attached is a report going into detail about the changes that were made to the policies. The policies that are ready to be adopted, which we won't do now, we can do at a later council meeting, is council social media policy. That was just to change grammatical errors, formatting, remove names of specific social media companies like Twitter and whatnot. Policy development, implementation, and evaluation. Once again, just kind of going over the policies and whatnot, and just grammatical and stuff like that. Official remuneration, expense policy, same thing. I'm not going to go line by line, but essentially it's broken down. Council's ready to be adopted at a future council meeting, the ones that to be rescinded, and the ones that we're moving to a different policy section, as they don't necessarily fall into council's purview and they're more administrative in nature, so it doesn't make sense to have them be council policies. So the motion that we're looking for today is a motion that the committee accepts the policy review and council policies report as information and accept the administration's recommendation to bring these policies to the August 24th, 2024 regular meeting of council.
Great, thank you. Council, any comments or questions? Councilor Worzanowski.
Yeah, I'll be short and sweet. Thank you, Mayor Dean, and through you, CAO and Mr. Morrison. Mr. Morrison, I believe we've spoken previously about updating the formatting to be consistent. As we're updating these policies, I know that that's something that is one of your pet projects or Legislative Services pet projects. For updating these policies, we trust that Legislative Services can create a format that's standardized for all of our policies, bylaws, and just keep a brand and a look. I know even earlier today, Ms. Brar's policy was formatted a little bit differently in the numbering system, so some consistency just to meet that gold standard is just a suggestion. But yeah, thank you for committing to reviewing these policies on a timely basis.
Great, thank you. Council, anyone else? Do I have to wait you out, or? Yes.
Okay, if I may, I did go through this document as well, and I did my usual red markups for formatting, like not similar to what Councillor Worzanowski has been saying, but just pedantic, bullet points after bullet points, and it's not even worth talking about because I do that anyways, but yeah, thank you very much for these updates.
Councillor Schindler and I sound like we're quite experts in this, so if you need a hand with any of that, feel free to reach out.
We good? Yeah. We good? Good. I'll ask for the motion then, please. Can I have a councillor make the motion, please? Councillor Randhawa.
Thank you, Your Worship. Motion that the committee accept the Policy Review Council policy report as information as accept administration recommendation to bring these policy to the August 23rd, 2024 regular meeting of council.
August 27th.
I'm sorry, it's August 27, 2024 regular meeting of council. Thank you.
A comment that I would have is knowing what that day looks like, should we push this to September 10th or are we okay? I'm just thinking about the number of items that we've now added to the August 27th, then with having our strat plan in the afternoon, followed by the meeting that we have in the evening. I'm just wondering if we can really tighten up that regular meeting of council to give council a break, like a mid-morning break between meetings.
I would agree with you, Mayor Dean, that if Councillor Randhawa was agreeable to changing the date to September 10th, it would be very prudent.
Yeah, I just don't think that these are pressing because they're going to come back to us at the organizational meeting anyway. Councillor Randhawa, would you be willing to restate the motion?
Sure, Your Worship. I move that the committee accept the Policy Review Council policy report as information and accept administration recommendation to bring these policy to the September 10th, 2024 regular meeting of council.
Any comments, questions?
I just ask administration or lead services, type in the date 2024.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Any other comments, questions? Call for the vote. Great, and that's passed unanimously. Just before we call for the vote to adjourn, Council, I just want to say thank you. I think it's incredible that we have a group of people that can essentially get together and brainstorm, come together, have very robust discussion, disagree, have everybody's opinions brought to the table. I thought it was incredible that on almost every item today, we basically heard from everybody, right? And we were able to bring our concerns forward. We were presented with something, and then we were able to bring it forward. And we were able to, and it wasn't about finding unanimous. It was about finding what's the best solution for us to move forward so that everybody's voice is heard. And I just want to say that I think that really sets us up for success when we have some contentious issues coming. Because I think we're really learning how to discuss the issues and how to tackle the issues and come forward together. And so I just want to say thank you. It was long. So I'm going to shut up so we can adjourn. But I just, and even the banter and the humor that happens throughout, I just want to comment on what an enjoyable and rewarding experience it is working with the six of you. So, and with administration as well. Thank you to admin and to everybody who presented. A long meeting, but certainly very rewarding. And it's, I also think it's incredible the amount of work that we are accomplishing in such a short amount of time. So I just want to say kudos to both council and administration.
Mayor Dean, if you would have stretched it another 3 minutes, we would have had supper brought in for you. Sorry.
Councilor Warzanowski.
I said 6 o'clock. Not 5.
I think that we're at a motion to adjourn. So can I have somebody make the motion to adjourn, please? Councilor Warzanowski.
Motion that the committee adjourn at 4:59 p.m. Thank you.
Call for the vote. Awesome. Great job, everybody. Thank you so much. That was a good day. That was good. That was good. That's a great job, everybody.